Right. Gosh, it's been a while. It's hot and humid here in Berlin. Right. As opposed to the perfunctory Guten Abend, meine Kinder, I thought it's going to be like Buenos dias, muchachos, because a lot of people wanted to. I've been very busy. I haven't had time to sort of deal with the. Whoopsies, one second. I've got double audio. Is my audio okay? Let's check. Got too many machines, too many laptops. 1 second. I think I might have a copy of this open somewhere. Have I not? Okay. Sound okay, chap? So, Jamie made cheeky kill. Right. Let's go again. Buenos dias. I'm not sure if I'm getting an echo or not. It might just be me. Too many open computers here. Sounds good. Okay, cool. Sweet. Right. So, So apparently, one of the biggest streams is the Hispanic head honcho of the white supremacists decided to go into the few places you can get an audience, mainly with black and brown people. I think an image speaks more than 1,000 words, said Lewis Carroll at Oxford. And that longing, loving look as he looks towards the cleavage of the young woman. So, it says all I need to know. That man needs a woman to really get the tension going. So what's all this about this? I'm hopefully Charlotte on the Mossad, hopefully someone with a lot more political knowledge of the area will be able to jump in and help. But I thought, let's just debunk this nonsense because Destiny did well, obviously a bit of a pressure debate, but the stuff that came out of Fuentes was just absolutely just nonsense. So the question is, why did I pick these four famous anti-Semites? And why these four? Because I know Ryan was very upset that he was not allowed to come on. Obviously, the hysterical friend of David, Adam Green, who now looks increasingly unhinged, is obviously ranting about all sorts of things. And the two quieter ones, the sort of Simon and Garfunkel, if you like, of the neo-Nazi movement, that's Joel and Master Keith, obviously came out in huge support, going, even Keith Woods, I'm surprised, going, oh, Nick won. I mean, he really didn't. He really didn't at all. And what we can do is put a bit of a bit of theoretical computer science hat on, a bit of scripture hat on, and what we're going to do is just run through this. And we'll be very quick with the first set of propositional claims, because I'd like to have at least the Mossad on, and try to see what happened here. But who are these people? And the last few days, I've been very busy. Those who know, there's some incredible work stuff going on with the AI stuff and stuff like that. And obviously, I've had some domestic, should we say, disturbances that have caused some speed bumps. But nevertheless, in between all of that, I managed to have a quick look and catch up with some of the stuff, and it was just mental. These four people together, in many ways, represent the four corners of the globe, so to speak. Amazing how many of these people don't actually live in the nations they're meant to be defending. But you've got Ryan on one end in Japan and Korea. We're going to look at him in a second. We've got the hysterical now, literally unhinged Adam Green. And then we've got, Joel Davis, with his Technicolor dream coat, and Keith Woods representing four different kind of axes of support for Senor Fuentes. And all of them being virulent anti-Semites at different levels, but two of them are different from the other two. The two at the bottom claim to be Catholic, so they're like following the EMJ, the Michael Jones, sort of almost the oldest form of anti-Semitism, the Catholic anti-Semitism. And to those who know what I do, which is obviously very technical, I tend to invade large chats where I perform fairly complicated, as I see them, social homophilic graph perturbation algorithms. Most of the people who are part of my experiment seem to think that I'm trolling them or having some sort of conversation with them. Like I have time for that. All I'm doing is calibrating my homophilic graph models. And in one of the very last chats today, there was this young, completely ADHD riddled, claims to be a Dr. Spurg, who was just sitting there all day, just sort of like, just spurging out the most ridiculous claims about Jews, this, Jews, that. So that what we should do is provide a little bit of context between, we know that Ryan is an atheist, so his hatred of Jews is based on rationalism. We know Adam Green is an atheist, but actually unhinged, so his is more like a psychotic view. But the bottom two were like this little kid today, who almost seems to feel like there's a Catholic reason. Israeli foreign policy, American foreign policy, all this foreign policy is to do with the Jews controlling everything. They don't even know their own scripture. They don't even understand what Christianity says about these things. So if you look at the four people in that picture, what we're going to do is let's have a little quick look and let's just introduce at least a couple of the characters. I think it gives you a bit of flavor as to the actual defense that we're going to play, and then we'll just rip through and just destroy. Because unlike Ryan And unlike Nick, I've actually worked in investment banking for a large part of my career, Goldman Sachs. These guys wouldn't even understand what banking is, but they make lots of claims about banks and central banks and everything else. So we'll start with looking at the inimitable Ryan. I don't know if he needs money or what he needs, but I've got a proposition for Ryan. I would like to lay down this day. If you want some money, if you need 10 grand or something, my man Ryan, whatever you need, here's a debate proposition for Ryan, and Ryan only, not the other three clowns. Here's a proposition. Zionism is a force for peace in the world with a corollary that all good men and women should support Zionism. You can read it, that message. I'm sure he's broke at this point. It would be nice to know if he could defend some of the nonsense he speaks about. But let's have a little quick look. So we'll start first with all the four characters. They're quite relevant as to why. Let's look at Ryan Dawson, clearly an American patriot living outside the United States. I want to invoke Jordan Peterson, but like, clean your room is one thing, but are you desecrating the American flag? Is that how you hold the American flag in reverence, you know, one by I, two by C? Oh, say, can you see my flag in my mom's basement? What is this stuff, Ryan? Get your act together. I think he's a bit envious of Nick, but let's hear Ryan first. We kind of tease up nicely. We'll listen to the hysterical friend of David's, Adam Green, and then we'll get into the main event. So this is Ryan kind of trying to be terse and laying out the case of the JQ. Children do look away.
Deception and pointless wars.
Right.
All of our problems, from central banks to deception and pointless wars, come from these racist Jews.
All of our problems, propositional claim one, all of our problems over ours, let's assume it's global, all of the global problems come from central banks and these racist Jews. Listen, Ryan matey, but if I took the objective of a central bank, whose primary two purposes is to control stability of the economy, which it does by controlling interest rates and the M1 to M3 money supply, then I plotted all the countries, say in the last century, and their central banks, and I plotted the economic stability of their GDP, and I looked at which ones are good and which ones are bad, and I ranked them over time. At one end, I find the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, France. The other end, I find Venezuela, North Korea, Zimbabwe. And guess what I'll see? Ones with strong central banks and good central banks have great countries and economies. Those that don't. So if your sub-propositional claim is central banks are caused by Jews, a crazy claim, and therefore equals bad, it looks like the contravening data is good central banking is good for the country. Therefore, by implication, Jews are good for central banks and countries, right, Ron? No? Carry on. Oh, sorry, whoops. At this point, he does something remarkable. To those who like the 11 to 17 facial muscles and all sorts of things you can look at, he actually goes into a long, pregnant pause. I'm not sure if this is flatulence or he's just like does this for dramatic effect, but literally, I just wind back. He just says this and then he pauses.
Jews. They're satanic.
Uh-oh, they're satanic. Fascinating. Because if I remember right, Ryan is an atheist, and he was on a debate recently where he, a month or two ago, where he made a lot of claims about solipsism as the primary mode of inquiry into the universe as opposed to revelation, and solipsism backed with reason and an inference model, a Bayesian inference model of epistemics is the only way you can know the world, and therefore all scripture is naff and everything is rubbish and Bayesian probability and epistemics. But the Jews are satanic. Oh, is Ryan finding faith?
You look at it. Child pedophilia, Jews. What? Pornography, Jews.
Child pedophilia, it's kind of like a dissident right thing, not my thing. Pornography, Jews. Really? Did you not get a classical education in the Deep South in either Greek or Latin? Pornography, pornos graphos from the graphic depiction of whores is a Hellenic idea that predates the Hellenic incursion into Israel. So pornography Jews, pornography Greeks, if anything. If anything, this is a Hellenic idea. I mean, who's in the chat? Jamie, my man. This is deeply, deeply pre any Hellenic, even the word etymology. But I guess when the South will rise again, I guess Greek and Latin will be on the old topic, eh?
Organ trafficking, Jews.
I must admit, I had to look this one up. Organ trafficking. These guys are fucking nuts. Organ trafficking. Quick cursory check. China, Pakistan, Yemen, large parts of the MENA seem to be into organ trafficking. Don't know why you picked Israel. There might be some anecdotal stuff with Israel, but it looked like most of them organ traffickers, like organ monkeys and grinders, don't seem to be Jewish.
Central banking Jews.
Stop it with the central banking, man. If anyone's ever worked in banking, it sounds really, really stupid. It's not what a central bank does.
Lying about war, Jews.
Lying about war, Jews. No one's ever lied about war. Just the Jews. Okay. So who would you like as a reference? Who's your kind of go-to guy? How about your good old Uncle Joe, right? Joseph Goebbels said, the point of propaganda is not to be truthful or even efficient. Its point is to be effective. During war, propaganda matters. All nations across history use propaganda in war. Why are you singling out the Jews? Could it be because you're envious of the initial formation of Mossad's logo, not you personally, Mossad the man? By the art of deception, thou shalt make war? Is that your claim? The Jews are the only ones who use war and propaganda?
The neocons, Jews.
Neocons, also Jews.
Communist Jews.
Oh, it's a capitalist of Jews, communist of Jews, free market libertarian Jews. It's Jews, Jews here, Jews there, Jews everywhere.
Pick a fucking lie. There they are.
Ah, okay.
It's
John 8:32, pick a lie, the Jews. It's a bit of John.
them every time.
Every single time.
And for no reason at all, they elected Adolf Hitler.
Okay, I have 2 points of contention. One, there's no need for amateur dramatic hour with that stuff. You look a lot better stoic. And secondly, I know it's disrespectful to all our American friends, but it's not fucking Adolf, it's Adolf. Yeah, Adolf. It's not Adolf, it's Adolf. But for no reason at all, they elected Adolf Hitler. You think they elected Adolf Hitler because of the Jews? Are you clinically insane? Do you know anything about German history? I mean, I live in Germany. My wife's German. I'm surrounded by very well-read Germans. I speak to lots of conservative Germans. None of them think in their own country and their own folk went to war and they were elected because of the Jews. He wanted to massacre the Jews, but that's not why he was elected. I'm sorry, I'm having a good time. I haven't done this for a while, but I do love the dramatic kind of moments where he kind of does this thespian thing.
There is a group of Jews.
Whoa. Okay.
We call them Zionists. Because
To those who are theoretical computer scientists like myself, who are very fond of things like logic and reasoning, you can notice the preamble leading to the composition division fallacy. So there's the Jews as a group, hashtag not all Jews. There's a subgroup of Jews, Jews within Jews, and you call them Zionists. They don't identify as Zionists. You've decided to label them as Zionists as part of no doubt, a composition division fallacy, which you're about to going to run on us. Some Jews are better than others, or some Jews are worse than others, hashtag not all Jews. And these Jews, you call them Zionists. Okay, what are Zionists, right?
That's shorthand for Jewish supremacists.
Oh, so a Zionist is a Jewish supremacist. Funny, because Zionism seems to just believe it's like nationalism for the Jewish people. In fact, if you look at left-wing Jews, I mean, Jews are very progressive, Jews are secular, not religious in the state of Israel. The last thing they would agree with is that they consider themselves supremacists. If anything, they're anti-imperial, anti-supremacy. They would rather give up the nation of Israel and make sure all the Arabs had equal rights. So Zionism is not supremacy, it's just nationalism, right?
That is pushing ethnic nepotism, ethnic land.
Oops, do we have an internet issue?
And an unapologetic racist.
Sorry about that. I think the missus might have done that. So let's just recap just the last 5 seconds. So Zionists are once more, Ryan. Oops, let's go back.
In an unapologetic racist foreign policy and apartheid.
So your claim is these Zionist Jews are ethnic supremacists. Now, someone who spent his whole life, at least 20 years, with looking to Jews, first of all, you realize that Jews are multiple ethnicities. So when you say racist, you're actually going against more race realism, and therefore under heterozygosity or FSA distancing. In race realism, they don't cluster. So they're not even a race. They're a family of ethnicities, right? You know, they're black Jews, white Jews, brown Jews, different shades of Jews, all kinds of Jews. You know, if I perform the unclustered by sort algorithm on all the Jewish DNA, they wouldn't form a clearly bounded bucket. So they can't be racist. And therefore, they can't be singularly ethnic. In fact, technically, they're not a race. Technically, if you understand anything, you know that they're a civilization by any textbook measure. But nevertheless, you believe they're racist. Okay.
Sorry, shoots children.
Shoots children. So like in Jenin, those in quotes children, I spotted an AR-15. I don't know how they got an AR-15 in Jenin. I spotted an M16. I spotted a reworked M15. I saw kids with grenades strapped on. One of the kids had a grenade with a safety pin off. Are these the children you're referring to? Okay. Just think about the children, Ryan.
Tortures people. And they drag the U.S. around with them through bribery and blackmail.
What an unpatriotic piece of shit. I mean, for all my American buddies, I've lived in the US for a long time. What an unpatriotic swine this man is. You're saying the great nation, the United States of America, is being, in quotes, dragged around by a bunch of, in quotes, Jews. You really think the United States is being dragged around? One of the greatest nations in the history of mankind is being dragged around all around the world by a bunch of Jews. Is that what you think of the Americans and the American people? Ryan? Really? No wonder you left the United States, eh? No wonder you fled to the Far East, where apparently you're not even respecting the Stars and Stripes very well there. Dragged around, eh?
How do you get rid of a parasite?
Straight to Weimar language. I mean, subhanallah. These guys don't even waste time. You go straight to Nazi language, right? Parasites. Parasite bad. Jews are parasites. You understand you're now using absolutely Nazi language, even though you're using it in an uneducated fashion. Now, I'm not a biologist, but my family is riddled with them and doctors and all sorts. But parasites perform a relationship in biology called mutually reciprocal symbiosis. In fact, your food, your yogurt is full of parasitic organisms forming a relationship. So even if parasitic is being used as an insult, you're saying that these Jews are parasitic because you like Nazi language, right? See how, bro.
If only there was some sort of antidote.
Some solution, right? If only there was some kind of final solution, right?
To parasites.
So that's your first little glimpse over there. And I'll tell you why this is very important, because Senor Fuentes is going to bring the same points up piece by piece. So what we should do is, because I really want the more side on this, what I'm going to do is jump to the important first segment of his claims. That will give you a little sample of the four of them. We've got the other ones to sample. And we're going to have a look now at young Fuentes. And I'll tell you why I brought this out first is because he's going to make a set of claims, about 5 different batches of claims, which we're going to shred now. But I want the most I on badly, if you're free, my man, just have a look and see what these claims are, and why they matter in terms of foreign policy and the relationship between Israel and the United States specifically. I'll play 2 quick clips. In fact, maybe what I should do is play 2 quick clips first, and then what we'll do, because I know people want to jump on the debate, so let me do that. What is this relationship between Israel and the United States? Where did it start? You remember these Jews within a Jews group? You know the composition division fallacy, these sub-Jews? You almost want to call them sub-Jews, and they call it Zionists. Where are these Zionists from? Did they come at the turn of the century? Are they these pesky guys who showed up after the Shoah? No, you know that these Jews that you're talking about, this idea of Zionism, goes back to England, early England and France, almost 700-800 years ago. It goes back to one of the most fundamental parts of the Christian Protestant faith, that idea of sola scriptura, the idea that man will have his relationship in God, through God, by reading the scripture directly, reading the Torah directly, reading the Old Testament directly. And from that relationship, the early most pious of these Protestant Christians, the ones that went to found the United States, for example, those ones had 2 kind of problems going on. At one point, they saw, and they foresaw, the persecution, notably by Catholics, of the Jewish Protestants too, but mainly Catholics at the time. And they could see this unraveling. And at the same time, they were rejecting the orthodoxy of the Catholic Church, and rightfully so. I no disrespect to my Catholic brothers and sisters. And on the other hand, forming, well, what would that sola scriptura basis be? Within that sola scriptura basis, they realized that if they were to be of true faith, and they were to listen to the commands of God, first and foremost, the commands given to Moses, that it is very clear, starting with one verse, one of the most important verses, you would argue, in the Bible, right? And what verse would that be altogether now, kids? Genesis 12:3 or 12:1-3. And I will make you to a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing, said the Lord. And I'll bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all people on earth will be blessed through you. The early Puritans, the early reformative Christians realized that if they were to read and negotiate their relationship with God directly and reject the church, reject the Holy See, then by the same revelation of their reading of the scripture, the Jews could not be eradicated and wiped out, and there was no theological precedence for the promises of Genesis, even with replacement theology being reneged on. God had made a couple of promises. They were very clear promises. They were made right up front. And therefore, those early Christians had a lot of foresight. Those early Puritans, they almost had the prescience to see the oncoming thing that would culminate in the 30-Year War, would culminate in the Reformation Wars. They could see that what was coming was this battle. And as part of that, they realized, even though they may not be friends of the Jews or fans of the Jews, that God had commanded the Jews to be saved and not blessed. And that commandment would lead ultimately to the prophetic requirement that these people should go to Israel, because God has granted them the right to Israel. I'll give you a little anecdote. I'm going to play a quick clip from the left and the right just to verify this, because I was laughing at this stupid little Catholic in this large chat this morning who was just going on about the Jews. He was almost like a construct, a simulacre of a Christian anti-Semite from the 13th century. He literally was. He's that stupid. And listening to him, I was watching him going, okay, so you don't understand the history of the church. You don't understand the history of Christian scripture. And you must realize that, therefore, these things are happening, both the left perspective on this and the right perspective on this are speaking to a deep and long history. What you hate to hear, the expression Judeo-Christian, can't escape it. So today, right now, there's about 250, maybe 300 million fundamental African Protestants of all variants, and at least 100 to 150 million armed evangelical Christians, including other variations, Methodist, Baptists, who control, for example, the Republican Party and most of the organs of the right in the United States, who will swear by such scripture, who will swear and be friends of the Jews in Israel just because they've been commanded to. And I'll tell you a little funny story before I play the two quick clips, and we'll get onto the Nick stuff in a second. Recently, I was at an event in Berlin, and it was quite an amazing thing because I've traveled lots of countries in the world, met lots of types of people, and I met this survivor from a camp, and his family was there, and it's quite hard to explain what it's like to stand and look and speak to a man who has survived, the world's greatest atrocity by any measure, and his eyes were so deep and so clear, and he radiated a sort of presence that's very difficult to explain. I mean, obviously, as a man, maybe in his early 90s, late 80s, probably latest 80s, early 90s, and his vibrancy was hard to explain, given the fact that I knew where he had been, which camp he'd gone through. And I asked his daughter, because she was really excited, the fact, "Are you from London?" Blah blah, chatting, and I was like, because I didn't dare to really ask him, how did he make it through this? It's all really relevant to the whole Nick thing coming up in a minute. How did he make it through that? How would you go through such a thing? And she just looked at me, because we'd spoken a bit about other things, and she just said, "Joshua, to those who are Christians, those who understand scripture, to those who are Jewish, and obviously well-read Muslims will understand that." She's alluding to Joshua 1, right? Or 1, 2, 3, and 4. And what did that say? And it's very important to address this. What does Joshua say? If you forget the bit about the boundaries of Israel, and I'm paraphrasing from my head, no man should be able to stand before you all the days of your life as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not leave or forsake you. Be strong and of good courage, for these people you should find an inheritance of the land, which I swore to the fathers to give you. Neither look left nor right, just observing the law of Moses. The definition of absolute and true faith propagated is what made this man survive the Nazis. So when people say, and when Nick is going to speak, and he's going to speak, what does Israel do? What do the Jews do? Is Israel running the United States? You fail to understand that the majority of white Western Christian civilization is interlinked with the Jewish story. And at MIT, I used to often run into Noam Chomsky, and obviously my primary interest was Marvin Minsky, obviously for the AI stuff. But let's listen to someone I would not normally give credence to. On the left, this is no friend of the now modern state of Israel. He is, if anything, the Jewish voice that has been the progressive deacon for half a century. Obviously, when I met him, the work had been finished, typoautomaton, grammar work had been taken over the maths and computer science department. He was getting increasingly into politics. Listen to Noam Chomsky, to those who don't understand the relationship between the West and Israel.
States toward Israel. Well, there's a history, and a very interesting one that actually goes back a long time. One thing to remember is that Christian Zionism is a very powerful force, which goes back long before Jewish Zionism in England.
Long before Jewish Zionism. Here's a man who is not, I mean, I have to be very polite because I'm quite deferential with Chomsky. I disagree with him on lots of stuff, including when we had our debate. He who is ardently on the, you can't explain how left he is on issues in the state of Israel, and definitely not a theological Zionist in the slightest way, admits that the relationship is very old and very deep and is stemmed with a fundamental principle that is wide into the European man. That if you are a Christian and if you believe that God's revelation, from general revelation due to special revelation, comes first to the Torah and outwards, then you must be a Zionist. You have to be a Zionist, or you have to reject sola scriptura.
Particularly, Christian Zionism was a powerful force among British elites. It's part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration and for Britain's support for Jewish colonization of Israel. Remember, the Bible said, and that's a big part of British elite culture. Same in the United States. Woodrow Wilson was a devout Christian who read the Bible every day. So did Harry Truman. In the Roosevelt administration, one of the leading officials, Harold Ickes, once described the return of the Jews to Palestine as the greatest event in history.
The returns of the Jews to Israel as the greatest event in history, supported by two of the most significant United States presidents going all the way 7 centuries, one will argue up to 8 or 7, depending what kind of puritanical history you like. The man on the left telling you when Senor Nick Fuentes and Ryan Dawson and Mr. Adam Green with his fucking crazy ideas about theology and God and the Jews are telling you that this is all a Jewish plot run by the Jews, controlled by the Jews, you seem to have forgotten your European history. No, it has formidable, long-term and deep support in the fabric of Christian culture. Despite a history of Christian anti-Semitism, there is a support for Christian Zionism that one argues, Noam Chomsky does, argues predates Jewish Zionism in its modern form. So let's get on to, with all these things, just a little bit of a background. Let's get into the main affair. Senor Fuentes. Now, I must admit, it's a little bit noisy as they get a little bit excited here. And normally Destiny is a lot cooler than this, but obviously he's under pressure. Obviously, Senor Fuentes has no death before dishonor. As the very same black people and brown people and Muslims he wants to kill and destroy, he puts his little tail between his legs and goes with sub-like views. You would know this as a Catholic law, but the coveting is a sin, Senor Fuentes, but yet you covet. Ooh, my good lad. I want the most side on where's most IC3.
Educational institution, private firm are all working for some shadowy group of people, when in reality, every single behavior you see can be explained really simply.
It's not shadowy. Hold on. Let Destiny finish his point completely before anyone says anything.
Every single behavior that you see can be explained by ordinary human behavior. You don't need any sort of shadowy people or behind-the-scenes plan to explain any of the stuff that's going on.
Kanye, Mel Gibson, they're just crazy.
All right,
I want to respond, Nick. Yeah, please.
Okay. So I'm glad that.
And Destiny has a point in scientists, we call this notion, this idea, explanatory power, right? He doesn't seem to understand what that means. Explanatory power is the combination, the current methodology of science. It says, if I want to be able to explain something, what are my options? And there's some fundamental things that come from the history of William of Ockham or Razor, through Bacon, all the way to Peirce, and now mastered by, and obviously through Popper and everyone else, and now mastered predominantly by the greatest current English living physicist and thinker, that's David Joyce. Ooh, Jewish, English Jewish, sorry. And if you take that to our kind of field, the things we're working on, politics and AI, all the way down to something like Solomonov's inductive reference theory of inference, meaning that I want a theory that can explain something in a way that has the least amount of surprising facts, least amount of normal perpetual claims, etc. Destiny, I mean, God bless his soul, has no idea, but he's actually just saying that's the correct thing to do as opposed to the Jews did it. But let's hear what Senor Fuentes says in exchange.
That you said that, that's the thesis. It's certain people act a certain way sometimes. To suggest that there's any sort of tribal loyalty or anything like that is really, really weird, really crazy. I always love the weasel words. It's always like, because I'll give you my thesis in a second, but I just want to respond to that. It's always like these weasel words like really weird, really crazy. I'll tell you what's not crazy.
I'll tell you what's not crazy. As part of wiring up the GPT cores and all of the work we're doing for the AI chat, I did have to ask the AI and chat GPT if Nick Fuentes was gay, and the verdict from chat GPT is uncertain. But, you know, carry on in your hysterical pitch, Nicky Fuentes.
Jews have been a diaspora people for 2,000 years. In the last 150 years, they have made an effort to resettle Palestine, which they consider their holy land, they consider their historic homeland. They have, by hook and by crook, in violent ways and through corruption, internationally, conspired in the sense that it's people that have made an agreement to make that happen, to resettle Jews in Palestine. And they did it in some legitimate ways, some illegitimate ways, in Europe, in the Middle East, in America. And in many cases, it was violent. It involved subterfuge. It involved corruption. The idea that like that pattern of behavior is happening, it's not really weird. It's not really crazy. You're right. People act in certain ways. People act according to their nationality, tribe, ideas they have.
What a perfunctory and pedestrian analysis based on your fucked up worldview of identitarianism. You know, Hispanic savior of the white race. You just heard from Noam Chomsky. You just heard from the deepest, longest history of the European people, while your forefathers were even in Spain, no doubt, or wherever, the Honduras, or wherever they were, save of the United States. The Christians had already accepted sola scriptura. They'd already put their hand on their heart in the Bible and said, God has said these things. And part of that story, that revelation, involves the Jewish people. And that unless you've got a problem with that, you should email hashem@creation.il if you want to contest it. But until you can perform a theological refutation of Genesis, I can quote scripture after scripture to you, you've got no ground to stand on by claiming that these Jews are just running around doing this thing by themselves, all alone. On the case of Ryan, the Jews within the Jews are doing this, when everything about the history of the last 1,000 years says no. And more importantly, if you look at the epistemic basis of theology, one of the most fundamental principles of absolute faith is that of revelation, primary revelation, secondary revelation, and prophetic fulfillment. You heard it from Noam Chomsky, no friend of Israel, you might argue. You heard it from him, prophetic fulfillment. After so many thousand years, from Joshua, from the prophets, from the book, that the land will be given to the Jewish people, is a huge event. It's not some little plot of the Jews running around in the cemetery, writing protocols, rubbing their hands. This is the level of sheer intellectual ignorance that is put on a pedestal. Absolute intellectual drivel. No sense of history, no sense of theology, no understanding of the relationships of his own alleged people, let alone the people that define the faith of his entire civilization. But do tell us more, Nick.
And so my thesis is that Jews in particular have a tribal as well as a religious reason to act the way they do. They're disproportionately represented in many sectors of America. And by the way, they're not jobs. You know, saying that
baking is a job? Give me a break, right?
Exactly. Well, baking is, but owning all...
No, Yahoo, mama. Au contraire, my friend. Not only is it not anti-white, it is pro-white. It is pro-white. to fight Nazism. It is pro-white to fight anti-Semitism. In the age of the Great Replacement, in the cultural crisis of civilizational redefinition for European people, there is no position to take but a position against these people. You cannot be pro-white and pro-Nick Fuentes. It's a fundamental contradiction. If you're pro the prosperity of white people and peace and harmony with the other people in the world in a future that does them no harm, then batting for Team Nazis is not pro-white. Batting for Team Nazi is anti-white. It is absolutely anti-white. Yes, Mossad, link up in 2 seconds as soon as he finishes this bit, and I will just refute this point, and then you can come in.
Owning a bank is the job.
Owning all the banks is not a job. You may get an Asian programmer, an Asian IT guy, because Asians are good at math disproportionately.
No,
that's true. You might get a Mexican landscaper because it's cheap, low-skill labor. The Mexicans are
You're good at landscaping, are you, my dear?
Performing. Jews owning all the banks is something that they have inherited over centuries and millennia because of politics.
Okay, I'm going to let one in at a time. One more said, no, you absolute idiot. You've never worked in investment banking. You don't understand anything about Christianity. You don't understand the civilizational heritage and history of squandering. But unlike you, and unlike Ryan, someone who has worked in banks, did you just make the propositional claim that Jews run the banks? Do you know how banks are run, Mr. Fuentes? You don't, do you? An idiot can go onto the internet and check what's called AUM or TAUM, the total assets under management of a bank. What do we get when we look at the top 10 banks? Let's just go for top 10. First thing you'll notice, the top 5 or 4 of them are Chinese, not owned by anyone, including the Jews. Okay, dokes. What about the Americans? They're just doing it to the Americans. Well, JP Morgan, Bank of America, are owned by institutional investors. Oh, do you know what that means? That means when all your mom and your dad, and they bought their houses and they put their cowpers and all their little retirement money, pots over here and their 401ks, they were managed by these banks and they're not owned by the Jews. It is trivial to look at the ownership, both individual owners, institutional investors, and I did the search check myself. I mean, I obviously have access to all the data I need to, and I just clicked the largest individual single owner of the largest bank, JP Morgan's, a white man who's not a Jew who just died. So when you say the Jews own all the banks, you sound like a fucking idiot. You literally sound like a bonobo tier, is what I like to call it. You know, when you're guys sub-Saharan IQ, you're like a bonobo tier IQ. It's like sub-Saharan IQ tape. The Jews own all the banks.
And because of religion. And so if we want to talk about how that got to be, I don't think there's anything crazy about that. I think it's actually an interesting and important question because these are the decision makers in the society. It's not just people that are the legislators. We have to talk about the big money people. We got to talk about the media. We got to talk about the people in the bureaucracy. Determining their motivations and who they are is an important aspect.
I want to let everyone on straight away because you know what it gets. Most are only on first just because I just want to have a quick thing because Mossad knows the next bits which are coming up with foreign policy and Mossad knows a lot more about Middle Eastern politics than I ever will. But first set of claims, Jones owned the bank, and then what he does is he technically gish gallops away. He then just says, oh, we can't just speak about the banks, we've also got to speak about the control of the media, the banks, the whole mess. Here comes the man. Good evening, Mossad, sir. How are you?
Oh, sorry, I've got it twice.
Yeah, that always happens to me too. But
am I too loud? Oh,
I like when you're loud, man. I don't know. I'm one of the few guys who like it when you can shout over people, but
I can shout at everyone. I can always turn it up, you know. But
so I don't know. What do you think of it so far? So first quick claim, bit of background there, just to help tee it up nicely. And his first claim is about the banks, which is absolute nonsense. But now he's going to get into foreign policy and stuff, which I think is really much more you. Some like share the Juvenile for all sorts of things about Middle Eastern politics, because he makes all these claims about foreign policy, Nick, right? Like
yes, and I'm not even an expert at this, you know. I mean, Silver knows more than I do. I don't know where he is tonight, but yeah. I mean, I can answer a few things that he said that I know factually are wrong. I mean,
yeah.
Should I wait for him to say them?
Yeah, let's have play and listen because it's fun. He says, first of all, he doesn't understand the relationship, the history between the American people, the Jewish people, European people. He gets all that wrong. And then he goes, oh, they run everything. And then he goes into like, I think this is where everyone thought, oh, Keith Woods came out and said, "Oh, he got you. He didn't understand foreign policy. He didn't understand anything like Keith Woods understands these things either." Right? This is so. Let's have a listen. Let's have a
attribute of understanding why things are the way they are in America. The Jewish identity explains so much of it. That's the thesis.
Okay. What's your response to that?
What topic do you want to start with?
I mean, that he's saying that it isn't a coincidence that they're involved in.
Sure, it's not a coincidence. Nothing in history is a coincidence. But the question isn't whether it's a coincidence. The question is, remember, the JQ does not just state that Jews happen to be overrepresented in some industries. Now, people like Nick will try to shift that argument. Well, aren't there a lot of Jews there? Aren't there? But that's not the JQ. The JQ says that there is an intentional effort by those people to congregate all of their power and then to use that power to control the levers of society in very particular ways in order to effect positive outcomes for them, oftentimes at the expense of others. That's the JQ.
Okay, let me pose the next question then for you guys. Do you not think that Zion?
So before this, these other guys, I don't know who these guys are, Sneaker, Schmeeko, I don't know who these characters or creatures are. This one guy is really irritating. I think that was very eloquently explained by Destiny. The JQ is not saying, "Oh, Jews are better at banking. Look, there are more Jews in banking." Or look, there's more Jews in particle physics. That's not either racist. It's not even anti-Semitic. What is anti-Semitic is when you say, you see those Jews doing well in particle physics and computing, and those doing well, they've all got a secret group, and they all meet, and they're dominant to dominate. Yes. That's anti-Semitic, right? Right.
For anyone who just reads Israeli papers, even though they don't really reflect just the division between them about what should the Jews, so-called Jews, do, because there's such a spectrum of ideas. Like, we got everything from far left to far right to hardcore religious nuts to anti-religious nuts, everything in between. So to say that the Jews have a plan, even if we did have a plan, nobody will agree. Nobody will agree on a plan, and nobody will agree on how to do it.
Isn't that their favorite saying? Most has it: 2 Jews, 3 opinions, right?
Yes, and our wars that were not so successful, that like in '82 and was it 2006? I'm confused. Those were not so successful because the people couldn't decide on what should be done, if it should be done, and so on.
Look at Israel today, right? Just look at the left on the street fighting the judicial legislation. It's not like all the Jews are acting as like a hive mind, right? A Jewish overlord hive mind, right? They're all working together to fuck whitey, right? That's not what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to a Jewish guy who lives in London, and I said, and he's like 20-something. He's quite a good-looking guy, quite athletic. So I thought he had lots of girlfriends. He said, because I want to marry a Jewish woman, he said, they're all anti-Zionists, and I'm a Zionist. I like Israel, and he says all the Jewish girls are anti-Zionist. So the Jews that supposedly are Zionists are actually anti-Zionist, especially the young ones. It's another worrying trend, but it just proves that there's no
and there's no more.
How could we make a plan?
I mean, how many times have we had panels last year where we Mossad, you versus David versus Silva versus Joseph? How many times have Jews taken different positions against different Jews at different times against non-Jews? All the time. Exactly.
But I think, to try and be charitable to what they're saying, they're not saying that all the Jews, like all the millions of us, are united on some ideas. What they're saying is that there's like a Jewish elite that is kind of operating together, but beyond that, he's saying that this Jewish elite hates the white people or the Christians or the Muslims, whatever. But what he doesn't understand is this obvious thing, which is most of this Jewish elite is very secular and universalist and not actually very Jewish. They're not.
They tend to be very globalist, if anything, right?
Yes. So they're not really seeing the world in this way. They're thinking in the universalist way that borders are stupid and we should all be brotherhood of man. And I don't think that comes from a bad place. It's a naive place, but it's not like some evil plan.
No, you and I may disagree about it, but it's quite actually a thing. But can I just check who's this person? It's a new ID. Who are you?
Hello. My name is Sandra, Ralph.
Hello.
I think you're really sexy.
Yeah. Bye.
Trolls, right? They have to, right? They can't help themselves. Right?
That was powerful stuff.
Yeah, it's really great. I mean, is that the best you have, Sandra? Should you call yourself Rebecca, sweetheart? Are you going to go back and, go back to your game station or whatever? So anyway, but that's the whole point. So the JQ is this, at least Destiny lays out what the JQ is, right? So, to be charitable and fair, and you're right, Mosa, let's be accurate. So it's not a composition division fallacy at the level of two tiers. It's N-tier deep. There's a Jews within the Jews within the Jews, right? Soros and all of them, right? Abelman.
Yes.
Some Jews, and these Jews are the ones that are running the world, and they're anti-white and they're anti-Western, and they want to bring down the West, and they want to punish everyone for what happened. And some of the burden of proof of this is just left hanging in the air, right?
Yes, but just a bit more than that. What they're saying is this hate or despise for Christian and Muslims exists in all Jews. It's just that most Jews are just busy doing the day-to-day stuff, and they're not worried about taking over the world. But there are, more powerful Jews that are. I think that's what they're saying. So they're accusing all of us in some kind of...
Which is really, from a computer science perspective, if you look at lots of our subdisciplines, cryptography and stuff, I like things like zero knowledge proofs and stuff, right? In cryptography, you look at it, you go like, okay, so let's work this out logically in common. There's a secret bunch of Jews, and let's grant the premise, secret bunch of Jews. Let's say there are 100 of these Jews, right? And these 100 Jews are out there to control the world, and they're coordinating across all industries and all nations, because obviously they're running the world. And obviously they must be by coordinating, they must be communicating in some secret way. How did you say is can you give me a zero knowledge proof that you have the protocol?
Well, what they say,
right? Or how do you know?
I think the sophisticated version of this is that there's like people who are pushing for a certain global order, and a lot of them are Jews. That's the kind of
policy, right? That's the logical fallacy.
Yeah, I think what happens is Jews tend to be very good at certain things, and one of those things is
finance, media,
presentation, and written word. I mean, many great speeches were written or co-written by Jews. Ghostwritten by Jews.
Verbal IQ. It looks like everyone wants to come in. They keep coming to the backstage. Shall we let them in, Mossad? Might as well, right?
Sure. I mean, the famous
Hey,
"I Have a Dream." "I Have a Dream"
Mossad-
was written by a Jewish person. Yeah. Yes.
That's not a point in your favor, but I've been reading.
I'm just illustrating the point that they can be used to make very powerful statements. They're very good at this.
You're like a Zionist. You're like pro-Israel, right, Mossad?
Like most Israelis. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. I've been reading a book recently by Ian Pompey called "The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine." What do you think of this book?
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't read it. I'll say
read it. It's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Okay. What is he claiming?
He's basically claiming that there was a concentrated plan as early as 1945 to kick all the Palestinians out of Palestine to create a Jewish ethno-state.
So why didn't they?
Well, they gave it a good crack at it, honestly, around 800,000, right?
No.
Yeah, he gives documents for a lot of this shit and numbers. I would suggest you read it.
No, I'm familiar with all this stuff. It's been going on for years. If you actually look at what they're accusing and check everything, you find that the majority of cases, people just left.
Did they?
What Israel? Yes. What is
really?
In fact, you can see. Yeah, absolutely. You can see documentation, for example, that in Haifa, which was a very British city at the time, so there's a lot of documentation from Haifa. The Jewish community there, and leaders of the Jewish community, and even the leaders of like the Haganah at the time, which was to become the IDF, they begged the Arabs there to stay because there were pretty good relations. There were some problems, okay, but generally speaking, there were pretty good relations in Haifa between Jews and Arabs, and Arabs were essential part of the economy there as well. So nobody wanted them to leave.
Well, in the majority of these places, there were pretty good relations between the Jews and Arabs. It was just when the IDF stepped in that the relations got a bit
No,
dicey.
that's not true. That's not true.
I don't know,
It's
man.
simply not true.
Uh,
Well,
he's
yeah,
like
you don't. I do. I do.
he
You
gives
know,
he's.
I
I would highly
I do.
recommend you read this. I would
Why?
highly recommend you read this.
Why? Why
He
you highly
because he
recommend
gives
this book?
because he
Why
gives
not
very
read a Why not read a book by someone else? Why not? Why do you take what his version of it is true, and why not read a book by some guy who's a fanatic pro-Israeli and his
well, I
version
have
is
read a couple. I
completely
have read a couple of those, but this one
okay.
gives a lot more dates and shit. Like this one's
Well,
like
I know there's
actually
a I know there's an
getting out right.
I know there's an Israeli scholar. There was also a BBC documentary, and the BBC are not big fans of Israel, but even there, they've got testimony from several people that many fled before Israel did anything. So then the numbers you have are
But
wrong.
but the thing that he's on about in his book is that he's basically saying that I was aware of the ideal that they basically all just picked up and left so the Arabs could invade Israel. But the thing that he says
Not
is that
all,
they
not all, not all. Never claimed it was all, but there
around
is about
800,000.
no,
800,000.
no,
That's
no,
the
no, no, not
yeah.
all 800,000 left. So he's right that somewhere
Removed
evacuated.
force
Yeah,
forcefully.
yeah, yes, but not 800,000. And the argument about the numbers is quite a thing because sometimes it's very difficult to know what's true and what's not. Don't forget that in Israel itself, there are lots of people who are very anti all this stuff, so they investigate it deeply. There's a few very anti-Zionist Israelis that because they're in the country and they can go drive to the family of someone who claims something different very easily, you know. So they've been
Yeah, yeah.
gathering information. A lot of the stuff that is
I mean,
in that book is probably researched by Israeli academics who are.
oh well, Ian Pompeo is an Israeli academic. He is a Jewish academic. He's been
That
kicked out of.
doesn't sound like an Israeli name.
Oh, but Luce, I've
Well,
been tracking
he's a
lots of I've been
French
tracking a
Jew,
lot
I
of these
believe.
guys, right? I've been tracking
Okay,
lots of
okay, so
tracking lots of
fine.
left-wing anti-Semitism. There's a very strong Israeli movement. There are lots of
Yeah.
journals, and they sit there and all they do all day is argue for Palestinians, for a single state that's democratic, that's anti-Israeli. There are tons of Jews who are not. I mean, you might use the word label Zionist softly, but they wouldn't be called Zionists in any sense of the word be recognized. They literally want to give all the Arabs full rights, effectively make the Jews a demographic minority, and they're just fully Israeli, and they just
Well,
represent the Israeli left. Right?
well,
But
the thing about what the Jews are doing with the Palestinians, like I don't even necessarily disagree with it to an extent. Like I genuinely don't care if like two Sam people kick each other out of each other's land. But I don't know.
right.
I just wish we could do stuff like that in like France, for instance, personally.
And here's the deepest irony, isn't it? It's almost like if you claim you want to be a nationalist for your nation, then it would be by logical conclusion you must support the Israelis and the Jewish people with their own nationalism.
I mean,
Nationalism.
your
Well,
idea,
but that's the thing about being
your idea of what's going on in Israel is completely misguided and based on bad journalism. If you really want to know how Israel works, you need to stay there for a while.
Agreed. Mossad is
well that
absolutely Lewis
well
Hayes,
that's
Punisher. It's Punisher,
oh
buddy.
hello.
We spoke before. Do you remember?
No, I don't remember. Which stream was it? Ralph's or was it someone else's?
No, it was. I've got you
G-Block?
on my Telegram chat. We have spoke, but Mossad's
Oh yeah.
right.
Oh right. I remember. My bad.
You
My bad.
remember?
I'll give you an
Mossad's
example.
right.
Okay, I'll give you an
Mossad is right.
example.
You
The other way
either have
around.
to you either have to come to Israel and witness for yourself, because the media are just
Well, I mean,
Yes.
I've
I'll give you an
never
example,
I've
okay,
I've
Louis,
never
that
been
you'll
to.
understand. Are you
Hang on.
American? Are you
Hang
American?
on. Hang on. I've never been to Israel myself.
Okay,
But
okay,
hang
so
on.
let me tell you
Just
something
let
from
me say something
experience.
brief. Just let me
Okay,
say something briefly.
go.
The reason that I even know about this book is because I know like a former Christian missionary who went to Israel, and he highly
Okay,
recommended it to me. He said that when he showed it
okay.
to his Jewish friends, they were surprised by a lot of the information. And
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this stuff, true. But I'll tell you something. I mean, all my life I've been watching American movies. As I grew up, American politics, you know, well, obviously it's America, so it's on the news, and you know a lot about America, and you think you know about America, and watching movies and documentaries, and and you know, everything. And then I actually traveled to America, and it's completely different to what I thought it was. And Americans
Well, I mean,
are very different to
movies are
the
just
impression I got. And
movies aren't a good way to view a civilization.
no, but I did
country.
say I watched documentaries and interviews and lots. I mean, I was, you know, quite familiar with American culture from as an Israeli. You know, and I knew quite a bit about the politics there, and I was interested in American history in high school. I forgot almost everything. So you know, but once I met Americans, it was like totally different. It was very, very
No,
different.
Mozart, I had the same thing.
Yeah,
Also,
you were like,
I was shocked by the diversity in America because I traveled to like 3 different places, like East Coast, Midwest, and West Coast, and it was like 3 different countries. Okay.
yeah, you were
Most of the fun
expecting,
thing, the first time I was in the States,
you were
I
expecting
had the
like
same
some.
thing. You know, I knew so much about the States. My first week in the States, I was like, hey, I was out with my friends, American, and I just said, they said, hey, okay. And I said, oh, it was really hot. And I just got a bottle of beer and started wandering down, drinking it down the street until the first cop car pulled up. Like, you can't drink on the street. I'm like, what? No,
Yeah,
you can't drink alcohol on the street. You're like, oh, okay. They're like, empty the bottle. I was like, are you serious? They're like, empty the bottle. I was like, okay. So I never realized in England you can drink wherever you want, right? I mean, it's like, so funny.
Yeah, massage. You were like expecting some. You were expecting like some, like 50% English, 40% German, 10% Irish guy, but you just found a bunch of fat Mexicans or something like that.
No. I mean, I was actually in different places, so I saw different things. It wasn't so much. Yeah, there were more. How do you call them? Latinx or whatever they call them in LA. In LA than I expected.
We prefer the term Latinx, you know, like we use the term Latinx.
Like Senor Fuentes.
And you know, I was there not as a tourist, so I didn't go to. I was like working, you know, visiting family and stuff like this, so I could see the day-to-day life, you know, and I interacted with all sorts of people.
Well, now we've got 2 people from Israel here. Let's hit the next bit. I want to get into the bit where he actually now tries to make the case for entirely for the United States is just a puppy of Israel. It's just offensive if you're an American patriot.
Zionism.
Oh yeah,
let's
be.
Zionism does, and we can try to say that.
Sorry, go on.
It's the complete opposite. If anything, we have been under the thumb of America. Mossad hopefully can back me up on this. We've been under the thumb of America for way too long, and we've had to.
Because you're an Anglo creation, bro. You're an American Anglo creation, dude. Oh, like, yeah, of course.
No, but hold on, but but Lewis, I get what you're saying, but all we hear is how we control the Jews or Israel control America, and that is complete bollocks. I mean, anyone with half.
When I say Jews, I'm talking about like a lot of rich people.
Anyone with half a brain, right, realizes that Israel is important to America because of what the last 20, 30 years, or maybe more, when they needed a democratic ally around the Arab states, and they needed a watchdog, and that's what we were. We were a puppet. Maybe Mossad can correct me because Mossad knows more than this than I do. I'm just a diaspora Jew who made Aliyah. But from what I've grown up and what I've realized is the fact that we were always a watchdog for America. We were spying on the Middle East. We were the democratic state in the middle of the Middle East, so that
basically
exactly what he's going to do.
Well, personally,
what does Israel ever do for America? What benefit is it? You're just a puppet state. And again, the ignorance of foreign policy. You would know straight away after the show, the formation of the CIA, the formation of the division in British intelligence, and the first covenant that made and created the modern version of MI6. They realized that as nationalism was rising, Israel, India, Africa, post-Berlin conferences, they realized that if the United States and the West generally had a huge spatial interest in the Middle East against the Soviets in the Cold War, the Israelis know how to speak the language, they know how to integrate, they understand every dialect, whereas Americans and Brits would stick the fuck out in a post-colonial world. Of course, Israeli intelligence would be critical. So Israeli
well said, Ralphie. Well said, Ralphie.
I mean, there from day one. If you understand anything, hey, evening, baby.
And of course,
about the intelligence services, you know that it's not how many weapons, how many planes I could land. The Americans sold the Jordanians, the Saudis weapons just to stop the Soviets selling them. But it's Israeli intelligence that really mattered.
It came to a point where Americans would literally order from Israel a Soviet weapon so they can examine it and see how to defend against it. You know,
I heard Jews in groups.
I get that.
Israel supplied spying information on the Soviet Union. They had deep connections inside the Soviet Union because of Russian immigrants. Right?
Yeah, the ability also to speak the languages. They're not, everyone thinks Jews are Ashkenazi Jews. No, they're non-Ashkenazi Jews that can go into Beirut, to Lebanon, to Tripoli, and they wouldn't stick out. They can do all sorts of intelligence activities. Langley can't do, and MI6 can't do. And that's the
Eli Cohen, one of Ralphie. Eli Cohen, one of he was, I think, Mossad. He was Syrian, right? He was in the Mossad,
so, yeah.
and he was he went into Syria and spied. He was of Mizrahi descent. So you're right. I mean, look, we're so diverse anyway, and we have people who can speak all languages, and that was basically what happened. We sent in Eli Cohen. We went to Syria. The whole go on, Mossad, go on. You
Sorry, there's a whole stream with me and Silver did about just some of the stuff Israel did for America. I mean, it's just sad that Americans don't realize it. But then, it's a big country. It's got its own internal worries. They don't need to know it. But
that's not true. A lot of Americans are
I kind of get it, but at the same time, you got to measure it against the other thing, which is the sort of bad effect that's had on American Muslim diplomacy when we're like funding this like fucking upstart state in the middle of the Middle East. And you got to measure it against that as well.
What do you mean? You literally owned the Gulf. That's all you cared about.
Well, I mean, but you didn't like Osama bin Laden say.
Oh God, sorry, I'm not going to.
No.
You're fine. You're fine, bro.
We could try to say that it's because of some weird Jewish blah blah blah. But the reality is, the United States wants an ally in the Middle East. Israel is our best ally that we have in the Middle East. Just like Turkey is a strong ally in the Middle East.
We get the money. That's why.
The idea that we need like a Jewish conspiracy or some Jewish plan to explain that, we don't need one. Just like we don't need a Turkish conspiracy.
Wait.
Just like we don't need a Turkish conspiracy to explain why we're so close to Turkey in the Middle East, despite all the political disagreements that we have with them.
I want to really laser focus in on this. So, Stephen,
did you finish your point before he starts?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so Stephen, I want to hear what your opinion is on Israel. So, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that Israel is America's closest ally because Israel benefits America the most. Is that right?
I'm saying that Israel is a close ally to the United States because there's a benefit for them being an ally in the Middle East. Yes.
What is the benefit?
The benefit is geopolitical. The benefit is that we've got a strong ally in that region of the world. It helps us deploy assets. It helps us have bases in these areas.
And this, here you go, guys. But this is the crazy thing. It's almost like Nick is denying the entire intelligence cooperation during the entire Cold War between Israel, the United States, and particularly UK. Because if you look at the intelligence history, because I'm a huge fan of the security services, those hate me for it, know why. If you look at it, the Brits and the Americans who formed the first basis of 2I, the initial covenant after World War II between Langley and the Brits were like, what the fuck are we going to do in the rest of the world? We got to deal with Africa, Asia. In the Middle East, it was obvious. The Israelis are the closest to us, whereas the Jews and Christians are easy. They're the only people who can go and give us all the intelligence we need across Syria, Lebanon, Jordan. That relationship has never stopped. And Nick seems to be blissfully unaware of the U.S.
I'm going to let you finish. But let me explain in a language that Nick might, well, actually not Nick, where Ryan might understand, going back to what Ryan said. Ashkenazic Jews are the closest people in the region, racially speaking, to whites.
I mean, you can't send an Ashkenazi Jew into Damascus. You can't send him into Tripoli without him sticking out.
You'd be surprised. You'll be surprised.
And there's some swarthy ones. You couldn't send me there, but
no, we couldn't.
I mean, the Ashkenazi, a lot of Ashkenazi are actually Sephardi, meaning they're from Spain. So they're dark and they can blend, especially in the northern Arabic countries.
Well, that's true as well. Ralphie, you've seen me, and when I go in the sun, I look white normally, but when I go to the sun, I go dark. So I could,
Yeah,
and my thick eyebrows, I could
it.
fit in pretty well, Ralphie.
Those bikini shots you keep sending me, bro. I think we got to talk about that later.
So to talk straight on, I mean, I can't remember all the benefits, but it was spying for America on the Arab and Soviet world. It was
intelligence.
I mean,
so
intelligence.
Raymond will back me up. No intelligence, bad military. Good intelligence, bad military, right? You can't just go land on planes somewhere. Where should we go? I don't know. Let's just land the US Air Force somewhere.
Well, considering
the other thing is
Israeli
Israeli tech. So Israeli defense tech is one of the most advanced in the world, and sometimes Israelis do things better than the Americans and tend to do it cheaply. Not always, okay? I mean, the Americans are still
and then you sell that tech to China for us.
So what?
When
China could just steal ours.
Don't forget that America encouraged commerce with China until a certain point.
I don't know if I'd be too worried about Israel selling tech to China, considering it's easier for China to just go into our government agencies and steal shit.
They just go send in their graduates
and they just send attractive Chinese spies, right? And then our senators give them that information, or representatives give them that information.
The honey trap, Raymondo. The honey trap.
I still think that's unfair, though. This is military tech. This is not normal tech. Like we shouldn't be selling them regardless. I understand the current American regime is full of vipers and snakes who basically give this shit a green light, or at the very least turn a blind eye to it, but that does not justify bad behavior on our part.
Here's another elephant in the room, and subhanAllah, I don't need to be, God bless all the Tommy Robinson and Muslim fans here, but in the 1950s, the US woke up to not just the Cold War, but the rise of militant Islam post the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Americans are going like, whoopsies, this ain't ever going to work for us. Hang on, the Israelis are Jews, they're never Muslim, never going to be a problem. Right, so that was a massive thing because in the 50s and 60s, the Americans were getting the House of Saud ready, and they're looking, they're going like the Wahhabis were there from day one, right? And they're looking at going, these guys want to kill us. We're the big Satan. Israel are not Muslim, right? I mean, and this is the thing a lot of people in the West naturally get, right? They naturally get like, oh, Jews are not like Muslims, right? So even secular Westerners get that.
Hang on. Didn't Osama bin Laden say that one of his main motivators was he was there when like the Israelis were massacring some fucking Palestinians? Then it's like these two but that's kind of the thing. It's like, yes, Israel is a big benefit for us, but they're also kind of, even if you don't believe in the dancing Israelis and you just believe the mainstream.
Well, I was about to say that.
Hang on, but even if you just believe in the mainstream narrative of 9/11, they're kind of responsible for us every single war we've been involved in the Middle East. For the
Louis, my answer to this is very simple. What was the first American war after the War of Independence? It was the first time American troops were deployed outside of American soil.
Fighting Somalian pirates or some shit. Algerian pirates.
Yeah. Okay. And the short answer is, do you know why we fought them?
Because they were kidnapping white people, and they
and what was our reaction to that initially? Because we didn't initially go to pick a fight. We initially told them, let's have peace. What did they respond with?
I'm not that familiar with this history.
You are infidels, that much is sufficient.
Yes.
So the short answer is,
what does that have to do with...
Oh, sure.
Yes,
the short answer is...
But what does that have to do with Osama bin Laden?
Can we do it short?
Because
version?
give it enough time. Give it enough time, and it's a question of when they have time to attack you, they will. When they have to. They're conquering.
But then after that, they spent the next. But they could say But then after that, they spent like the next few hundred years like minding their own fucking business in the middle of the Middle East. Like
they had societal collapse. They had societal collapse.
Okay, hold on.
How many bases do we have in Israel?
Let's see what French's thinks.
I don't know how many bases we have.
Okay, really?
What do we deploy from Israel?
I don't even know in terms of economy. Nothing. There's absolutely no economic, no beneficial interest whatsoever for Israel being there.
And no Israelis died in the Iraq War. Everything in the big controversy actually for the Muslim world is that Saudi Arabia allowed us to station there and use their airspace, which is like a total.
We're friends with Saudi Arabia too, are we not?
I know. But
is that also a Jewish conspiracy?
Saudi Arabia.
Okay,
why are we friends with Saudi Arabia if the Saudi Arabians and the Jewish people
don't change the
get
subject.
along?
Ralph, I mean, it's the way he spins everything. Saudi Arabia is like dependent on his American defense. It's not that they allow you; they pay you for it.
Yeah.
And also,
he's a fucking idiot. Sorry, guys.
He's a total idiot.
Ralphie, sorry.
Don't forget that
we're
Iraq
looking at Nick
invaded.
Fuentes, and he's a moron. He's a piece of shit. He's got no brain cells. He spins a line. He reads off a script. He's an absolute fucking moron. And
Okay, but just for the facts, Iraq invaded Kuwait. Saudis were very afraid of Iraqi invasion. It's very easy to invade Saudi. If someone has been there in the area, they will testify that it's very easy. If you want to, the Saudis are known that their army is the best equipped and worst human resourced, shall we say? They're useless, and even if they were good, they were nothing compared to the Iraqi army.
Yeah, but
sorry, Ralphie. Can I ask Mossad a question quickly? Sorry, buddy.
So the only defense for Saudi is Americans. So if Americans died, they died for Saudis, for Kuwaitis, not for Israelis. And of course, Israelis would not get involved in a war like that.
It's also the biggest concern from the 50s was because of the Said and the writings of Pan-Arabian and National Socialism. They knew that the Muslim Brotherhood had created the ideology of the Wahhabis, and the only thing that keeps the House of Saud up away from the Wahhabi Muslims is the United States, right? The US is stopping that place taken over by hardcore Islamic militants, right?
And by the way, to answer Louis' previous point, just short, it was only it was not even his main point, Osama bin Laden. They call America big Satan and Israel small Satan. And by the way, they also call the UK another Satan.
The part that Mossad, he was in the Carlyle group. Anyone know about the Carlyle group, who also George W. Bush was part of? It's just a load of crap. They were in cahoots.
Now, you don't want to go get into the conspiracies around 9/11.
Well, it's not conspiracy. It's true.
But then,
you
know what else is true? Do you know what else is true? That there were Jews that were dancing around fucking 9/11 while it was happening.
And we warned America about 9/11 numerous times, but that's never brought up, Louis.
They were not dancing. They were not dancing.
They were dancing, and there were probably some college students pissed up. So do me a favor, Louis.
I know the whole story. I saw a debate between Ryan Dawson and
another genius.
An Israeli journalist who actually investigated all the details. And when you actually look through the Ryan claims, it all falls apart. When he claims, for example, that the two people lived in the same area, so there was like a connection between the Israeli guy and one of the terrorists. Exactly. They lived in a different period of time, and everything falls apart. And they were not dancing. They were not dancing. They just thought they got. Hold on. They just thought they got good photography, and they were quite pleased with themselves. That's all.
Do we know 100% they're Israeli? Mossad, do we
know?
Yeah.
We know exactly who they are. They were on Israeli TV as well.
Oh, okay. So they were dancing around, celebrating one of our biggest allies.
They weren't dancing. They weren't dancing.
No, this is what I'm saying.
They were celebrating getting pictures, man. That's all it was. They were just celebrating pictures.
But again, buddy, no. You can take the piss, Lewis. But Israel, and I'm telling you this because it's everywhere. Israel warned America on numerous occasions, Mossad backed me up on this, on numerous occasions that something was going to happen, and he laughed it off. They laughed it off. So do me a favor, Lewis, you're not an idiot.
That's right. Israel warned.
But in the end, why did they only evacuate?
This is insane. This is insane. I mean, you understand that the level of
Jews. Oh, do me a fucking favor. Sorry, Ralph.
They didn't. Lots of Jews died that day. What are you talking about? That's just
correct.
To say
One of the first guys was an Israeli Jew who died.
What evacuated Jews? What are you talking about?
I was referring to Silverstein. I think that was his name. Was that his name? The guy who owned the tower.
Yeah,
I don't think these people
we had prior knowledge, and we all escaped and let all the Gentiles die. What a load of fucking crap.
Lots of Jews died there.
You're not an idiot. You're not an idiot.
What are you talking about? Look at the names, man. It's just easy to check. How would you believe this rubbish?
But why argue?
I don't. You know what your problem is? Your problem is you're determined to find evidence, and you just cherry pick and you don't check. If you check the names of the people who died, but then you'll say, oh, those names are forged. They didn't really die. They were, moved to Area 51.
No, I'm not going that schizo. I'm not going that schizo.
Okay, so listen, lots of Jews died, and it was a very bad day in Israel because
100%.
our best ally in the world has been attacked. That's a very bad news in Israel. People were shocked and very saddened by this. And they knew that the Jews would be there, but that wasn't really the issue for Israelis. The issue was like, oh my God, America is under attack. You know, it's like, it's the worst thing. It's like your mom being attacked or something.
Look, I'm just saying this about Israel, right? The Middle East is 100% Muslim, right? Like the entirety of the Middle East, it's some form of Shia, Sunni, whatever bullshit.
Well,
all the
Christians ran away. All the Christians ran away.
Wait a minute, I'm not. Right. Yeah, there's very small minorities spread throughout the Middle East. I know.
Yeah, Guess what happened to them? It used to be Christian.
Yes. I'm familiar.
Why is this
I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with this.
Save Christians in Lebanon.
I don't hear Nick worried about them. I never hear Nick worried about them.
Of course,
I'm familiar with this. But the point that I'm trying to make, is that when you put a rival religion, and then you give them when you put a rival religion state in the middle of a homogenous, semi-homogenous religious state, they don't get along that well, and that's why the Middle East has been like so fucking angry at us.
Lewis.
No, they don't. But it gives
along.
Look, if we had put a Crusader state where Israel is now, I have a feeling the same things would have happened. Like that's what you don't like put a rival religious state in a bunch of like these religious extremists and then expect them to just be like, that's cool.
What do you mean by put the state there? Where do you think Israel was ever going to be? Like
exactly.
Africa?
It just grew up.
Madagascar.
No, do be 11.
Hey, that sounds like a smart theory, right?
So
Judea Samaria. Look at the name, Lewis. Judea Samaria.
Judea. Yes. I know. But your people hadn't had a significant presence in the region since.
Okay.
What was his
hold
name?
on. Let me just answer. Let me give you some facts. You know the first what we call terrorist organization to represent the Palestinian people.
I'm out. I just wanted to
hold on. Let me speak. I waited. Let me speak. It was called the PLO. It was a secular organization started by Christians and Muslims. Okay, so it's not about religion. It's not exactly religion thing. So
you don't hang on, but you don't think.
Hey, I let you speak. You gave your speech.
Go ahead,
Shut up.
All right, go ahead.
So this idea that it's a religious thing, it's a lot more complicated. Okay, and I really don't need the expertise of Americans when it comes to the Middle East, because you've proved yourself to be so stupid. I mean, the British at least had some idea about the Arabs. You are clueless.
Hang on, wait a sec. Who's this? Troll?
I mean, yeah, clearly we're clueless. We're supporting a fucking Jewish Muslim sea.
No, because you went into Iraq and Libya and Syria and Iran and all these places. You don't understand them. You wanted to make a democracy in Iraq. I mean, that's just so stupid. Like,
what a terrible
who
idea
thinks
that was.
that?
Okay,
Oh my
pause. Can we just defend the Crusader state for a moment? I just want to point something out. Yes, it started out as secular, but the consequence of the Muslim Brotherhood is that it's returned to being Islamic, the normal pattern of the Islamic world, which is Islamic-based ideology, Islamic-based nationalism, Islamic-based ideology. The attempts to set up a Crusader state in Lebanon, while unsuccessful, were righteous.
Hey guys, sorry.
Okay, that's based and everything, but I'm just saying that it's like.
But Lewis, who tried to set up a Crusader state in Lebanon?
Can we just talk about facts instead of like cheap
some Norman
analysis?
king of some shit? Like, I don't even know this exact. It's like some. It's the Normans, right? It was the Normans that set up.
No. 30, 40 years ago.
30, 40 years ago. I'm unfamiliar with this Crusader state.
The Israelis.
I just want
to.
No. They do not recognize Jesus, therefore they are not a Crusader state.
No. The Maronites did. We were trying to give the Maronites.
Let me just remove the guys who are not listening to me for a second.
Like, this is the thing. The Jews.
Here, hang on, Jordan. There's a new guy here. You need to say something, bro.
Yes. I am Israeli.
Oh, are you an Israeli troll? Is that a proper Israeli accent, or?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know. We've got 3 Israelis on here. Do you think that's an Israeli accent or a troll?
Sounds like a troll.
Sounds like a troll to me.
Say something Israeli can speak Hebrew.
It's a troll.
Say something Hebrew.
It's a troll.
I just
Boom. Sorry, Travis.
I just have a genuine question to sort of move
Oh
the
my
conversation instead of us arguing about this the whole time,
You see-
whether or not, like,
Well,
whether
what
or not.
happens is, Ray, there's a pattern, okay?
Okay.
Notice the pattern. Someone throws some accusation, then we spend 10 minutes defending against this silly accusation, then they throw another one. What about this? And then another one. What about this?
I
And it's
understand.
just endless.
Mossad, you're not allowed to
very-
notice.
move
Hey,
the
stop talking over me.
conversation
Shut up. Shut up.
I'm gonna
Not
say
Ray,
more
but,
Max.
but you, every time, Apex, every time I speak, you start with your whiny voice. Shut up. Shut up. I'll let you speak,
You're
and you
not
let me
allowed
speak,
to
okay?
notice, Mossad.
Shut up. Shut up.
All right, boys, can we get back to? I really want not to get off the Nick thing too much, and I know you guys are going to be at each other. Let's have a quick little Nick just to calm it out. So Nick,
I
tell
don't
us
want.
what
I,
That's the point.
If they don't, if they don't
I don't
ask
want to
them,
bring
why
up
would
the
we Saudi
Jews.
Arabia then too?
Hang on.
Yeah.
We could talk
Louis,
about Saudi
stop.
Arabia in a second. I want to talk about Israel. So you said that we're allied with Israel because they provide us the benefit. I said, what's the benefit? You said, well, it's geostrategic. I said, what does that mean? You said, well, we deploy stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I just said, well, no, actually, they don't do any of that. So I want to stick to the same question. What does Israel do for us specifically?
Specifically, I wouldn't be able to tell what Iraq does for
So
us
you don't know.
specifically either. No, I don't know.
So you have
100%.
no idea.
I don't know.
Okay, well, the answer is
Yeah, tell
nothing.
us.
And the answer is nothing. We give them $3.8 billion per year in aid. That's in addition to all kinds of other special provisions. Every other country, because you're right to some extent about the foreign aid. We give a lot of these countries foreign aid, but there's a reciprocal advantage for foreign aid. Like, for example, we give Egypt a lot of foreign aid. You want to know why we give Egypt a lot of foreign aid? They became the second they became the second largest recipient of foreign aid after the Camp David Accords in 1978. They were the first nation to sign a peace treaty with Israel. It was only after that that they became the number 2 recipient of foreign aid. But one of the benefits that we get from the foreign aid, besides that we brokered a peace deal with Egypt, it was very controversial, very unpopular, is that Egypt buys our military equipment with the money we give them. Israel's the only country in the world that they don't have to spend all the foreign aid money they get.
Not true.
on
Not
American
true.
defense
Not
industry.
true.
They can spend it on their own defense industry.
Not true. It's not true. I believe it's 75% has to be spent with America, and 25 we can spend ourselves. I might be wrong on the percentage, but it's there's a big crowd in Israel that says that actually it's a bad idea because we're dependent on American ammunition, meaning that after I don't know what period of war we'll have to do what America says because we won't have ammunition.
Oh, okay. Well, I also did a quick look myself as well, just before I went to the stream, to the division of the largest foreign aid recipients in the U.S. Over the area and region, and most of the data just says the reason that those relationships were built in the 1950s onwards was the Americans were like, we're going to give the Jordanians weapons, the Iraqi, everyone weapons, just to make sure that the Russians don't give them weapons. So they had an agreement with the Israelis.
Yes.
Okay, you're safe. The U.S. Air Force have covered you. But if we don't give these guys and sell them our shit, and we'll always sell them the weaker shit. We didn't give them the best shit. They gave them really the best shit. Otherwise, the Russians were going to sell them MiGs. So they sold them like F4s and they sold them F8s. They sold them the older planes always just to block the Russians out. So when Nick says, oh, the Americans are doing this is because of some nepotistic fiscal thing, that's just rubbish. That's just not true.
Ralphie, can I just tell the whole world how bad Israel is? Israel has this amazing organization that my friend is part of, which is brings children from around the world, especially black children from Africa, for heart transplants. For heart transplants. Also, how bad Israel is, we send out IDF soldiers to places where they've had earthquakes to help them, like in Turkey recently, but I don't think that's more exactly. So we're just terrible. We're apartheid. You know, we have separate toilets for Arabs.
What the fuck? I hate it. No. Here's the thing.
It's just
I like Israel.
Assalamu alaikum, Ralph.
The Iranians
look, Punisher, I think you might have
It's a Persian takeover.
I like Israel. I like how they modeled a lot of their government.
You're not a bad guy. I know you're not a bad guy. We spoke. You're not a bad guy. I'm just saying that some of the things you believe and you're bought into.
It's crazy.
Hi, Banksy. It's just bollocks. And Mossad knows better than Raymond. Did you want to speak? Sorry, buddy.
I was only going to try and move the conversation forward with I think the most relevant question of it all, right? If all of the intent, if the only intent of the JQ is to address whether or not Israel is important to the United States of America, the real question that ought to be asked is what is the impact if we stop supporting Israel? What ends up happening, right? what ends up actually
We'll manage.
occurring, and then
Sorry,
well, to the U.S., what's the impact that happens to the U.S. if we stop supporting Israel? And then the other question is, and if there's no real answer for or against, if there is an actual answer against, right, then ultimately it behooves America to stay allies with Israel. That's the real question that nobody ever bothers asking.
I'm pro-isolationist in general.
When you say support for Israel, the question is, what's the basis within the United States? What's the basis
You're a bit
within
quiet, Ralph.
this American support? Yeah. What's the basis for the American support? It looks like a large basis of this American support is, first of all, Christian, and secondly, secular friends of Israel. So when you say you're anti-support for Israel, what American polity do you represent? Ooh, the far left and the far right. You don't represent the majority of Americans, so you don't have a moral legitimacy to be anti-Israel.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just because everybody wants to get into the we should just stop, and you go, okay, but like what is it? What does it matter to you? Why explicitly do you ensure that we stop doing it? Because nobody really wants to ask the real questions. They just kind of want to defend or go against the real.
Raymond?
I get you. I think you just said it, right? You just said it. You were like, you're an extreme isolationist, which I would be. I'm technically pro-isolationist as well, but I'm also not explicitly hostile to the entire notion of effective diplomacy.
Can I
think we should cut? No, I think we should cut everything off. Like cut the southern border off, cut the northern border off.
You're right. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's go invade and deal with the cartels.
When you do that, what do you think the world is going to do? Do you think everyone's going to be just happy and?
Yeah, that's part of the problem. We're learning. We are learning the consequences of outright hostility to a vast majority of the globe, and it doesn't even have to be political or military hostility. It can be social hostility, encouraging or increasing social unrest within countries. We're learning the consequences of that right now in Europe. We are learning the consequences of that right now with Europe, and people hate us for it.
I see that in Germany. Why do you want to spread do something that causes anti-Americanism in the world?
You're quiet. You're quieter than everyone else.
Personally, I think the majority of the world can stand on its own 2 feet. Like if we turn Japan and Germany loose, I'm sure they can reindustrialize rather easily. Like they don't need us that much, dude. I'm sure they can figure it out.
Not the problem. Not the
they
problem.
Actually do. Can I say something about Japan? Sorry, because a lot of people seem to think that Japan is just this sort of special country that became rich because they have high IQs and they're Asian. But really, it's because like the Americans let them have a piece of the pie of the automotive industry, and it completely cut off Detroit. And like that's why Detroit is fallen into shit. But the only thing that Japan is allowed to build are cars and instruments and stuff, but because we didn't let them build any airplanes because the US were very scared of them, rebuilding their air power. But that's
But in America,
that's why Japan is the way they're only strong because the US allowed them to be strong.
No, but even
that's right.
Also, as a counter to China.
Well, they're only weak. Well, to counter that, they are only weak because we made them weak. To counter that.
No, but that's older than that, Tiger. It's the 1870s and 1880s where the Americans started modernizing Japan. Right? So that's well before World War II that the modernization of Japan purely under American imperial supervision. Right? That's why they are where they are. Right?
So
let me maintain their imperial spirits. So.
Guys, let me make it simple because I love things simple. Okay. Whoever controls the seas, controls the world, controls commerce, has the stronger currency, and just gets things done and benefits from that, right? And that was the British in the past, and today it's America. And if America loses that and loses its influence, your quality of life will go down. Eventually, you'll be attacked more and more and more because people will blame you for all the things that go wrong.
Well, that's kind of the thing, Raymond. I kind of don't think China and Russia are that big of a threat, personally. Like, I think they're more paper tigers, personally.
This is true. They're not, but they're not a threat because the US didn't let them become a threat. Because the US took them out.
I don't think they. I don't think they
China.
can be.
Nixon built a wedge between China, and making both the United States and China's economy dependent on one another, which And now China was no longer friends with Russia. Yeah, Russia's more of a major power than a superpower. They're not a superpower.
Does that matter? Does it matter?
They're weak because America kept them weak, and that's good.
No. To defend American foreign policy, does any of that matter? Or is the goal of American foreign policy for the past 150 years been to keep Germany down and to keep Russia out.
Pretty much.
No,
Yeah.
because
Or
before
part of it. It's
Germany,
been a
there
big
was
part of
France,
it.
So,
Okay,
My
so
Germany only existed
Germany.
for
My
British.
counter
Like,
argument.
No. The American foreign policy. Hang on. The American foreign policy, same as England's foreign policy on mainland Europe, is to prevent Europe from uniting itself. That's the American policy.
It
So
can't.
whether that includes Germany, France, or Russia, it's always been
No, with Russia.
Banksy,
The end of that
Banksy
sentence,
is
yeah,
Banksy
to
has an
prevent
attempt
mainland
to-
Europe from
I think,
uniting
no, I
with
think that's
Russia.
Britain's. So that's what
Banksy,
Britain wants. So.
what's your take on the affair so far? I noticed you do the Eminem baseball hat shit, but what's up? What's up, my? You're looking too quiet. You look like you're
This
bald.
is Donald Trump's hat. It's Kofevi. I have words, all the best words.
Oh, okay. What did you watch? the face?
Covfefe. Yes.
Kofevi. Well, are you guys are we still on the Nick Fuentes conversation or some other conversation? Because things shifted.
Yeah. I was trying to move it along by asking the question, if we start sitting here criticizing Israel, does it actually benefit America? And my argument is that it doesn't benefit us to sit here and criticize Israel the whole time and then turn against them. But
Look,
it doesn't look like it
Israel
benefits us to support them either. That's kind of the problem, is nobody really wants to know, because
Can I say
ultimately
something?
the truth is going to hurt people.
But
Can I
really,
say
I think the opposite. If you look at the distribution curve, the only people anti-Israel in the United States are the very far right and the very far left.
The edges,
Right?
yep.
The Cortez and the
Not the bell curve.
The majority of Americans go like,
Not the
"Hey,
top of the bell
my
curve.
choice is Israel or Islam." Most Americans are like, "Hey, we'll take Israel. They're fighting
Yeah.
the Muslims, right?" And all.
Well, I mean, the question for me would be like, why do we even like?
They're fighting terrorists. Sorry.
What's the difference?
Look, I support Maronite Lebanon anyway.
I mean, honestly, if we're gonna look at this like in the base way, like they're both rivals to Christianity, and we need to exterminate and convert all of them and create a ethno-Christian state. No, shut the hell up! No, we aren't.
But if
Shut
you actually-
the hell up!
The thing
Shut
is,
the
Lewis-
hell up! Shut the hell
Lewis,
up! We aren't. No,
Lewis,
Shut
if
the
you
hell up.
actually believe in actual Christianity, Christians or those fanatics believe that the only way for the second coming of Christ is for the Jews to be back and the homeland, and that is where
That
a lot
is
of motivation
no, but
comes
that's some
from.
Protestant evangelical
that's actually
bullshit.
just a genuine misinterpretation of things like Revelation
That's just-
under the
that's
presumption
just
that
evangelical
man himself can
bullshit.
activate God's.
Can I say
no,
something
that-
anti-Semitic? Can I say
Yes,
something?
So all the Jews need to be in Israel for God to activate God mode.
Oh, so you're saying that we should deport all of them? Is that what you're implying, that we should deport all the Jews to Israel?
Can I say something? Wait, can I just say
If so,
something?
I might support
Before you go to
that.
crusade, Lewis, are you an Orthodox Christian? You're Ortho bro or you're a Catholic? What are you?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh, I'm raised Protestant. I'm Protestant, bro.
Oh, so you're Protestant as anti. Okay, fascinating. You
Wait,
Protestants don't
No,
agree.
I'm not anti any branch of Christianity. I think they all have their benefits, but I'm just raised this way. So
Oh, so you think Mormons, even though they don't believe in the divinity of Christ,
they
you
aren't
think
Christian?
Mormons have
Mormons
their
aren't
benefits?
Christian. No, I said all Christians. I didn't. Mormons aren't Christian.
You gotta be careful about that, man. There's still a lot of people that think.
Don't they
LDS
call
is
themselves
Christian.
the
I know,
Church
the
of Jesus
Mormons-
Christ and the Latter-day
look,
Saints?
Yes, they now call themselves Latter-day Saints, not Mormons. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
but no,
literally call themselves the Church of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints.
Banksy,
Oh,
to
no,
be fair,
of Latter-day.
Yes,
of
Banksy-
Latter-day Saints.
Frankly,
Oh,
to be fair though, the Mormons
Yes.
reckon that, look, if God was going to give revelation to this guy who is a blue eyeliner wearing in the middle of Arabia, he might as well do the US as well, right? So, they just thought
Oh yeah, hey Raymond, have you been active in the chat recently? Raymond, have you?
No, I just
Have
enjoy
you been
lurking
looking in
when
our
people
chat?
start going, when people start getting really autistic and just start spamming a bunch of ridiculous garbage. I just start lurking the whole time because there's no point in trying to get into a
that's
conversation
kind of funny.
with
Hang
what
on,
is apparently
but
schizoids.
It's
like,
kind of fun. It's kind of funny that you mentioned the Mormon thing because we've recently brought in like 5 Mormons and they've been fighting with the Christians and Muslims a lot recently.
Technically, I'm ex-Mormon.
Hey, what's the deal with the whole Mormon black people are cursed thing? Because it's like,
You know,
I heard you guys changed that.
well,
Mormon.
yeah. So Mormons, Mormons for actually most of the history of the church, the LDS church actually believed that Africans bore the mark of Cain, which was representative in their skin color. No kidding. No lie. They 100% believe that. They 100% believe that.
That sounds like the Klan to me.
There's a new guy. Just his ID says Jacob. His ID says Jacob Wallenberg. So I can only assume he's got a
God turned Cain into a giant. He didn't turn him into a black
Who is this
person.
guy? You need to say
Wait, can I
something.
say something? So Ralph is actually blacker than me. Is he more cursed?
What? Really? People like George Soros is working for them. It's the structure. I had no.
Do you know? I mean, I
What was
don't think it's wrong, but if you're going to can you do it at the right speed? Is that all right? Like, can you control at the right speed? Thank you.
I think it was Alvin from the Chipmunks.
That's what I was going to say. It's a chipmunk.
Hey, wait. I have a question. So I have a question for the ex-Mormon.
Have
right?
any of you
So
guys
Ralph
ever seen that meme? Hang on. Have any of you guys ever seen that meme with like Alvin and the Chipmunks on the no-fly list, and it's like the ISIS theme song sped up playing over it?
No, I don't know. The ISIS had a theme song.
But
Yeah,
you're
that's-
usually going to the gossip and the heat, right? You like all the heat. So I thought you'd have been all of this Nick Fuentes thing. Have you not been drawn to the? They usually go for the pearly drops and all the kind of.
The problem is, I would be all over the Nick Fuentes thing. The problem is YouTube. You can't actually review things. You can't even have Nick Fuentes on your show on YouTube. He's like banned from every facet. So I don't even know how you're getting away with the thumbnail that you had of the on this stream, because it's crazy. They're like it's fanatic.
You don't have any contacts at Google, my man. What's wrong with you, bro? Nepotism works, bro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there is an Indian guy that's in charge of YouTube now. So
it's not
I
the
suppose.
JQ, it's the IQ.
Yeah, you're on the inside run. I'm telling you. The rate the Indian
the Jews is the Indians you got to look out for now.
Yeah, the rate the Indian population are taking over. I mean, we've practically been recolonized by the Indian subcontinent now. And so the rate the Indians are growing in their power and influence. I'm telling you, they're going to be the next JQ. They're the next JQs to come.
The
JQs in waiting.
No. Y'all guys don't understand. You guys don't understand. The Indian fascists are going to save us from the Muslim rapists. That's what's going to happen. They're going to be our salvation. They're going to save us.
Thanks, you're wrong. The Jews are way ahead of the game. They've seen the Indians coming, and right now the Jews are creating the ultimate Jewish AI that's going to run on.
So there you go.
Lewis, I got some bad news for you about that.
In 10 years, now the JQ will be the JI, right? It'll be like,
JI, exactly. That's what's coming. JI.
Sleeping giants is right. The Indian community are sleeping giants. Tiger, lovely to meet you. Just very quickly, if you don't mind. So, Tiger, I've always wanted to talk to you. You make me laugh. A big fan. If we're talking about Russia and they're not such a threat, what do you think would happen after this whole Ukraine crisis? Do you think they'll go further? Do you think they will?
Hang on. If
I'm
I
not
could
that
respond
smart
to that,
enough to answer that question.
Yeah. Like I can't predict what they're gonna do. But if you look at like China's and Russia's demographics, I don't know how many young people they have to spare to shove into meat grinders. Personally, like I don't think they're.
It's a good thing they're killing Ukrainians instead of English people.
My only refutation about the whole issue with Russia not being too much of a threat is if we consider the amount of resources that have been poured into Ukraine for Ukraine to show absolutely zero results over the better part of a year after being
surrendered.
Yeah, but zero results. Only lost ground, never gained, right?
Well, that's because hang on, but that's.
Let me finish my question. Let me
but
finish
that's because
before you both get too excited. Before you get too excited, let me finish the question. So the question becomes, right? They have very much so shown a capacity that they are not the pushovers we presume them to be. And if that came directly from our intelligence agencies that told us they were going to be an absolute pushover, which is why we should give billions upon billions upon billions to Ukraine in aid. My serious question becomes how much more of our intelligence is actually correct or incorrect about the issues between China and Russia? That's a serious question to ask.
Well, China and Russia's own just the thing about like war in the upcoming like decades and whatnot. I think it's gonna happen, but like I think a lot of countries they have to be so damn cautious because like there's so few young people as it is. Like you can't afford to be shoveling them off into meat grinders and like various
Raymond?
like.
Yes. You want a serious answer?
Yes.
I mean, it's just Jordan asked Tiger a question.
China is fucked in taking it, and if they can't take it within the next 10, 20 years, they will lose their window of opportunity to become a great power. As for Russia, if they can somehow reassert a shorter front on the North European plain, they can reorganize their society. If they can't, they may be going through state collapse in the next 30 years, just considering their demographic situation, considering their ethnic situation, considering you name the problem. Man. Yeah, I know, but
call me someone who specializes in like things like core competency. But out of this panel, only Raymond's been in the military. But nevertheless, but John is baiting him.
So that's just genuinely the question, though, because we have shown that Russia's not much of a pushover in this regard. We have shown that they are not a pushover, even no matter how much we have been lied to about the fact that they would be a pushover. And some of the original predictions actually ended up being true. Russia would ultimately they ultimately consolidated in the ethnically Russian areas of Ukraine and have ultimately annexed them into extra republics as part of the Russian Federation, right? And we haven't seen any movement from Ukraine, and Russia's even proven that they've been able to bypass some of our stealth technology with some of the information that I've seen. They can actually deal with certain stealth tech like Storm Shadow missiles. So my curiosity is, are we the paper tiger? That's the real question, considering how much money we dumped into Ukraine.
We've been knocking down motherfuckers all across the world for the past 20 years.
Yeah,
There's no way in hell.
Have you seen the new drill?
500,000, baby. 500,000 fucking dead Iraqis. That's American.
Afghanistan.
Red, white, and blue, baby.
I'm not anti-American. Don't take this as me being anti-military.
Red, white, and blue.
That's the genuine question, though, because
we
actually have.
Okay, but hang on. Here's the thing about all those countries.
Raymond, you were military. I don't think anyone could call you anti-American, Raymond. You were military.
But Raymond, one more thing to add, just watching the German reaction, because we're so close to the border here, and watching the European reaction is, you're right in the sense that they said that this could be quick. And I think Colin in the chat said as well, the Russians can just sit back, pull back 200 miles and do absolutely nothing. And unlike, in many ways, the Russians have a better success of long wars, 20-year wars, right?
Well, that was back when they actually had Ukraine and Poland and
20-year war with
inflation
at 8%.
Umbrella.
Right? That's not going to last, right? Politically, right? That's going to be an election switch, right?
Ralph, Ralph, but you're talking about a different. This is like the 1950s and 1940s Ukraine. You're talking about a different animal. This is the 2020 Ukraine. They're smaller, they're weaker, and their equipment is out of date. I mean, they had a military parade, and the only thing they had left was a T-34.
No, I'm saying
it was a joke.
No, I'm saying the opposite.
Russia's military has always been. Russia's military has literally always been out of date.
It's hold out for the West to lose its appetite for this war, right? It doesn't do anything. It's not like the U.S. Army is going to go 5 or 10 miles into Russian territory. Yeah, the Russians have accepted they're not going to take Ukraine, but they don't have to. Right? I mean, have you seen the YouTube video since the war started? It hasn't gone away. This guy in Moscow has just been putting all his gas stoves on at full, and he's just burning the gas in his home. That's how cheap.
No,
but
Ralph,
the thing
actually,
is, hang on. But the thing,
no, Ralph, actually,
is Russia's military's always been out of date, though. Like, when have they ever started a major war? With cutting edge military, they're always like behind. Yeah, they're always behind everyone else.
But that's almost an advantage because it's easier to conscript people with simple ammunition, and they've had a head start at creating more ammunition. Like
it's not only that. It's not only that. The fact is that right now, I mean, apart from the fact that Ukraine is kind of a test bed for American military to test their potential weapons to see if they're field testing them. The other thing is, do you realize the Americans, because they're running out of all the javelins and all the rest that they could give to, because they can't give all the latest equipment to Ukraine, obviously, but they've run out of the good stuff, or the stuff that was relatively good, but they could give it to. They've brought in veterans from the Vietnam War to reassemble Stinger missiles 70-year-old blokes are now reassembling or putting together 1960s, 70s Stinger missiles to send them over to Ukraine because America can't allow
where did you
their.
hear that information? Where did you get that
This was on in a report just recently.
Yeah, I mean, because the US make
just
all
because
the
you're
weapons.
getting the most,
It's not like
just because you're getting the most advanced equipment, it's very expensive to maintain. You're only going to get like so many of them. It's the same thing with the Nazis with their Tiger tanks. You know, they're better off making the more simple tanks because it was more about quantity rather than quality.
Well, no, it's because they didn't have many men left because they all died in the Russian front, and they didn't have any oil, so they just had to rely on the
Quality.
one, the few Tiger tanks up against the 20 T-34s that drowned them.
I got to dash. But quick question for you: so, what's your take on Nick Fuentes and all the black girls? Do you think it's going to go down?
honestly, I think that like all of y'all are just like coping over Nick Fuentes because it's like he's a Mexican, he's gay, he's a race mixer. Like, holy, like just keep it like what's it called? Just keep it on topic. You know, choose an insult for him and then keep that insult. Don't just keep switching them up. Honestly.
Tiger, here's the article. Raytheon asks retirees for help making new Stinger anti-air missiles.
Okay.
They're literally bringing back retired Vietnam vets to build the Stinger missiles because no one of the modern era knows how to build them anymore because those things have like been discontinued for like 40 years.
Yeah. Also overestimated the capacity for Ukraine to actually have air superiority. And now we're finding the consequences of that one.
Domestic appetite, just working in Germany, for example, the domestic appetite for this war is for political implications, right? At some point, they're going to be how long? The Germans are not happy, right? They're just not happy about paying for this shit. They're like, there's a war. How long do we keep inflation at 8%, cost of living at twice? At some point, that's going to be a political thing. Is okay. It's just some way to make peace, and I think this is a better U.S. foreign policy trajectory. Raymond, you said it best. What's a U.S. foreign policy 20, 30 years in the horizon in a multipolar world? Well, one maxim would be don't make lots of enemies for no reason, right? Yeah. Right? Don't go around there going fucking up, blowing up parts of the world because that anti-American sentiment will come home, right? That will come back to American soil, and you don't want that, right? You can be, was it Lewis who was the isolationist? You can be isolationist, right? But you don't be isolationist and piss off the rest of the world because.
I agree, but like I do believe that like I don't know, like you said, in the next 20 to 30 years, when like Turkey and India are veritable powers of their own, doing their own thing, I think it's, I don't know, we're not going to be the only power very soon, Like we can't control all these people forever.
I think that American power won't really wane or end for several centuries. I don't see.
Well, we're self-sustainable. Like our geographics, our everything. We're very self-sustainable. But the thing about the thing about our not demographics, geography.
It stops being America once you get rid of Americans.
Look, I get you guys are FNATs, and I get like demographics and race is important. But is it really important if a bunch of Mexicans and African Americans and Indians start identifying as Americans? I mean, people will just not care about race in the future.
Ask the Roman Empire how that.
But do they? Is the question?
You're asking a literally asking a
very good point
question.
because that's literally what the Roman Empire was. They ended up just embraced they enslaved.
And then they ended up falling apart. And then they ended up falling apart.
No, but they fell apart. Sorry, they fell apart.
Rome is a shithole.
Economic reasons, and they didn't even fall apart. It was only Rome, which became where trade was kind of irrelevant. Rome as a city was no. Let me finish, blood. Let me finish. For fuck's sake, when trade in the West was just no longer really there just wasn't a lot of trade and a lot of business going on in the West, but the East was thriving, and it was just where the money was, and they just moved the capital.
I think the short answer to the question depends what types of people are going to be American.
You do realize that the Eastern Roman Empire.
I'm not saying come one, come all. I'm just saying
he follows American law and order. He respects and likes local American culture. Then that integration question is up for grabs. If he comes over there and goes, "Hey, La Raza, make America Mexico again," then you should shoot him at the border, right? I mean, that's what I would do.
Bingo.
Well, they're openly talking about that. Like I know Mexicans.
I think it's going to be like Israel.
There are Mexicans are openly talking about how they're restoring the Mexican empire through immigration. Like they're literally openly discussing that.
Mexican
yes.
Empire. Their country's controlled by bloody cartel members.
The most beautiful part about that empire. The most beautiful part about that empire is that it existed for approximately 60 years, in which the territories that America conquered had maybe 1 million people total before the Americans started integrating.
No. I know that, but that's what they're talking about. Like they see this as like
it's proof that they're retarded. Is my point.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like if you want to look in the future, like eventually they are going to restore the Mexican Empire, and there's going to be like some. Hang on, just listen to me. There's going to be like a Mexican Charlemagne that like claims to be American, like 200 years in the future, and he's like, "This is the new American Empire," and it's just the Mexican Empire.
Louis, you ain't got the half of it. They're not just going to claim Texas, California. No, they're going to go at least all the way to the Mississippi, and they might cross it. Like,
well, they're going to. Mississippi is north-south. What are you talking about?
No, it's in the Mississippi River.
Right. So I think there was a Mexican Empire.
South. What?
No, because their claim to Louisiana territory is about as good as their claim to Oklahoma. Think about it.
Yeah, so you mean go as far north as North Dakota if you really want to start being specific about American geography. Don't say the Mississippi. That's a north-south river.
The entire border of the Yeah. That's what I mean. The entire from Louisiana to North Dakota.
Yeah. If you control the Mississippi River, you basically control the world.
I think if Mexico were like, let's say if they got their shit together, like, and they wanted to build their empire, they would expand south into like El Salvador and Honduras, but they'd really want to conquer the Caribbean islands because they actually speak Spanish.
This is the thing, Tiger. The Democrats know that if they have a conscription, then there's going to be a civil war. So instead of getting Americans to join the military, they're going to get all these Mexicans to be basically the mercenary force.
Do you know what I think?
That's literally what happened to Rome. That's literally what happened to Rome. It's like,
our
people don't want to fight. Here's the Germans.
Because Rome was quite racist, and they kept being racist. Rome was never open-minded racially. Like they'd always had this sort of like, if you're an aristocrat, you have to like be a descendant of the patrician class. Whilst the United States isn't racist.
Unbased?
I have a question for Tiger.
But the thing is, my college courses studier told me that America is racist. Are you comfortable on the blue hair?
No. What I'm saying is, Americans' foundations are racist, but why?
Tiger, it's race matters. Let me give you an anecdote. They're putting 10 gig cables on my streets on both sides, right? And German workers are just mind-blowingly good at their jobs. The Germans came in, they took the cobblestones, 10 gig cable in. Then maybe about 4 or 5 main Germans, the big guys, and maybe a bunch of Poles or look like Latins, and a couple of Turks. And you watch very quickly the work difference. And then the second day, I saw the same crew on the other side of the street, and the Turkish kind of guys and a couple of Eastern Europe was slacking, and the Germans just had none of it. They just kept going by the way, do it our way. And later that afternoon, a Romanian couple of guys showed up and tried to steal the scrap metal.
That sounds.
What would you do, Tiger? What would you do with the Romanian guys?
That sounds like you made that up. That sounds like a made-up story. That sounds made up.
Lewis, you don't have to make it up.
I'm trying to not be racist anymore,
but I am.
The Romanians, it's just like. Yeah, the Germans are working hard, the Eastern Europeans are lazy, and the Romanians are trying to steal everything.
Look at that. Right over there. And then, so my question to you, Tiger, is, so what happens, Tiger? What would you do with the, not with the nice little Polish guy, that keep it all white. Would you deport the Romanian guy? Would you beat him? Would you put him in prison?
Romanians born in the country?
I don't care if he's born in Wales. What would you do with him?
I mean, if you break the law, you go to prison. I'm not going to deport every Anglo-Saxon to Denmark, am I?
I think this is your problem.
That's just not very reasonable.
That's so gay. You know the fallacy in that logic. You know how dumb that logic is.
How about we deport them to the sea then? Bring back the death penalty. Make it simple.
So you see, Tiger, race.
Hey, gentlemen, I would like to make an announcement briefly. Hormaxer is running for president in 2024. I think we need the first American Jewish president. Go support him at the ballot box.
Oh no, he's got to be. Wait, what's his stance on most stuff? Is he?
I don't. He believes that. Well, he believes that we should kill all Discord. He believes that we should kill all Discord users and that we should mine and use sniper nests to kill anyone trying to cross the border illegally. Those are his main policies.
No, maybe
I'm
not.
actually not
You know what?
seriously
When it comes to
concerned.
a Jewish president, he needs to be like a friendly Jew, like Mel Brooks. He needs to be a happy, friendly Jew. You can't be having any Ben Shapiro militaristic, like
What about
Mossad, ex-Mossad Jews. It's going to make the Jewish community look bad.
Well, hypothetically,
he's
if we
Jewish
made Reagan
Italian.
king of
He's
Florida-
Jewish Italian.
That's
if that
even
makes it
worse.
better.
Absolutely not. What, like Sicilian Italian?
Hang on. Yes, but he's also
gosh.
he's also a direct descendant of what was his Maimonides? He's a direct
Maimonides. What?
Wait, who?
The Rambam. I heard the Rambam.
man,
He
it
was.
sounds
It sounded
like
like
it
he was
was
trying to
a
get
real
to.
cool name.
Yeah, it sounded like he started to disconnect, but I thought he was starting to say Maimonides.
That's what I heard too. Oh, the great Jewish scholar, the great Jewish rabbi, also doctor, also a lawyer.
Ralph had a stream about Maimonides. What?
I did a while
We
ago.
do call it Rambam.
I have one more question for you, right? So I think a week or two ago, an Algerian a migrant to Britain raped a 12-year-old girl, and then he was there for 3 months using £25,000 of legal aid to fight his deportation. Do you think such a person should not be deported, Tiger?
Oh, sorry. Say that again. I just took my
An Algerian
headphones
guy
out.
in England brutally raped a 12-year-old English girl. Then he
I
spent
think-
3 or 4
I
months
think he should
using
go to prison.
He spent £20,000 of state money fighting his deportation.
Oh wait. So was he born in England?
I couldn't care if he was born in Wales.
Was he or wasn't he?
He wasn't. He was obviously an Algerian.
Okay, yeah. Then clearly he should be deported and sent to an Algerian jail. I don't know how Algerians deal with rapists.
So for
but
you, the
yeah.
criteria is if you're born, you get to live there, right?
Yeah, if you're born in this country and you commit a crime, then you have to be tried here.
Here's a
let's-
radical proposal.
So, like,
Here's
Ralph,
a
let's say
modest
if there's
proposal.
like a brown guy involved with like an alt-right movement, I don't think he should be deported to fucking India. I think
Why
he
not?
should stay in this country and face any illegal actions he's done in the country he's committed a crime in.
If I played
here.
Tiger, if I played a word association game, I said 2 words, and I said marshmallow, you tell something. If I use the term extraordinary rendition, how do you feel about that?
I wouldn't care, but
You don't care about extraordinary rendition.
Okay, here's just a hypothetical question. Just a modest proposal. Suppose for a moment instead the penalty was castration followed by deportation. What do you think would go to the rape rate? Just out of interest.
It might monotonically decrease, asymptotically, really quickly. I don't know.
Like, just wondering, what if we went Babylonian on them or Assyrian? Anyway.
Where we started speaking in Sanskrit? What, we started writing in
No,
Sanskrit?
in terms of our notion of punishment.
Eye for an eye.
Yeah, it mostly involves impalement spikes.
So, are you for the Genesis 19 option, for example, the news presenter? Are you? What about? Are you,
I don't remember what Genesis 19 is, but yes.
But just think philosophical and just general kind of
Yes.
sort of,
Yes. I am for that. God was based for what he did to Sodom and Gomorrah, and I refuse to apologize. You know, they found. I remember I went to the Hebrew University a few years ago. I did a gap semester there, and one of my professors, he was studying all these archaeological sites all over Jerusalem, and he just mentioned, so recently we found the site that we're pretty sure is Gomorrah, and I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, showed the remnants of the airburst. You saw like essentially an airburst went off and completely wiped out a whole section that was about roughly the size of a city.
Yeah,
like,
no,
I read about that. I was like, dude, that's wild. Let's go.
And I was like, really?
Yeah.
But you're saying God destroyed them for being depraved. Do we know exactly what that means?
God destroyed them for being cringe.
Can I ask a question? I haven't really read the Bible, but I did watch this one funny cartoon. Talking about
that's
Sodom and
a great
Gomorrah.
alt.
Anyway, so and the guy was it Lot, and he left with his wife got turned to salt because she looked back in the gay town and I miss, and then God, you don't miss the gays, you get turned to salt. But did he have relations with his kids?
No, his daughters raped him. There's a difference.
Okay, and did God punish them for it?
I don't remember.
And do you really believe that his daughters raped him?
They got him drunk, and basically they thought it was an end of the world scenario, and they thought that he was the last man left on Earth, and therefore they got him drunk. But they
It
figured,
sounds
well,
like an excuse made by a bunch of pedophiles that wrote that book. Like, it's just very weird. And this is a weird thing about like the gays. I think if you're gay, be gay. I think in the privacy of your own
Tiger,
home.
I don't think
or, like,
anyone's ever jacked off to the Old Testament. I mean, maybe, but I don't think anyone has.
But then, you know,
Well,
it
in the
seems
modern
to be
liberal
okay with
society,
pedophilia. And it's
Okay, first of all, they were fully grown adult women. It would be incest, not pedophilia, if we're being technical.
Oh, okay.
Second of all, they got him like shit-faced drunk, and then basically jumped on him because they thought he was literally the last man left on Earth, and they were like, "Dad, we can't end the species because you refuse to copulate with us."
all right. And do you believe that it went down like that? Do you believe that this
I believe that some women can be that retarded. Yes, I don't think the species is over because one city is destroyed.
I think if this story is true, he probably killed his wife and then molested his kids.
What?
Yeah,
that's
an
interesting
what the real
read.
story was. But either way, the fact that like this is seen as normal in the Bible, but,
it's not seen as normal.
Two men consentfully having sex is seen as something we should just destroy a whole city for.
No. The sodomy thing was also non-consensual. So, for example, when Lot had guests over, his neighbors came like, "Yeah, we're going to rape your guests." He's like, "What?" So, "Yeah, we're going to rape your guests. It's gonna be a fun time. We're gonna take it."
So
Yeah, it's like, no.
You're referring to
Wait.
So you're referring to the last part of Genesis 19 where they talked about who he ends up becoming the father of the Moabites and the Ammonites, who were both essentially conquered by other peoples, and they were no longer allowed to be God's chosen. Essentially, because Lot was righteous, God saved Lot to prove to Abraham, right, that he saves the righteous. But ultimately, because Lot himself would not take on, be faithful, at least faithful to the word of God, or at least faithfully follow God, right? Ultimately, his people end up getting conquered and essentially destroyed by the Babylonians. So essentially, his punishment comes that he no longer has a line, and that's the last part of Genesis 19.
Oh, okay.
So if you were curious, yes, the consequences don't come instantaneously; they don't come immediately, right? But they do come eventually. They come to the Ammonites and the Moabites, who end up being the descendants of Lot.
Especially since Lot was still an
I
upstanding dude.
I don't like the idea of one person being punished, but he's not being punished. It's his ancestor. No, it's his descendants.
What did he do wrong?
Yes, his descendants.
What did he do wrong?
Being Jewish.
What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? His daughters got him drunk, and they fucked him. He didn't fuck his daughters. They got him drunk. To be clear,
he also did not take on the fatherly responsibility of admonishing them as needed to be, right? And he honestly allowed himself to be taken advantage of in that manner.
How old were his daughters?
We're told they were adults, not much more.
Yeah, they were adults.
Wait, here's the thing. When all those people came to say,
I don't know,
like 20s, like early 20s,
AIDS, let's say. Let's go Islamic.
So
no, they were virgins. They were virgins.
Okay.
No, they weren't virgins. Actually, earlier in the Bible, they were raped.
No, he said that don't rape my angels, but you can have my daughters who are both virgins, which is quite remarkable.
Yeah, that's another thing that showed his unrighteousness was he was willing to give his kids over to unrighteous people. Like that was
back when the Sodomites were going to rape his guests. Yes.
They were essentially going to rape what was essentially angels coming to see whether or not the city was worthy of being saved or not, which is one of the requests of Abraham.
But Jamie, my man, I'm also very curious. Do you believe collective punishment is wrong in principle generally, or do you believe that God should be allowed to perform collective punishment given he created us all? Are you just against the principle of collective punishment? Because I feel collective punishment all the time. I was in the bus the other day. I felt like a lot of intense collective punishment. I sat in the bus, I mean, is that just, Master IC3, you're missing all
but there's no collective punishment. It is like sins of the father. Why do the descendants get other ones that are punished?
Right, that's the question. That's a very foundational, very fundamental liberal idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has to do with the value of fairness, right? But Like
I'm
when,
not saying
like
that we should have just blanket collective punishment, but sometimes, like, for example, I hear a bunch of Italian schoolgirls just like screeching in the bus. And some of them might have been quiet, but they've all got to go, right?
Look, we all
You know,
we all agree there's no like blood debt by white people for enslaving Africans.
Just on that note, I believe the master of such things has arrived. Did you
Hello,
see white people don't know black people?
Greetings,
anything?
greetings,
Ask the
all.
master IC3. God bless you.
Oh,
Greetings.
come late. So it's hot as usual. What have you all been saying? What's going on? What's hot? What's new? I like the title, by the way. White supremacist defense against the Jews. Wow.
Yeah,
Can we finish off that video that you guys?
We can finish
Yeah,
the
I was
video.
going to.
I felt like we're getting distracted.
The Mexican leader of the white supremacist movement, Senor.
They're strangely diverse anyway.
Yeah, so you know how that work out. How are you, Master? Actually, all good?
Yeah, lots is going on.
Well,
lots is going on.
Yeah.
So you're watching a video. You're analyzing a video of white supremacists versus Jews.
Yeah, this happened 2 days ago, where almost 100,000
Destiny is not a joke.
100,000 people watched this, where Nick Fuentes went in, and obviously he had to use a lot of black and brown people because no one else would platform him outside an echo chamber, and he went in there and decided that the Jews have got to get it. So basically,
that's cool, though, Ralph. But I need to clarify one thing: Destiny is a cuck. He is not a Jew.
Nobody cares. I just want to watch the video. It's like nobody cares.
Let's go.
Let's cut by the name.
Okay, let's go, Master.
They act a certain way, but it can't be explained by a conspiracy. That's what I'm taught. That's why it matters to go through these examples, because you're going out there and saying, well, Israel benefits us because geostrategic. Well, what does that mean? Oh, I have no fucking idea. Well, we went to war in Kuwait because of the Kurds. Can you tell me why we went to war?
Hold on, Nick. Give your examples, then the first Gulf War, and then you can have.
Sorry. Just I feel unfair because Master IC3 is here. Master IC3, I think to rewind the context, I think you need to get this first, right? I think you need to first go over here and listen to this first, and then we'll take it from here. This is really the crux of what he's.
Hi, neighbor.
Here we go. Ready?
All the central bank deception, pointless wars, come from these racist Jews.
This is a dramatic pause for 5 seconds.
They're satanic. You look at it. Child pedophilia, Jews. Pornography, Jews. Organ trafficking, Jews. Banking, Jews.
Where is my child bride?
Jews, communist Jews. Pick a fucking lie. There they are. It's them every time. And for no reason at all, they elected Adolf Hitler. There is a group of Jews.
Yes.
We call them Zionists because that's shorthand for Jewish supremacist. That is pushing ethnic nepotism, ethnic land grabs, and an unapologetic racist foreign policy and apartheid, shoots children.
That would be based, but no.
Tortures people. And they drag the U.S. around with them through bribery and blackmail. How do you get rid of a parasite? If only there was some sort of antidote to parasites.
There you go, Master IC3.
Oh.
In the context of the debate, I think that was Ryan Dawson summarizing what Nick then tried to do in front of 100 people. Right. Yeah, and the basic principle, Master IC3, is: do you believe that the Jews are out to get whitey? But I think you have a different theory, right? I think you believe that there's a super white that is both Jew and
That's
white.
That's right.
So white,
right? Because what it is it's the concept of whiteness. So the concept of whiteness is there's two divisions, two departments. There's one department that sees whiteness as a status, as morality, as a status, and there's another group that see whiteness as Northern Europeanness, Germanic or Nordic, Norse, So they see whiteness as as a value of Northern Europeanness, versus another group who see whiteness as a status. So you don't really have to be a Northern European, but you can still be white. And I think I caught the last bit from you where you talked about. I saw the clip you were showing that somebody was saying that Neon Chomsky was saying that Zionism is a lot older than the Zionist movement.
Yes,
Zionism itself, it's a lot older than the Zionist movement. And then you go into the whole issue of who are the real Jews. You see?
Oh yeah.
You see, then you start getting into
the
all
Hebrew
kinds of things.
Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites have a theory.
Exactly, and then and then you played sometimes that tune about England, Jerusalem is built on England's fair land and so on. See, so what's going on there? You see, so you have so what the English are the true Jews, and you have was it
No, I think you're misunderstanding
British
Blake.
Zionism.
No, I think that's not really quite Jewish in the way you think. That's misunderstanding Blake. That's actually one of the most patriotic English hymns that says England itself is Jerusalem. It's a green place. It's the ultimate holiest of holy places.
But that's shit.
So
I mean that's serious.
Keep Jerusalem where it is.
Blake had mere prophetic visions. He was very serious.
There you go. Yeah. So to come out with something like that, and that's so popular, I mean, that really inspires the people as well. Can you imagine how the English people feel about themselves?
So
they want to rule the world.
So what do you think of people like Senor Fuentes thinking that he can force and lead all the whites to the promised land by just attacking the Jews? Do you think he speaks for whites? Do you think that's a proper racial strategy? Let's go pick on the whites, especially the white Jews, specifically the white Jews.
Well, actually, it's a strong angle, because what he can say is that if he attaches whiteness to righteousness, then he can say that, well, these Jews are not really the true people. These are fake people that are trying to destroy the noble values and so on. So they can put the scapegoats on them as a fake.
But we spoke a lot in our earlier streams, IC3, about blood and soil and spirit and the old canonical form of the right. And Lady Emily, God bless her, said IC3's feet were not here in ancient times.
There you go. There you go. You see? Of course. No darkies. It doesn't go. You can't have darkies on the Jerusalem. You know what I mean? Because that goes with the concept of the value of whiteness. Of course.
But you think ICT it's a smart strategy for the little Mexican to go around thinking, hey, let's go get the whites to go fight the Jews and by proxy probably most of the world. Do you think that's good for white well-being? Suppose my goal, I said our goal was white optimization.
Right.
That sounds like a subpar strategy.
So this Mexican, are they Christians or what? Are they saying that they're
he is allegedly a Catholic, but he says things that make me believe he's theologically illiterate.
I mean, there's a Protestant joke in there somewhere.
Here we go. I mean, but then again,
someone who reads the Torah, reads the Bible. I mean, he strikes me as kind of like, hey, Catholicism's really useful to go get the Jews or get someone else. So let's get the blackies by going full Catholic. There are many of those types, and they're either orthobros or they're Catholics usually. Not many Protestants, I find.
Yeah, but the Catholics have been fighting the Jews from Rome, haven't they? Was it
Rome? They've always had. Let's just say they've always had a, shall we say, difficult relations.
Exactly. So if you have Rome destroying Jerusalem and then the Romans turn into Catholics, then it's like obviously that's going to continue, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. But I don't think he represents. My wife's Catholic, and her family is very deeply pious and spiritual Catholics, and I don't think he represents anything they believe in whatsoever. I don't think he's a Catholic in that sense.
Quote Bronze Age pervert: "No real Catholics want to associate with internet Catholics. These people are weirdos." Anyway.
Hey, Didi, if that's a Didi, I think you are. Big up. So meanwhile, Senorita Fuentes says, yeah, I don't know. I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was not convinced he's heterosexual. So I don't know. He trusts the AI now. But yeah, ICT. So that was the big one. It was a huge stream. A lot of people came, and then obviously the whole internet got woken up, and everyone's like, "AC." And the usual tagline is, "Look, no one's allowed to talk about the Jews." Well, they talk about the Jews all day, every stream. It's like, can't talk about the Jews every stream.
I heard. If you want to talk about the Jews, get a Jew on and have a conversation with them and ask if this is true. But it's just it's basically you're talking behind some guy's back. But he has no means to defend himself. We've got Mossad right here, and he can answer all these questions, and he has answered all these questions and debunked most of this anti-Semitic nonsense. But
He's right here.
If you notice the other guy called Apex
Epic. Yeah.
Super white supremacist also. He's IC3 meet Apex. Apex is a super white.
Yeah, I know. I remember him. I remember him.
I know IC3.
But then,
we all love seem that racist. You seem pretty.
Who is the real Jew? Who is the real Jew, and how do you define exactly what? Because I heard there's a lot of.
Well, of course I know him. That's me.
The one who received the covenant from Moses and Abraham, those guys, right? I mean, the guys who got
the covenant of my fathers, yeah.
I don't know. I heard that Israel's been taken over by lots of Russian Jews who aren't actually Jewish. They said they're fake Jews. But
you're talking about the Khazars?
So that's cool and all. That's cool and all. But my line traces its lineage back to rabbis for over 1,000 years. So that's cool now that the Russians are whatever the Russians are. But I mean, before my family secularized, we were rabbis, traceably rabbis.
Oh, you Russian?
No.
Are you a Russian Jew? What?
No,
he's not saying he's Russian at all.
No.
What kind of Jewish are you?
Ashkenazi, mostly.
Ashkenazi. I'm so confused.
Germanic Jew, then?
Yeah.
Germanic bloods in you?
No, not really.
Slavs. The Slavic mix, Ashkenaz and
exactly.
Slavic.
There's
Germanic.
There's Nordic.
My family spoke German and Yiddish in the home, and they didn't really embrace mix. We've done genetic tests, but they didn't really embrace mix at all. Wait,
I'm really confused. Your name is super white supremacist Apex, no.
Apex ethnic is the actual name. I switch around the name outside of the parentheses all the time.
Yeah.
Are you a quote nationalist or?
No, it's a joke about the super white thing that IC3 said. Although I do support the white race in the BAP sense of white simply means pro-civilizational.
Yeah, but Jamie,
right.
IC3. Here's a question asked me just recently by Joseph, and you have obviously Jamie's here. Jamie's looking very dapper on the right. This gentleman on the left seems to have the same question you have, and seems to be trying to tell Joseph that he can't be a Jew because he's, in quotes, white. Listen.
Back in their homes.
Where do you think Jews come from?
Well, white European Jews come from European.
Where do Jews come from? Where do Jews come from?
Arabic Jews come from the Middle East.
So,
Black African Jews come from Africa.
Where do you think Jews come from? The clue in the name.
White European Jews come from Europe. They're European.
Where do all Jews trace their ancestry to?
No. It's a religion. It's religion.
Really?
And your ancestors.
So you're going to define who we are now?
Your ancestors.
An angry man and speaking.
Your ancestors.
Answer the question.
Your
ancestors.
Your ancestors.
Answer that you don't know. Evidence. Where's your evidence that my ancestors? Tell me. Enlighten me. Where did they convert?
You just go. What?
Answer the question. Any fool can shout. It doesn't make you right. It doesn't make. This is speaker's corner. Use logic. Use evidence. Debate me. Where is your evidence? When did my ancestors convert? Tell me.
Listen. Next time we meet.
Next time you're screaming at me now. I don't want you to run away and do your answer me now.
No.
Coward.
No.
Coward.
Because
answer.
No.
Camera's rolling.
There's no way I can be a coward because it's you white Europeans that are killing children in Palestine.
I'm asking you.
You're the cowards.
Really?
You're the cowards.
Really?
You're the cowards. I'm not in Palestine stealing the native people's land, destroying their homes, and killing their children.
Changing the conversation like a coward. Answer the question. When did my ancestors convert?
I'm not going to get into that conversation with you.
You're just going to shout at me, convert. White European. And when asked how, you run away like a cowardly dog.
No.
Like a cowardly dog.
Zionist pig.
Cowardly dog.
Zionist pig.
Racist dog.
a Zionist white supremacist pig.
Racist dog.
White Europeans like you have no right to be in Palestine.
Where do you think Jews are from? They're from Judea. To explain how my haplotype is Middle Eastern.
You're not lying to yourself.
My DNA is lying.
Stop occupying and invading and interluding.
You know what? Ralph, pause. I just want to point out by his by this black gentleman's logic, just for a moment, that means that what's his name again? And Mr. Cohen, what's his first name? Remind me.
Joseph.
Joseph. The Mr. Joseph Cohen has full right to be an Englishman, but the black man should probably go back home to Africa, considering that he's colonized.
I think the first thing is the problem is he's literally, and this I think that's why I brought this up IC3, he's literally making the claim that a white person can't be a Jew, and Joseph rightly saying you're racist, right? And I thought never see Joseph get so angry. And IC3, is that what you're saying? So someone's Russian or Polish, and they show up in Israel.
I just want to correct something about the white people can't be Jews, or Jews can't be white people. So the thing is, there are two groups, racial groups in human history that have independently developed white skin, ginger hair, blonde hair, different colored eyes in significant numbers, not in tiny numbers, in real numbers. And those two groups are Indo-Europeans and Semites.
Yeah.
Jews being Semites can actually be white. One of my great
I'm really sorry. Can I cut in?
No, go ahead, Tiger. Go ahead.
No. Right, let me just say something.
Do you know what indigenous means? Educate me. What does indigenous mean?
Stop stealing Palestinian land.
Before the Jews were in Morocco, before the Jews were in Iraq, before the Jews were in Poland, where do you think Yeah, I'm a white supremacist. Who are the Nazis? Who are the Nazis? Are the Nazis white supremacists? Why did the Nazis kill my family? Why did the Nazis kill my family? Why? You called me a white supremacist.
Because your God didn't save you like he did when he parted the Red Sea and saved the all to go.
All right, can I just say something?
Is that what you meant?
Say it, Tiger. Say it,
Right,
Tiger.
look, I don't mean to be rude.
Go on, Tiger. Go on, Tiger.
Look, and even Kingston won't agree with me because Kingston believes in Atlantis, right? But like, all right, but like, I hear a lot of people claiming that like to be like purebred and we haven't mixed with anyone. And look, I don't look. Eastern European Jews are just a bunch of people that are part Middle Eastern and part Eastern European.
What?
And then they mix with their cousins. I've seen a lot of your no offense. I've seen a lot of genetic tests done by Eastern Hell Settlement Jews. Because look, I'm not trying to. I barely know this guy. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I'm sure you have. I'm saying my specific family have done genetic tests. And we're closer to Italians than we are to Poles. And our family lived in Poland for almost 1,000 fucking years.
Right. No. But I see the same thing. They do these DNA tests, and it comes up with like 90% Jewish, but it goes European Jewish. So it clearly notices the fact that you guys have a significant amount of European DNA.
You don't understand how it works.
Ashkenazi Jews, Tiger.
Hello.
Massad's here.
Tiger, let me explain to you how it works. When you do the Me23andMe test, what it tells you is not what your genes are, but where there are populations with a match of your genes.
Yeah.
Okay? Today.
Right.
That's how it works. Today.
Okay. So like,
if you did a test and he told you that, I don't know, like 4% Kenyan or something, that means that in Kenya today, there are people who are a bit like you, but you don't know if they came from Kenya or actually they came from another place, settled in Kenya, had some sort of community, then assimilated, and you are a descendant of one of, we just don't know. We have to do really deep testing.
Right. Yeah. But if these Pale Settlement Jews really are native to the Middle East, then why aren't they say, oh, hey, there's a large population of people in the Middle East that you guys are very racially similar to? But they didn't do that.
The short answer is we are. It's just that there's been a genetic distance from the fact that we've been separated from them for 2,000 years, and basically.
I can just give you the facts. So they found in Megiddo in northern Israel, they found skeletons that show that even Ashkenazi Jews show at least 40% closeness to him. So they are descendants of those people. They mixed with all sorts of people. And that's what he was saying. The Polish Jews actually have very little to do with Poland. They're more German and Russian than Polish.
Yeah.
So who's the authority on Jewishness?
There isn't.
Well, we used to have something
That's
called the
because all
Kohen
of the Jewish people
Gadol,
today
and
are
something
mixed
called the
race. They're
Melech.
mixed with
But
the
those don't
locals.
No,
there's
some
no
of them are.
authority
Most of them
on
are.
Jewish identity. Is that correct?
Like you're gonna look at me like if Mossad showed his face, right? He would look nothing like Joseph Cohen. Nothing like Joseph Cohen is white as he is Jewish, but he's clearly
King David
He's
was
not
a
full
Jew.
Jewish. He's half
but
English.
he's got very European phenotypes.
Yeah, and
Okay,
Do you
so
know what
do
I
a
mean?
lot of
Like,
ancient Jews.
King David.
Like he doesn't even look like Mel Brooks.
King David was described as having reddish hair as well.
Okay. Fuck King David for a moment. My great-grandfather, I have one non-Ashkenazi great-grandfather. He's from Yemen. He's a Yemenite Jew. He was a Jinj with green eyes.
He was possibly descended from the Varangians in the 8th century.
How the
Vikings that came and settled in Eastern Europe.
There you
Let's
go.
not take into
Right,
account
that's right.
Julius Caesar enslaved millions of
Tiger.
Gauls and settled in
Or he was
in the
descended
Eastern
from King
Mediterranean
David.
and most likely relocated all the
Yemenites?
Gingers over there. There's a lot of
What are you
good
talking about,
explanations
Tiger?
of why there's
No.
gingers in the Middle East, gingers and blonde people in the Middle East.
In Yemen,
Especially the fact that the vast majority of
Tiger,
gingers
calm
and
down,
blonde
calm
people are in
down.
northwestern
In
Europe.
Yemen.
This is very powerful. This is very
Yes.
powerful.
I mean, you know that there are gingers mentioned in the Bible before any European invasion. So don't forget that there were even Greeks invading that land many times in the distant past. I mean, not only the Jews describe them in the Bible, but the other nations around describe them in their documents.
Okay,
So
so
they were-
you're talking about the Macedonian Jews. You're not talking about like the Doric
No.
or the Phrygian. Like,
Macedonians are not
No.
Jews.
sorry,
No.
sorry, Macedonian Greeks. Sorry, you guys talking about when the
Talking
Greeks...
about islanders. So that's where the name
The Scythians?
Palestine
Are you
comes
talking
from,
about the-
Philistine, which comes
Oh
from
yeah, the
Plishti.
Scythians. Some of them had red hair.
They
no,
come
no,
from.
I'm-
They come. No, calm
Again.
down for a second. They come from the Minoan culture, which is Crete, and
yeah.
many other islands in the Greek islands, basically. So
What-
they
what time-
invaded the region. They destroyed many cities, including Ugarit or Ugarit, whatever it's pronounced.
with the
which is-
Dorians.
Ugarit were, I mean, it was a
were like Western
multinational place, but it was kind of Amorite
talking about sea
or
people?
Phoenician. I don't know.
Are you talking about
That's
the sea
Ugarit.
people?
They also invaded the Egyptian
You're talking about sea
empire
people
or
right now.
kingdom.
You're talking about sea
and the
people right now,
Egyptians.
Mossad.
Oh my God!
Just say sea
Then
people.
and the Egyptians actually also document their attempt to invade them through the sea. They went into the Nile River and into their cities and tried to invade them that way.
Right,
So
it's
they were
Pale settlements.
Greek islanders. So we know that we even have today, the pigs are still in Israel today. Pigs that they brought from Greece, because when he traced the DNA of the pigs, they came from Greece. So,
You see that tiger? That's a haplogroup map. It's on a PCA cluster map. It's a haplogroup map of all the different Jewish DNA. So it's not just one European white. Can you see that in the Rhine Valley? That's your Jewish people. So when the black guy was screaming IC3 at Joseph, going, "You're not a Jew," I'm not sure what he means by that.
but this is population density, so this is doesn't
Yeah, but
tell
that's,
you.
that's where the haplogroups are spread, right? That's
Yeah.
And like you say, the Israelis literally don't just check what particular alleles have the haplogroups. They do that against were there Jews in this area. So we suddenly showed up with a Jewish haplogroup from Papua New Guinea. Most of the Israelis go like, "There's no documented archaeological evidence history of Jews in Papua New Guinea." Right? So,
This image right here is a byproduct of what we would call diaspora.
yeah.
Very
If I am not
powerful.
mistaken, I'm pretty certain that's what diaspora means.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I'm
I
just.
mean, you could do a similar map for the English, who are
Yeah.
all over
There
the
you go.
world, or
So
for
I heard this. What do
or
you
for
think?
Africans who are all over the world,
So I heard that this anti-Jewish or this anti-Semite, really what it is that they're anti-banking or they're anti-money changers. So basically, I heard that somebody was saying that what people really, who they really hate are the money changers or the people that have developed the skill to know how to manage money. And so just because the Jews were good in that trade, there was a lot inside that trade. Lumped them together.
Actually, if you plot, there's a beautiful speech by this really said, if you plot the history of the anti-Semitism across the ontological structures of the anti-Semitism, it starts with first they were outsiders, then they were Christ killers, then they were the capitalist class, then they were the bourgeoisie. At all points, they've just been Jews. The left will say you're capitalist imperialist. The whites will say you're racially impure. The Christian anti-Semites will say you're killers of Christ.
Yeah.
All they really mean is Jews. That's all.
Exactly. Should I take a detour?
What exactly is Jewishness?
Ralph, should I take a detour to define a system of anti-Semitism? A category?
There isn't such a thing.
Exactly. So therefore,
there isn't exactly anything. What exactly is a chair?
The concept of Jewish.
Okay, no, that's a bullshit argument. A chair is an emergent.
Oh my god! Every time I speak, you interrupt with some crazy philosophy or history lesson.
The Jewish people are defined by the people who have that heritage history, those that heard the word from Moses.
Yeah, but lots of people are claiming that.
What?
They might be claiming it, like the black Hebrews.
How are you going to prove? How are you going to prove? Where's the evidence? If you say to somebody, "Okay, you're claiming to say where is the evidence? Hard evidence that you are a Jew. You're claiming to be a Jew. Where's the hard evidence?"
The hard evidence is that I can trace back my line for over 1,000 years of rabbis.
By who? By word of mouth?
No, not just
by this person married that person, they got that person. Well, that person's my father. Well, that person's his father. Well, that person's his father. Well, that person's his father.
Hang on, Apex. Actually, not just that. There's also archaeological evidence, evidence in language, evidence in Proto-Hebrew, evidence in pots and vases of those people in that language doing that thing to what us Christians would know from the time of the Bible, Moses. So you would say, now, did the Jews intermingle? Did they marry non-Jews? Sure. But the thing that has not changed at all, been unbroken, is that story, that tradition, that anti-Jewish. Part of it is ethnic, part of it's also religious, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. So part of it.
So you could become. I'll tell you an example. You could be a Nigerian and you can have no Jewish ancestry whatsoever, not married Jew, and then you could go through the very difficult process of converting to Judaism, and you'd be accepted as a Jew with no ethnic Jewish composition whatsoever, assuming you survive.
Okay.
You can convert without marrying. You can just convert. If you want to become a Jew, you can convert.
Right, so therefore...
Why would you ever want to be
Jewish?
Every time I speak, Apex has to interrupt. It's like you get like a reflex section.
Well, I have to ask the question.
According to I can't hear you when I speak anyway. According to
powerful.
According to some, someone who converts is even is like special. Like you have to give him extra respect because they made a huge effort and they're like a lost spirit or a lost soul or whatever.
Because they enjoy
some are a bit like suspicious, so you get different attitudes to converts, like you would in any
I remember Joseph. I remember asking Joseph Cohen's, "Don't Jews kind of like repulsive, kind of like dislike the idea of Gentiles converting to Judaism?" And yeah, well, Joseph said the Messiah is meant to actually be a child from converted Jews.
Yeah.
Is that
true? And another way that you might like, because another way you think about these things is another way to look at it. I heard from a Jewish person a while ago, is that the Jewish DNA is propagated by Jewish women carry and propagate the seed, and Jewish men propagate the word, meaning the Torah.
That's a part of the diaspora.
Yeah.
Right.
No, it's just like pre-diaspora, it was Jewish men. It was Jewish men for both. It's a product of diaspora that it became Jewish women propagate whether or not you are Jew or not.
It was afterwards, wasn't it? Yeah. It was. I think it was male first, right?
Can we continue the stream? I think.
Yeah. Yes. Back to the. I want to hear the leader of the white race.
As a member of the super white race, I support the white race.
Hey,
Super white.
Only Raymond is a super white there, right? Anyway, sorry, let me just scream.
I guess so.
Hey,
I'd love to debunk Nick point by point, you know, but every time you stop, we go into a discussion of the meaning of life. And
which is kind of base. No, that's kind of base, not gonna lie.
42.
There's a rumor that it's
None of these things are remotely similar to each other.
Oh, if I laugh, it looks like I'm not losing. If I laugh, it looks like I don't have a
well, let me name off 15 random facts, and I'm going to say what they were talking about.
real.
Guys,
Yeah, it's about Kurd.
let's keep.
Fresh.
Five.
No, I didn't. All I said it was loud.
That's exactly how I feel about the panel when you guys shout at each other. Let's go.
This is civil. Okay, because he asked a question about the first Gulf War. Why did we go? Is that your question? Why did we go into war with the first Gulf
I'm
War?
just curious how Jews are concocting every single fucking thing. And then also keep in mind too, everything. The only evidence of any of the fact that like the Jews are behind this is because some people that are Jewish are involved in writing some of the plans.
Well, explain Kanye. Explain JP Morgan and Kanye. Let's go to the good stuff.
That is always going to be.
Let's go to Kanye.
In the totality of this conversation, the strongest evidence that Nick will ever offer for his position is some of the people involved are Jewish.
Okay, so let's hit the first Gulf War because he's asking why did we get involved in the first Gulf War?
We got involved in the first Gulf War for the same reason we got involved in the Iraq War. It's because the Jews had a problem with Saddam Hussein. The Zionists had a problem with Saddam Hussein. It's the same situation. And here's why I bring up the letter to Bill Clinton 98. It's because once again, we can take the explanation that we were given by the news media that Israel our closest ally because they help us. Went to war in Iraq because
he's drifting.
WMDs, I don't know, we were fooled. We went to war in the Gulf War because of the Kurds.
Hello?
Yeah,
notice that he doesn't really know why the first Iraq war happened. It was, of course, Iraq invaded Kuwait. Kuwait is a massive, like one of the largest oil suppliers. Don't forget the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it would have doubled
there
Iraq's
was.
oil.
Can I just finish the point, man?
Come on, guys.
And
adding to your point, it would have doubled Iraq's oil.
What
Let
is
Thomas
going
finish.
on?
I mean, let,
I just make short statements. Why do you have to? Can't you wait until I finish? Dude.
Shut up. You're talking rubbish.
So Kuwait was invaded by Saddam. The Emirates and Saudi were very nervous that they will be next. America has a lot of investment in those regions, and he was dependent on them like this, the West for oil. So it was very important to invade. It was okay for Israel, but Israel didn't really push for it at the time. That was in 91. In fact, they bombed us. So Iraq actually threw some missiles at us. So
I think Nick was referring to the second war.
No, but the question was about the first. The question was about the first Gulf War, not the second. And because he doesn't know the answer, he shifts the conversation to the second one.
And I'm old enough, I'm not sure you're my man. I remember being very, very clear that I remember very much all pressure on the United States was telling Israel not to react and not to retaliate, right? Because they just threw some weapons and they lobbed some bombs and missiles into Israel. And everyone thought, oh shit, Israel's just going to go for it. And the Americans didn't only keep calm. So when Nick says it was created by Israel, it's the opposite. Israel was actually a passive player in the First World War. It was
Can I just ask a question? Mossad, do you remember if Kuwait and Iraq were still embargoing Israel for oil at the time? Because I'm pretty sure both were still embargoing Israel for oil.
Yes.
Okay, so neither... For the Israeli perspective, both countries are just like assholes who are potentially a threat.
Yeah, I mean, Kuwait was
Israel's
not actively
involved in this.
Kuwait was not actively opposed to Israel, but Iraq
so they weren't embargoing them?
So Iraq was sponsoring terrorism against Israel, but
Mossad, I know what Iraq was doing in terms of sponsoring. I'm asking the specific question: was Kuwait also embargoing Israel for oil?
yes, Kuwait was an enemy, still is officially an enemy.
Okay. Well, I mean, there you go.
Remember, is another thing in the dynamic that he's not mentioning at all is because Iraq and Iran had been at war. At the same time, the other big geopolitical thing is there are lots of mines, correct me if I'm wrong, Mossad, and the birth of the first child soldiers, the birth of the true Hezbollah happened at that same point. And the Americans and the Brits as well watching that were going, hang on a second, this could get very complicated very quickly. was from that point not to let Israel be dragged into it, because both that time Iran was agitating for Israel to be dragged into it as well, independently of the oil and Saddam Hussein. So there was almost antagonism forces against Israel, but Israel was not the protagonist of that war. So when you say, "Oh, there's a Zionist neocons joining that," not at all, not World War One at all.
Can we appreciate though the most African American of all possible statements? So I don't care about the Iraq War. Let's talk about Kanye. From what the guy next to Nick.
Well, it's nice to know that the white supremacy movement has diversity at its strength at its heart, right? It's got a bunch of people, right? Anyway, let's go. Debate.
What I'm trying to say is that was already the policy. They were agitating for war for a long time. The neocons were agitating for war for a long time.
Can you tell me, how did we make Saddam Hussein invade Kuwait and then use gas weapons against the Kurdish people?
We didn't make them do that. That's the pretext.
How
That's
are we
the
agitating
excuse.
for it?
That's the excuse.
Yeah, can you tell me how we were agitating for it?
No. I'm not saying they agitate for that.
Okay.
What are we agitating for? I'm sorry. What are you saying?
I'm trying to figure out how the Jews made us go. I'm trying to figure out, how did the Jews make Saddam Hussein?
You are trying to figure it out.
I am. I'm asking you.
Teach me.
How did the Jews make Saddam Hussein invade Kuwait and use
You're
chemical
not following,
weapons?
though.
I'm not asking you.
You're
Tell
not
me
following.
simply.
Yeah, no.
Without talking about Benghazi, without talking about China, without talking about Ukraine.
I'm talking about other examples of American foreign policy to establish
obfuscation and dialogue trees.
Okay,
They're
the big
louder
question
than us,
basically
so
between
it's...
the big question between the two of them is Nick is saying Jewish influence, and Destiny's saying they invaded Kuwait and they gassed the Kurds. Okay, you weigh those two, and is the invade Kuwait and gas the Kurds sufficient casus belli for the United States of America to invade? And if the answer is yes, then Jewish influence or not doesn't actually matter in this case.
Yeah, because the Kurd gassing, because I'm older than you guys now, definitely you, Apex. I watched all that stuff when it happened.
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein was, again, going for the Kurds, and the northern instability had nothing to do with the United States and the West.
Yeah.
It was completely his own kind of despotic problem with instability. The Turks, the Kurds, that area is very unstable anyway, right?
Yeah.
Kurdish people, all those people. At that point, it was the other missing variable was the Iranians, so always opportunistic, saw this as a way because the Iranians always want to drag Israel into it. At this point, they just played the back of the Iraq, which is a brutal kind of war, brutal, landmines, child soldiers, the birth of Hezbollah, and the Iranians kept agitating, and that made Saddam Hussein also do that. Oh, if we chuck some shit at Israel, if that brings Israel in, we can say it's the Jews against Muslims. And I think there's a lot of foreign policy pressure by the Americans to tell the Israelis, do not respond. Right, Mossad? Because everyone was going,
Can I ask a question? I have a question for both Mossad and also for any anti-Semite. How does an unstable Middle East keep Israel safe? How does that benefit Israel? If Syria is going through a civil war, or Iraq is going through a civil war, or if Yemen is, how is that beneficial for Israel? That just means there's going to be more guns and more fighters, coming over the borders.
Their argument was if the Middle East united into a single empire, then Israel would be completely wiped out.
They did. I'm sorry, they had 5 armies, and they tried to all jump Israel at once, and they all lost. So even when they were united, it didn't count for shit. They were still weak.
If I may, one of the things that I did notice with Nick Fuentes' statements is he did somehow, I don't know how, I do know that there are some Jewish names in the neoconservative movement, but I found it fascinating that he conflated the neoconservative wing of American globalist politics, the neoconservative wing, with somehow being I guess you would call it a puppet of Israel. That was a fascinating thing I immediately observed when he said the Jews and the neoconservatives, and I was like, well, no, whoa, let's slow down here.
I was old enough again for that period of time in the early days, for you and I, Pat Buchanan days onwards.
Yeah.
What all of them would keep words, all of them, the anti-Semites, they go, look, the whole neocon movement is the one tail wagging the dog, causing what is a Christian conservative right-wing pro-Israeli movement. They're saying, look, the Jews are doing it. No, they're not. American conservative fundamentalism was doing that, independent of the Jews, right? Now, because you might pick up some names, you pick up economist Paul Krugman, you pick up any of the paleocons. Look. No, they came from white Christian conservative American movement, who was, let's be honest, anti-Islam for sure. And definitely,
Yeah, and then lied to those same conservative Christian Americans, right, who believed that they were doing something good and righteous, only to find out it was really to line their own pockets and to make themselves wealthy, in spite of the damage it would cause to Americans. Fascinating thing to
I think
observe.
they were also doing it. They were doing it. Some of them were doing it motivated by religious reasons and very conservative issues. Others were doing capitalist greed and globalist capitalist American greed at the expense of ordinary American troops, which I found the worst bit. But in both cases, they weren't being led by the Jews. Because that's, first of all, that's insulting to all the right-wing IQ Christians in America. Like, oh, we're so stupid. All of our entire conservative Christian right-wing IQ is being led by a bunch of Jews. That's just insulting. Right? It's insulting to believe that, right?
But it is very
You wouldn't have picked it up, though, with the speed at which Nick was saying it, though. You wouldn't have picked it up initially unless you were really looking for something like that. Yeah, he tried to conflate the two, and I was sitting there going, "What? Wait, I got to raise my hand here. I don't know. Let's slow down."
Another thing is technological, Raymond. You'll find this more interesting. But again, I remember the 80s. I remember the spread of the personal computers, for example, and everything else. And one thing that was really pivotal in that whole movement out of nowhere was the sudden changing of mailing lists and catalogs when the Christian movement moved to broadcast TV out of cable TV in the US, and then they moved to electronic communication. Suddenly that right wing, what they call in quotes, neocon Christian conservative movement, crystallized itself in the foreign policy department. Suddenly they could get the weight of the midterms, the weight of the primaries, the weight of the caucuses in the Christian vote was now being organized, right? You had, remember the first TV evangelists, right? Suddenly they had personal computers, they went from mailing lists, suddenly they had email lists. Those are the same people whose parents are the people who put into power these people, and they were not Jewish. They were white American right-wing Christians, right? Fundamental Christians, right? So decided that the Jews were right. Now, were they aligned with Jewish interests? Absolutely. Were they aligned with Zionist interests? Of course they are. They're all fundamental Christians. Of course they're Zionists, right? So,
what happens is that they find...
Keith Woods always says, look, if I look at all the documents and I find a Jew here and a Jew there, therefore white Americans are being run by Jews. That's just anti-patriotic bullshit. I mean, I don't know.
I just want to say also the second Iraq war in 2003, Bush and spoke to the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, and Sharon told him that this is a bad plan and they shouldn't do it. They shouldn't go into war. So to blame Israel for the war, yes, Israel said that they should remove Saddam Hussein. They never said that they should invade or that they should take over and try to install a democracy, which we knew Iran would take over. So nothing worked in our favor, really. I mean, they're saying that we're buying oil from Kurdistan. We could have bought oil from someone else. It's not like, it doesn't really...
Reminder, Mossad, the ideal Israeli Middle East is one where the ethnic minorities, such as the Assyrians and the Alawites and the Druze and the Maronites, have their own little statelets rather than the Arabs.
That's because they're not purebred Arabs. So like in Saudi Arabia and like Jordan, they're all mixed because like Iraqis are part like Iraq is part Kurdish, part Iranian, and yeah, some of them are Arabs, but like everyone deserves a state of their own. Like the Turk, like
yeah, but that's the history of that tiger is different because the history that a lot of it goes to Qutb and the key influencing writers. Because when the empires collapsed, right, the birth of Israel, all of them, they only had a few options in the Middle East. They're fundamentally tribal and feudalistic people. What was their alternative? They didn't have a democratic nationalist alternative. They had equivalently national socialism for Arabs. And therefore the Ba'ath Party, all these parties are effectively Arab Nazi parties. They all have strong dictatorial leaders.
What have they done? Like, what have these, like, so I don't know much about
They basically take the
Baathism is like Arab nationalism.
No,
but like,
no, it's not pan-Arab nationalism. It's actually pan-Arab national socialism. All you have to do is
I can answer what they've done.
You just added socialism to what I said.
No,
I can answer what they did. I can answer what they did. It's very simple. What did the Nazis do to Germany?
National socialism, Tiger, not nationalism or socialism. Literally, Qutb wrote the equivalent of the Nazi manifestos, which became the Muslim Brotherhood. It became the policies that influenced from Sadat to the Ba'ath Party to Syria.
Sorry, I'm just saying, what
they're effectively mini Hitlers running an absolute totalitarian state. And
You're not going to recognize Baghdad in 10 years. Saddam Hussein, 1995.
No, but literally, you look at them, all of them, you can trace that. And why is the hotbed of the intellectual movement? Where is that? Cairo. So if you look at the problems, even today, the question is, the Americans can't make them democratic. The question is, they don't seem to have a natural hierarchy that's feudal. And all the influence that keeps the Islamic militants today is the writings of people like Plato that says, no, we should have a equivalent of a national socialist. If it's not religious, it becomes the Baath parties. If it's religious, it becomes ISIS. So when you say, oh, these guys are ethnic, they're not organizing, they're tribal ethnically, but that's not the superstructure that organizes the Middle East, right? And none of that shit is compatible with the West, Christianity, Israel, right? None of this thing works, right? So what the US and all about to play is a broker game of despot 1 against despot 2, right? But that's pretty much, I think, the history, unless I'm misreading it. So, but, you know, in a sense. Anyone else? No, go.
It's always derailing. It's always derailing and sophistry from you. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Ask your question, and then he'll answer it.
How did the Jews make us invade in the first Gulf War?
But see, that's a totally incorrect. It's so funny.
You're so
it's
triggered.
So funny.
I see the trigger in you.
I'm not triggered, but that's just what you do. When you lose a debate, when you lose a debate,
this is like
you
your
do this.
specialty area of interest. I don't know fucking half the shit you're talking about, and you don't have an answer for me.
It's just like the weasel words
rely
at
on
the
somebody
beginning.
having no understanding of anything
It's
you're
just
talking
like the
about.
weasel
And you're
words
gonna say
at the
random
beginning.
fucking shit to win the argument.
It's so weird. It's so crazy.
Okay. The question is, how did say it one more time? What was it?
He brings up like 5 different conflicts.
It's a false premise. It's a false premise. Here's what the question is. He said,
so that we don't derail,
he
guys.
said, how did the Jews make Saddam Hussein do these things? I never said the Jews made Saddam Hussein do those things. Were you listening?
Oh, so Saddam Hussein chose to invade Kuwait and gas the Kurdish people.
I don't know that he gassed the Kurdish people, by the way.
Oh,
I don't know if I believe
wasn't it 6 million?
Let's say they did, though. As I said before, that's...
I'm sorry, no disrespect, but I don't know who these people are, but this little clown over here is just the lowest
I can't stand that fucking prick. He's
that
so dumb.
He's a fucking orc.
He was a actor. He used to be an actor, and he's washed up, and he just says offensive shit. Anyway, but like Saddam Hussein did gas the Kurds. I had a friend who was Kurdish, and she actually lived in Iraq. During the time when Saddam Hussein was in power. Obviously, she moved when she was like 6 years old. But no, this isn't some conspiracy theory.
No, it isn't.
Saddam Hussein did try and ethnically cleanse Kurds.
Correct, he did. Absolutely. But he does. I think his point, I don't think Nick is strong in his history here.
That's the pretext, Destiny. Countries do bad things all the time.
Were there other countries that were using chemical weapons on their own citizens in the Middle East that we had no interest in? Wasn't that one of the reasons why we went after Gaddafi, was claims of torturing people, locking them up in prisons?
No, we said.
Why is it that we went to invade? Why is it that we went to invade? Why is it that we went to, when we went to depose Gaddafi? Why is it that even China abstained from voting against U.S. involvement in that? Because they knew that Gaddafi was a fucked up person, and they knew that country was being ran in fucked up ways.
China's not ran by fucked up people, and there's no other fucked up.
I'm just saying, China had the ability to enter, and everybody said, "Don't do it." There's a reason why they abstained.
Let me ask you this. So we went into Libya, we went into Iraq because it's fucked up guys doing fucked up stuff.
Are there any
leaders? Are there any leaders doing fucked up stuff in Africa and Latin America?
I think that generally the United States.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, they're probably. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so where are the ground wars in Africa and Latin America?
No geostrategic interest, and I don't.
And that's just bollocks. Have you ever seen Black Hawk Down? The United States has been all over Africa. What is he on about? The United States goes across. The United States has bases in 142 countries. The fact that he doesn't know that the Americans are all over Africa just means he doesn't know what he's talking about. Right?
I heard that they want to plant 2 American bases in Ukraine. Is that true? Does that go along with the?
Look, here's to show you America's involvement in Africa. We have an Africom.
Yeah, there you go.
That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. We have an Africa command. I'm not kidding. We actually have an Africa command. That's all you need to know. We have Africom. It exists. That means we have a presence in pretty much every country you could possibly imagine in Africa, even if we aren't willing to admit it.
Yeah, the U.S. has been militarily involved in Ethiopia, Eritrea, in both the conflicts in Civil War and Ethiopia.
We're not allowed to officially recognize Eastern Africa as a region with U.S. military involvement, technically, but
right.
Yes, outside of but even then,
Djibouti
is a humanitarian effort. Remember that it's humanitarian; it's not actually military. Same thing with also South Sudan, by the way. Same thing with Nigeria, Lagos.
Peace Corps.
Kota, the Ivory Coast. Like that's, I mean, but
Can I just
you know,
point something out, though?
Africom. So, you know, we're here to promote multinational, multilateral partners in Africa.
Okay,
And
who's running
military.
America? Yeah, I want to talk about something.
Nick is also,
Who's in
Nick is
charge
also
of America?
stupid. Nick doesn't also know the history of the last 25, 30 years. Maybe just in Central America, the Contras, the wars, like both sides against the fall.
Like, goodness gracious, we can even talk about the Caribbean. We can talk about Grenada if we really wanted to have a conversation about Grenada. We can have a conversation about El Salvador and why El Salvador is sending MS-13 up here because of American involvement. Thank you very much.
So what is the source of American power? Is it the Jewish people in
No,
there,
it's
or
the Navy,
white
it's hard power,
Americans.
it's soft power.
Americans.
No, but
Americans.
what is it that the Americans believe that keeps America?
And
What
the
it
two
is?
simple words: American exceptionalism.
It's there is an arrogance, at least certainly the past two generations that are responsible. The previous two generations, I'd say before millennials and before Gen Z, specifically Gen X and Boomers, are pretty much the two primary generations responsible for a vast majority. But to say that it's a generational problem specifically is also disingenuous to people that were genuinely averse to what actually occurred with America's foreign policy over the better part of the past century. But a lot of it is predisposed under the linear presupposition that we were fighting communism, even though we can very clearly see that it wasn't specifically a communism
Would you
thing.
agree, Raymond, that was also, in a sense, during the 60s and post-World War eras, there's McCarthyism, then there was Kennedy in the Pierce era, then there was the 70s lull of oil and Carter, and then there was 80s. In all
I
cases,
can sum up all of this in a single
in all
image.
cases, they were an idea of American exceptionalism born in the back of World War II, that America had won World War II and defeated the baddies, and therefore America's job in the world was to be the
It's
goodies.
our responsibility, yes.
Be the
It
goodies.
becomes yes, and it becomes a very Christian responsibility. This is the interesting. This is kind of what Curtis Yarvin was getting to when he talks about sort of the crypto-Christian spirit of some of the behaviors. Right, is ultimately there is we must sacrifice ourselves to help everybody else, make everybody else better. We're accepting.
We have to be the cop that looks after the bullies and the playground.
Yes, we are taking on a messianic role by attempting to absolve everyone else of their sins by taking taking on their sins and then attempting to solve them ourselves.
Can I summarize this in a single image?
Kind of American
Britain did that before.
But
Can I summarize this all in a single image?
Yeah, actually, they took over from the Brits in the sense of a neo-form of exceptionalism. The British called it the white man's burden, right? Or the,
That's
or the burden of the
right.
empire.
Yep.
The Americans took it over after World War II, saying literally after having beaten Nazis and all of this, our job is to look out for whatever's bad. Hence the war on communism, war on drugs, war on terror, war on opiates have always been. And now I think Raymond hit the nail on the head. The new generation of the progressives, that big Twitch have taken an opposite approach, going, oh, no, it should be justice for the world. And justice doesn't come down to the armed forces.
Democracy. Isn't it democracy?
Yeah.
No,
But-
justice.
Isn't it moral high ground?
Yeah.
Can I summarize the entire
it's,
America
it's,
thing?
it's a form of neoliberalism, I would say.
Progressivism.
Yes, literally,
Rob?
that's what. Yeah.
Am I allowed to summarize the entire thing with a single image? Please show my screen.
Is it
Single
meme?
image? It's a very simple one. It summarizes all of American exceptionalism. Very simply.
If it's like 14 references all occurring at the same time and they all require some meta contextual understanding of
single
previous references, you're going to lose everybody on the panel. Everybody on the panel is going to sit here and just go, "What am I looking at?" It's not going to make sense.
It's a single line.
Sorry, I missed the first line. You want to quote a line? Something you broken the rhythm.
No. Let me show my screen. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, he wants to share his screen.
Okay.
There you go. American exceptionalism. Just single image. There you go.
Right. Yeah, but you can see that. But you see, I've seen that shift. Look at Alexandria Cortez. Look at Bernie Sanders. Right? You have now, but if you compare Bernie Sanders, at least my generation remember this most. You might remember. If I compare this to when I was a young boy, compare this to Kennedy, JFK. They were liberals. They were American liberals who wanted to do things like found the Peace Corps, do charity, make peace in the world. All the way to Carter, they were not progressives.
Yeah.
Then Reagan all came with capitalism neocons. These people are not Kennedy liberals. they are progressive neo-Marxists, right? And
Well,
they
well, don't you think,
peace.
like,
They want
because
the Palestinians, for example, to take over Israel. They don't want peace. Like Kennedy would have said, let's get on the table, let's do a Camp David, let's hug. These guys go, no justice, no peace. Let's get the Israelis, right? They have a completely different, they're left wing.
Well, don't you think because America is a superpower, therefore everyone wants to go there because why not? They got the money, you know. And when you have this coalition of all these different minorities wanting to have power in America, that they change the character of America.
But also the long march of the education system and everything has changed all of the West, right? Not just America. Now the power, progressive power is balancing conservative power, but progressive power is also global power. Look, I'll give you an example. Look at the campaigns for Palestine. Look at the campaigns for the environment. They might have a large part of their power is progressive American power, but it's not global power because of technology, right? So it's different. But again, Nick, the point is, Nick Fuentes has no idea what he's fucking talking about.
Oh no, there are. I don't know if there are
back to the original
democracies
point.
there. I don't know if there are democracies
That's the
that we
original
feel like
point.
are worth
What was
supporting.
the geostrategic interest in toppling Saddam Hussein in 2003?
That entire area, because of its location near Russia, I believe is of interest to the United
Because
States.
of it, so we invaded Iraq because of its location
I didn't
near
say we
Russia.
invaded. I didn't say we invaded Iraq.
See, this is why.
Oh, I'm not gonna, you don't want me to answer the question?
This is why.
Let him answer, Nick, please.
Okay, now there's no interruptions. Okay,
Let him answer.
Let's hear about Russia.
The
reason why we invaded. The reason why we invaded Iraq,
and then you can answer.
The reason why we invaded Iraq is because Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait with shitty pretext and used chemical warfare against the people of Kurdistan, the Kurds living in the north of Iraq. The reason why we have an interest in Iraq is because of the location on the globe. So if you want to tell me why we're interested in Iraq, I can tell you that. If you want to tell me why we invaded, I can tell you that.
No, but Destiny's also missing a point. Maybe it's aging generations. So another big variable. There was also the world was coming into capitalism and looking at the attack at the end of the Cold War, and also they've gone through the oil OPEC scare. So oil security was critical to the West and critical to the United States. They just came over the OPEC squares, the price fixing scare, and they just got over the peacenik phase of Carter. So when they entered the arrival of Thatcher and Reagan's boom period, the last thing they wanted is capitalism at the boom. You didn't want oil insecurities.
Can I cut in?
Yeah.
So it was the fact that the Cold War was over, and they had to justify having a $900 billion military budget, and so George Bush came up. Well, no. George Bush came up with the Axis of Evil speech, talking about a bunch of nations that were openly against the US and the US world system, and were also not democracies. None of these countries weren't Russia. That's one reason, one of the many reasons. The second reason also because they boarded Iran and they were very threatened by, Iran has a large population, a very young population. They have a lot of oil, and I think they're like an Islamic democracy. So they also wanted to surround Iran, and that's also why they invaded Afghanistan. Also, like Afghanistan
Not quite.
were behind. Well,
not quite, Tiger, because I mean, again, I was your age probably at the time. No, not quite. Yes, but behind Afghanistan and behind Iran and everything else was the Soviet Union. So this is still a
the most from Iraq too.
You can see that the walls coming down in 88, 89, they're already projected. It took another 10 years to bring the Soviet Union and cripple it down. But the Russians were still on the other side of Syria, on the other side of Iran, had just done a 20-year war in Afghanistan. The Americans were not going to walk away in a non-interventionist way and let all those countries become Russian. So with the oil and power was also, like Desi said, geospatial interest. The United States is not going to let the basis of its supply and stability of the biggest thing it needed to prove. You give it over to the Russians.
Yeah,
right.
That's right.
Yeah, because that was just,
given over to the Russians.
Yeah, because Russians. Yeah. Where do you think? How do you think the Russians were Afghanistan? Where do you think Bin Laden comes from? The Mujahideen were in the 70s, were already in Afghanistan. Where do you think Iran gets its power from? Russia.
Sorry, no, wait.
Where did the Syrians get its power from? Russia.
Oh, like what? Because Russia had already pretty much nearly collapsed in the Russia was on its knees. The country was run by the mafia. They had that. No, what is it? I think after the guy with a birthmark on his head, they had that one president who was a complete drop. Like
Boris Yeltsin or Khrushchev?
Russia can't even project power over Ukraine.
No, Tiger, you're confusing the Soviet Union and Gorbachev with Russia. Russia was going to go nowhere. The Soviet satellite states were going down. But Russian influence in Syria, in Iran, in Afghanistan was there since the 1950s. The United States
Russia
foreign
has zero
policy.
influence in any of these countries. I'm sorry.
Russia has broad self-influence in these countries since before World War II.
Russia
I think
Russia has zero influence in any of these. Like they couldn't even have
I
any
think
influence in
Syria.
Afghanistan when the Taliban kicked them out.
I think Syria flies contrary to that statement. I think Syria lies in contradistinction to that statement.
What percentage of American lend-lease went through Iran out of interest? Does anyone know?
But all of the armed forces, everything was
No, World War II. Does anyone know the answer to that question outside of me? World War II, Operation Countenance. The British invaded the South. The Russians invaded the North. They set up puppet states in Iran. They
Oh no! For God, no! Not again!
No, the short answer is the Russians have been in the area for a long fucking time.
Don't spin off another story about history. Come on, we talk about one thing, and you start some story about some...
Don't do it.
There we go. All right, boys, back to the
Two separate answers to that. Where were the Jews involved? Well, wait.
Now
So
let
I
him- now let him
want to
respond.
follow on
made
this
the
a little
Russians
bit. So
invade
you
Iraq.
said, well, we invaded Iraq and Libya because even China realized that Gaddafi was a shitty guy. This is like Reddit talk. Gaddafi was a total
Where did the first Gulf
fucking
War go?
asshole.
I
No,
will
Gaddafi
defend
was a total
Gaddafi.
fucking asshole. That's why we invaded.
Alright.
And I
A lot of
said,
people have
okay.
tortured them.
Whoa, interruptions. Can we get a
That's
check
right.
on that?
Hit
Okay.
the Gaddafi thing, and then please answer his question about the Iraq.
So I said, well, what about all the shitty people in Africa? What about all the shitty people in Latin America, terrorist groups? And he said, well, so really it's not about their shitty people. It's because they're shitty people and it was geostrategically important. I said, what's a geostrategic benefit? It's near Russia. Really? So let me get this straight. If we
Oil,
invaded
dude,
Iraq
for God's
and the
sake.
geostrategic
So
benefit
stupid.
is that it was...
It's so funny. Nick just doesn't understand it, does it?
Nick doesn't know anything, and Destiny is an expert on OnlyFans girls. This is outside his,
there's one thing Destiny is good at. He is very good at using debate skills.
He's very good.
Whether or not he can debate truth or fiction, that's irrelevant. The fact that he has the skills necessary to engage in a debate, that's good.
He just says nonsense. Like Destiny is right about everything except for relationships.
No. Destiny always results.
He doesn't have the knowledge of about history. Raymond's right. He's a very good. I can show you debate after debate where he argues very, very well.
Very good.
On presupposition. Nick is a bruiser kind of debate. But in both cases, Nick is just talking shit, and Destiny doesn't have enough substance to back up what he's saying. But he is still right. He's still right, right?
Exactly. He doesn't know the stuff. He just doesn't know.
It's just knowledge.
Noise.
Near Russia.
But I'll tell you what, I could play, for example, Destiny debating Darth Dawkins on presuppositional faith, and Nick Fuentes wouldn't be able to even keep up with it.
It's really so simple. Back in the day, America didn't have enough oil. The West as a whole, all of America's allies, Japan, Australia, everybody didn't have enough oil without the Kuwaitis and Saudis and the Emirates. And that place needed to be protected. And that's what happened. And without that, think about no oil for a few days in the West.
Yeah, we saw Can I say something? Sorry, can I just play devil's advocate?
Another thing that was really important was Islam was rising in the 60s and 70s after the second generation of Qutb academics had realized that the Holy Land was now a U.S. puppet state. They never recognized the House of Saud. They're the custodians of the Holy Land that the Americans had picked. By the late 60s and 70s, the first generation of people who were born of the people who were tortured in Egypt, were tortured. Those are the people who created the Mujahideen. They were the people who fought the Soviets. That force the Americans were well aware of. If they didn't prop that force up, this House of Saud would fall. ISIS would have happened 20 years earlier. So the other huge thing was the Russians were also aggravating the Islamic side, right? So the Americans sitting there going, like, here's the oil basin. We need all the oil for West stability. We've got a bunch of puppet regimes and dictators. We can pay them off. And we've got this rising militant force called Islam that is ideologically pure. It's not going to negotiate, right? Literally, you had in the 70s. I remember I went to Afghanistan as a kid in the 70s with my dad on business trips. It was beautiful in the days before the war started. I mean, Kabul was actually a really beautiful city. I was very young. I still remember it. And then the Russians came, and then came the Mujahideen. At this point, the idea is saying that there isn't a proxy war, and the US was never going to walk away. That was never going to happen, right? I mean, they might have fucked up a lot of things, but we weren't leaving, right?
Forget about
if I may, One of the big things to understand, though, is we do technically have a lot of oil reserves. One of our biggest problems is we actually tied it up under legal inaccessibility. So we do have a good portion of America's natural resources. I'm going to get there. So a good portion of America's national resources are actually tied up thanks to Theodore Roosevelt generating the national park system in the U.S. The national park system, unironically, actually hides a vast majority of America's natural resources. Craziness. And then also accessibility in Alaska is a little bit of a problem, considering we have to go through Canada to get resources to us. That's kind of the other issue.
Also, don't forget that all this is modern drilling as well. It didn't exist in the 70s.
No, that's fracking. No, that's fracking. He's talking about conventional oil.
But fracking is specifically like Central Texas Midwestern. Yep. That's a Midwestern portion. I'm talking about like you go further west, you go into the Rockies, and you go into the Rockies, and then you go into like Alaska, and you go further north, and then you start hitting.
California has a capital specific, but they haven't even drilled into a specific reserve, right? The Americans like, we'll just use all the oil first, right?
California has a crap ton. I grew up near oil fields. I'm telling you, I grew up near oil fields in Bakersfield. There is so much in the Central Valley. It is unreal how much there is.
You know what, bro?
It's crazy.
The point is, it doesn't really matter because what America needed to be able to control the what they call the petrodollar. They needed to control. They didn't want someone who's not their friend to control half the world's economy with their oil.
I 100% agree.
Even if America could do its own oil,
it is strategically not in our best interest to do it. Correct. I 100% agree.
I even doubt that at that time of the first and even maybe 2000, America was able to be self-sufficient.
Yeah, but it was never American policy to do any such thing. The idea is we touch our stuff last.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you, Mossad. I'm 100% agreeing with you. Yes, geostrategically, it is in our best interest to never touch it. Yeah. Technically, we can, but why would we want to when we could go there and take their stuff?
It's only that. There's Japan, there's all the other countries.
Yeah, but if you drive down, Raymond know what I mean. If you drive down 5, right? And you drive down 5, you would just see that that there's oil there. That there be oil in their hills. There's fucking oil everywhere there, right?
It's even in the center of LA. We could get it from the center of LA. Nobody wants to put drills in the middle of LA because that doesn't look sexy when you have a photo of Beverly Hills and right underneath the Hollywood sign you just see a crap ton of pumps pumping the crap out of oil. That doesn't look sexy.
I think that's a good plan for Hollywood.
Rob, can I share some context? Can I share my screen again just to share some context?
Hang on a second before you share it. But Raymond, between me as well, I don't know, South Central LA, Long Beach, I don't know, some places could do with some drilling.
Yeah, true. I mean, we could do without El Segundo. I think we'll be fine.
Ralph, can you turn yourself up? You're just always quiet. And when you try to stop us, we don't hear you.
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong screen. That was national parks, and now for federal land, which is also related. Hold on.
Yes.
Federal land. Federal land is right here. There it is. Here's now federal land. There you go.
I'm not seeing it.
No, we're not saying it.
I'm taking many requests. I changed my volume, move this off, turn off the
There you go. There's federal land.
Boom.
Look at that.
That's very
national resources, baby.
There's probably a shit ton of fracking there too. Like it's not just conventional oil.
Bro, look at all the Indian reservations. Look at all the possible. Look at central. Look at the northern part of Oklahoma. Look throughout North Dakota, South Dakota. Look through Montana.
I used to go skiing and snowboarding to Kirkwood and Tahoe and stuff. And literally on the way to Kirkwood and Tahoe, going up, I'd literally be like, that looks like that could be an oil spot. And the guy would just say, oh, it was just an exploration for the USGS, just to know it was there. And then the USGS would just mark it and leave.
Hold on,
this was USGS thing. You're like, what the fuck is USGS doing all the way up to Tahoe? Oh, they're just marking the oil, right?
But there was just a public land. There wasn't oil land.
No, that's public land that can't be used for oil right now.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's kind of the thing. You have to understand. U.S. companies can't access it if it's federal land. That's the first thing you have to understand. They're legally not allowed to access it.
Right.
So that's one of the big things to understand. Is that makes it a block to access natural resources. The only way to get access to that kind of stuff is if you actually release it from federal control and then make it for sale.
And hey, best call in the evening's got to go to Connor, who says federal land. That's Nick's brother. Okay. Very funny. Right. Oh, Moonlight Shadow's back. Can I do it like a Moonlight Shadow? You actually think Nick slaughtered Destiny? You missed the first part of the stream, man. We just refuted everything. Nick is that's the same. Oops.
Well, Nick did have points in the stream. Like there were a few points going around Twitter where Nick was sitting there saying something.
I love the way you guys like to talk as soon as I click play. But
Rumble? What about on YouTube? Doesn't ADL go to YouTube? Why are we bad on YouTube?
Finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Was that good? Okay, go. Nick, you want to address that?
Nico wanted to talk.
One, you're saying that it's because he said that he loves Hitler and all that stuff. Doesn't that kind of prove the point? You were saying that you can criticize all minorities. You could say that you love Mao, you love Stalin, you could say that you love all these historical leaders. But when you say I love Hitler, for example, that is seen as the worst person of all time. That's one that
Hitler probably was the worst person of all time.
Why? Wow. See, but that's the problem.
Why? Because he was a fucking genocidal maniac that killed more white people, let alone Jews, than anyone else. So yeah, I mean, and these guys are like, oh.
So we finally acknowledge that Hitler was in fact bad. That's good.
I think there's several reasons.
I'd say he's like number 2.
But literally, these two orcs are going like, "Hey, what's wrong with Hitler?" You're like, "Bro, what do you think?" I don't think you do very well in Auschwitz.
Well, actually, sorry.
Systematically led the murder and extermination of like some 11 to 17 million people.
Stephen, I'm from an ethnic cleansing in 1999. They murdered most of my family. We didn't have a military. Nobody even knows about my fucking war. And I'm not trying to sympathy and going to Jewish Hollywood execs saying, make a movie because I'm going to cry for 20 decades. Bro, I'm telling you, you only focus on World War II because you're programmed to. Dude, you'll never talk about Stalin like that.
Wow, who do you think you're talking to?
And then it also proves the point. If you're saying Hitler's the worst person of all time, but you're looking at all the other leaders that caused genocide on other minorities, you don't see them as evil.
I can answer this point. It's simply, the reason is, Hollywood was created by Jews. Jews had a story to tell. They told it. Today, Hollywood is half Italian Catholic anyway. That's the one thing. The second thing is, the reason that Hitler is important to Western culture is because he's a child of Western culture, and it's much more worrying when something like Hitler happens in a democracy where things like this are not supposed to happen. You cannot expect it from the Chinese or the Russians, but you don't think, we, the sophisticated West, could could have such a situation.
Right now in Germany, as the AfD is polling, right now in Germany, as the AfD is polling above all the ruling coalitions, even in Germany, they're terrified there'd be a repeat of 1933. But even if you take the Jews off the table, what these idiots don't realize is their grandfathers, our grandparents and parents, are died and buried in Arlington in the largest war that slaughtered them against the man called Hitler. Forget the Jews, forget that. Your grandparents, your parents were defined. The nations, Europe was built from the ruins after World War II. These guys are like literally a generation that they don't understand there's a huge symbolic meaning of World War II. Hitler, Jews notwithstanding. Then you add the Jews and the fact that he was a genocidal maniac. Yeah, and they're like, oh, but what's wrong with Hitler, bro? My family was in the face. This guy should be personally, I don't like this guy. I shouldn't say that.
Evil people, but Hitler is the most evil one. He's the genocide of the Jewish people.
Bro, you can't say you don't see them as evil people. What is that insane dichotomy? Of course I think they. You know, they got to talk about.
So why is Hitler the worst?
Because they led an unprecedented systematic elimination on Jewish people, on Soviet captured people, on the Romani people, on Polish people, on gay people, and
do people criticize him because of all the others? What group did Hitler genocide that people are really afraid about? Why did they say that Hitler's the worst of all time?
The two biggest ones are Jewish people and Soviet people. That's why Russia to this day defines itself.
Does anybody care about the Hitler genocide on Soviets? Nobody talks about that.
That's Russia's foreign policy. Why do you think they talk about going into Ukraine?
I mean, what these guys are these people should be exterminated.
Can I just say something? So,
in Berlin, in Berlin right now, if I went down towards the Siegessäule, the biggest victories, I see Russian generals, statues of the Russians. I see the Russian Soviet resistance. You see the Russians are defined by the fact that they fought the fucking Nazis. Forget the Jews for a second. These guys, they go, it's a big deal for Russian. Yeah, it was a big deal for the East and West because Hitler took on the fucking world, or at least most of the world, right? These guys just have, it's almost like they have no history whatsoever. I don't even know how to fathom that kind of response, right?
Mark Twain.
You should go to Russia, matey.
Can I just say something?
You go to Russia, matey, and stop praising Hitler and see how well you do. see how the Russians do, right?
All right, sorry. Can I just all right, I get you guys don't know this. This stream is called Fresh and Fit. They're mostly a bunch of very sexist people. They don't really know much about history. They just bring in like supermodels and make fun of them. But the guy, the one with the sunglasses, his name is Sneeko. He's a complete idiot. He just recently converted to Islam. And Destiny in a previous stream said, "Okay, hey, so Sneeko, give me your favorite verse of the Quran," and he couldn't even name it. Like Sneeko's the biggest idiot you've ever met.
So he's one of the Sahih El Bugatti types, like Andrew Tate.
But Andrew Tate doesn't claim him.
Even Andrew Tate won't touch him.
Oh, no, because he just thinks he's a bitch, and he is a bitch. He talks a lot, but he's an idiot.
But so obviously I can't say about Fuentes. Obviously the Fuentes Sims in the chat like Jews are promulgating white genocide. Nah, deadheads. Only you. White genocide just specifically targeting you.
That
right?
sounds,
But
that sounds like a clickbait YouTube title. Sorry. Even Andrew Tate can't stand him.
War was invented by God to teach Americans geography. Anyway.
The war was invented by Jews. Jews did it all at that point.
Teach Americans geography.
Oi, can I say something? And this is just a question, right? No, and because you got a good few Jews in the chat. Is it me or isn't it mostly just Abrahamic religions that are homophobic? So didn't Jews basically invent homophobia?
Nah, you can go to
everyone was
Africa.
think about all the religions tolerate homosexuality.
I thought we invented all this.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about the whole Noahide. Don't say the word. Sorry, don't say the word. You're going to invoke him. We don't need him in the chat here. We don't need him.
Nick will tell you that we invented homosexuality.
I almost said it. Sorry.
Nick Fuentes will claim that we invented homosexuality.
Can I go back for a moment?
It's not an Abrahamic thing. It's more of a male thing. And you might not understand.
Yeah, no.
Well, Ty, think of it more of a Darwinistic thing because who do you think's more likely to win between two tribes? One that allows homosexuality to run rampant, and that means dysgenic and not enough babies, or ones that absolutely clamps down on homosexuality, making sure they have a lot of babies. You know,
Kingston, do you know where I've got the perfect response to this. Do you know where the name Palestine came from? It came from a homosexual called Trajan, and he had a boyfriend called Antonio. You can go to the British History Museum. He wiped his ass with his. Sorry, no offense, Mossad. He destroyed Israel.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. But I have one quick question. We'll go back
I
to
have a Greek respect here. No. The Greeks were not homos. The Greeks actually hated homos. You need to be clear about it.
Wait. If I could just respond to Ty. The Romans were very
No, we're not history spurging.
Stop disturbing.
This has to be said.
You're lying right now. You and I covered Hassan Piker saying Hitler wasn't bad for invading Poland. He was bad for killing Jews, and you covered that, and you changed your position.
Okay. Read the live chat more. Is that your notes? That looks like a live chat.
That's Adam 22
read in the live chat for more answers.
Adam 22, stop texting.
I want to reply because I never got to reply.
I want him to reply about the Twitter thing. Why did you get banned? He's saying that you got banned for something else.
Why Twitter, not Rumble? I want to hear that. Hang on. So, first of all, he said,
Ramble.
There it is. Not to derail because he has no answer.
Start, man. Let him start.
Right? So first of all, you said, well, I know why you got banned on Twitter. And then I said, no, you don't. And then you made a funny, cute joke and said, well, no, you don't do. So, no, I was told by Twitter that I was banned for repeated violations of the terms of service, even though I was there for 24 hours. But regardless, either way you cut it, my argument is they banned me because the ADL told them, because the ADL says jump and they say how high. The argument is, well, they banned you because you said you love Hitler. And like Sneeko says, well, that would be an obvious contradiction. It would show that talking about Jews is obviously exceptional. It's not like other things. Leafy didn't get banned from Twitter. Leafy's going on Twitter and saying all gay people are pedophiles. All gay people are terrible. Do not be.
Is he just disingenuous or is he dumb? What does he think is going to happen? If you want to go and say Hitler's really good, I want to crack some other jokes, gas the Jews, string up the blacks, and kick out everyone else, and I want a 12-year-old bride. Do you think
Kanye 2024?
Like, what does he think? I think he's just disingenuous. He just knows.
Kanye 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, just one thing that Nick said, that, well, two things actually, that it's gay to have sex with a woman. For a man, it's gay. And he also said that the ultimate heterosexual is an asexual incel.
The guy is a fucking. I'm sorry, but he's either faggot or he's the kind of guy who would sleep with a mannequin or something. I don't know what he is, but he ain't a man, right?
Yeah, that is the strangest fucking statement. Like the whole thing just.
Can I translate the Zoomer reasoning from?
This is the leader of the movement. I mean, what the problem with all this is
that kind of behavior is not America first. That's for certain.
The reason I was just trying to say something. The reason this worries me is not because it's not really a threat to Israelis, but it's a threat in a roundabout way that it's a degeneration of the right wing in the West. While they're busy talking about Jews, other people really are doing things against America because they see America as the enemy, and they have a long account to settle that the Jews don't. The Jews have a great relationship with America, and Israelis are number 2 behind Poland in their love of America. The latest survey done by Pew, 87% of Israelis think positively of America. There's only one country in the world that thinks more, it's Poland. So we are like your best buddies, basically.
Can I explain the Zoom here? The Zoom opinion is very simple. It's that women are gay. Now I understand. I understand why and therefore be asexual is more gay, or therefore be gay.
Why do you drift everything?
No,
into
I'm explaining the Zoomer. You're saying he did a Zoomer, so I'm explaining to you the Zoomer.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I think
does
they
it move the
hate
conversation?
women so much. I think they hate women so much that they can't imagine themselves trying to pleasure a woman, you know.
Yeah, but Nick's gone on the record saying that, you know, he thinks China will save him. He calls like Xi Jinping like Daddy Xi.
Yes, he does.
He calls for the invasion of Taiwan, which will
clearly not America first.
Damage America. So I mean, everybody in the West, the whole world.
Like,
will be damaged.
he would literally be happy to like evacuate and move into China, you know, because reasons.
I think my rule still works. All people are anti-Israel. Notice how I phrase it. All people who are anti-Israel are enemies of their own people. It doesn't mean you have to love Israel. The best thing is not to care too much, because you should care about your own nation first. And if you got some interest in the Middle East and Israel can help you, then that's fine. But otherwise,
and that's another thing. And that's another thing. All the aid from America that goes to Israel is mostly voluntary by individual, mostly Christian Americans. So, you know, it's really disingenuous to say, "Oh, America is giving all this aid because Jews are like." Manipulating things, you know, behind the curtains. Like, no.
I mean, you know, I'm sure Jews do have an influence in America, but it's like exaggerated to a point of like it's just hate. It's coming from hate. America spent, I think, more money on Ukraine in 1 year than on Israel in 25, and I don't think any of it is coming back. At least with Israel, there's all sorts of reasons, you know, they get technology back, they get to be involved with stuff, so they get some benefit. I don't see anything
Mossad,
like
it
that
depends
coming
to
back.
whom.
To America as a nation, whatever the
but there are specific.
Why are you
Americans
complicating things?
Because there are specific Americans who may or may not be benefiting from the Ukraine stuff for their corrupt reasons. I'm just saying the big guy's taking his cut anyway.
Oh, but that's not relevant to the point. You know, the point is. Israel received less in the last 20 years than Ukraine in 1 year.
Yes, but he is Irish.
Oh my goodness.
I don't really get what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Biden
completely.
I know,
completely
he's trying to
outside the
meme.
box.
He's kind of memeing it. He's memeing it up a little bit. He's just memeing.
He's young.
he's
yes.
But yeah, I
think Ralph is gone for
yeah. I know. I think Ralph kind of like just took a break from all of that. He's just like, oh, I can't handle more of this spurging. I don't need
But
it. No.
you know, it's very hard if you start going into all these branches, because everything has another interesting story, which each one of us can tell.
This is a big. Is a thing I noticed, right? Is you could ultimately have some contextual explanation for any singular thing that could ever happen at any point, and there's no way you could ever get through a topic without just accepting that a lot of information is fundamentally irrelevant to the topic. Right?
Yes.
Now, and it's the same thing as what's going on this is something I learned when I had a lot of conversations while I was in the military. I was having a lot of conversations about these kinds of topics. I found out more often than not, when folks don't want to address a specific issue with a topic, they're very good at what do you call it? I want to say it's like what's the word? It was in the top of my mind for a second. It's diverge the conversation. They want to sort of split it off, and they want to point out exceptions, as opposed to addressing the actual conversation, and everything becomes an exception to the rule. Yes, and you can see that with what Nick and Destiny are doing. They don't even want to have a conversation about the real issue by just coming to a common agreement. And I've learned this is how you can actually win a lot of these discussions. You just get to the base of, okay, this is what I understand about this, and this is how I'm defining it. And just getting to the definition of something and defining something effectively just allows you to just actually have a real conversation about it. Now, whether or not you want to agree on it, that's up to the debate, right? That's up to the conversation. And these two don't even want to agree on what they're using to define half of the issues they're having. And this is a fascinating, and you can see this right now, how completely empty America's intellectual capacity actually is, because we don't even want to define things, because that could make us wrong.
Right. What's happening is the increasing polarity as a consequence of this is you've got the effective tribal polarity that's been dumbing down into red team, black team, white team.
So much.
I mean, Destiny doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, because part of it is no one wants to admit what we actually believe. There was a recent distributor stream where we talked about this, and when you break down, like, we have all these stated beliefs that are not actually, when the rubber meets the road, what we
not
actually
values.
Believe.
It's ideological positions, it's ideological presuppositions or dispositions. It's not a value. You're having a clash between an ideological predisposition versus a value proposition, and you're having this massive clash that's occurring.
Because we're fundamentally embarrassed by what we really believe.
Yes.
But what we really believe embarrasses us.
Destiny is basically the ultimate, like, the norm, really. Like, he's like the dog in the house set on fire.
The liberal.
Like, this is fine.
The classic.
Yeah.
He's not progressive.
No. In defense of liberals, they're not all coon brains.
No, but he's a good liberal.
He's a coon brain liberal. He's
actually a good liberal. He argues.
Yeah, he's defense of the status quo.
Liberals argue liberalism as in he's not progressive. He's anti-progressive and he's anti-right. He's just a liberal. He believes in things like, free.
Yeah, but I'm going to defend all liberals.
Yeah, no. He literally admits for having his I don't know, girlfriend or wife being digged out, and he's saying like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, but I don't think his fundamental. I think his fundamental values, the more I listen to him, are basically Coomer, who wants to be a normal.
It's mail time. It's mail time.
And that's why he picks liberalism, because it's the most normal. And so he gets to argue from a position of almost the closest thing to societal neutrality, because it's the norm. It is the average. It is the median. It is the acceptable.
Which is liberalism. I mean, if you want to say some truths, the majority of the West is liberal.
Yes.
Most people say, "I want
well, to be fair, it's certainly not classical liberalism.
No. It's actually one of them guys. It's classical liberalism. I mean, clearly the 4-8 authority. If I ask most right wing, I want a God emperor theory. I'm like, right, would you like if I told you what to do? They're like, no,
exactly.
How about freedom of speech? You want to be able to say, and suddenly you realize that the majority of their views are actually canonically liberal.
Well, my point is this: Sargon 5 years ago or 6 years ago, right, was definitely liberal. Now, not so much, but at the time he was. I'd say Destiny. I'm not sure if his fundamental value is liberal. I think his fundamental value is hedonist, and he's allied to liberal priors as a way to excuse his own hedonism. Similar to how Nick's America First thing is a lie he tells himself so as to cover up what he actually believes and make it more palatable for himself.
No, but I think
here's one thing. Here's
the point. That's consistency within his own beliefs. So, for example, I doubt.
What I'm saying is most people.
Let's not speak of. Let's try not to speak of each other. Don't be too hard. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think Nick Fuentes, where if you stress tested him, he wouldn't want to live under the regime he's proposing for society. He wants others to do so, right? He wants to say, "Oh, I want you to respect this hierarchy," but he won't do it. Right? He won't be suddenly. Do you think he'll be in church? And would he, for example, he wouldn't be able to my wife's brother. He would not be able to match my wife's brother's Catholic sort of like tradition. He just wouldn't. He just wouldn't have the Christian strength to do so. But he'd want the rest of society to be run by Catholic overlords. That's what I mean by that hypocrisy, right? So that also applies on the left. I think the more you go from the median, the more you get this kind of strange hypocrisy, or strange sort of like, I want you to do that, but I won't do it for myself. Right? So.
I don't know if it's a different thing about going away from the median, because I see a lot of quote-unquote centrists who have this exact same problem. Most people, you ask them what they believe, and they tell you a pretty little lie that makes it sound a bit nicer. But the reason you can't move them on it is because they're not arguing their actual belief, which is often more nasty.
It's not about you. Correct. If I may, one of the interesting things you will notice about anybody that actually carries a liberal value set, classical liberal value set, is ultimately all of the positions are fundamentally confrontation avoidant. That is a very immediately obvious thing you will deal with, is when you are dealing with people that go, oh, I don't know about that. I don't think I would agree with that. Because ultimately, one of the interesting things you'll notice about classical liberalism, specifically if we're going to take something like free speech, for example, free speech absolutism doesn't want to admit that you have to be willing to allow lies.
Yep.
And it's very important to understand that if you're going to deal with being pro-truth, right, you can't be conflict avoidant when it comes to lies, which is how you can instantly tell a liberal's behavior when they want to go, oh, I don't know about that. I don't think I agree with that position, because ultimately, because it hits fundamental truths and reality, smack them right in the face, and that scares the crap out of them. They're going to have to admit things.
A deeper point of Vital is because I think in the sub-ontological part of liberalism is a foundational laissez-faire live and let live thing. So anti-confrontation is a live and let live. As long as you're not violating my equivalent of my non-aggression principle, I'm not going to cast a judgment on you. You can sleep with whatever you want to do. Even though I may have those things, I'm not going to, my non-confrontation laissez-faire overrides it. A progressive will say, no, you've got to be able to do it. And the right wing will say, I'm going to kill you for doing it. Right? So in a sense, they're both aggressive ideologically, right? As opposed to...
Yes.
Right, if you look at the data, what's incredible is that both sides of the left and right are now drifting apart consistently since the mid-late 90s and fracturing. So this middle liberal position, the Steven Pinker position, these positions, they're becoming
like hands off. Let the hands off. Like I don't want any part of this debate. Not understanding that becomes a direct consequence, that actually creates a direct consequence in their life. And because of their failure to address reality and admit truth, because they want to be non-confrontational, they don't understand that those consequences they didn't want anything to do with end up becoming directly part of their lives. And it's you see it with Steven Pinker, when Steven Pinker started getting canceled for saying things, and he was like, whoa, why are you canceling me? I'm letting you speak. And you're going like, no, you don't understand. Ideological hegemony doesn't allow for the entire notion of free speech. You wouldn't look at God and say God is a free speech advocate. God does not allow blasphemy. That means he is not a free speech absolutist in any way, shape, or form.
The hypocrisy is also deeper. Even if they were consistent in their own views, they won't survive a real interrogation. Let's take Nick Fuentes, for example. So you're against race mixing, right? You're against miscegenation, right? And you're not pure white. You're mixed, right? So let me sit down with you and your parents and grandparents, go back, why? Are you going to sit with me and condemn them? I want you to sit with your mother and your grandfather on the table and condemn them. Will you tell them off for sleeping with a Spanish woman? No, you won't. Oh, but you're going to tell everyone else off, right? You get the wetbacks, get the sticks. But will you sit with in front of I want you to film it. I want you to live stream you sitting down there and tell your grandmother, whichever it's Spanish, that someone in the white thing betrayed them. oh no, you won't do
Right.
that. But the rest of society, okie dokie. So
Okay.
I want to say also the wavy hair. You know, you may have some Carthaginian ancestors.
Hey,
You know,
alhamdulillah.
Carthaginians, those Moloch
Wait, are we talking about Nick's hair or Destiny's hair?
Both of them at
Destiny
this
doesn't
point.
care. Nick
Yeah, both of them
cares.
at this point. Yeah.
Destiny is
I mean-
cool with being whatever he is, you know.
I mean, it would
Well,
be
he's had
fascinating to see Nick admit, I hate that my last... Like, it would be weird to see Nick say, like, I hate that my last name is Fuentes. Like, that would be...
Yeah.
Do you think he would ever do that? I don't think I'd ever see him
No,
do that.
but more importantly, women, I want to stress test the position just as a moral, like a Bantham's trolley experiment. I want to sit down with a bunch of Spanish people, a bunch of Hispanic people, and I want to sit down with your personal family members on a live stream, and I want to racially interrogate them with you. I don't say, what do you think of Fuentes? It's Fuentes, Senor Fuentes. It's Spic Fuentes. And it's so comfortable you're going to feel with your mother and your grandmother when I call you a Spic. When I go,
Here's a question.
Oh, but shouting the N-word at black people, that's okay, right, bro?
Is he a Creole? Is he a Creole? Or a Mestizo?
Just a wetback, whatever. Like
He's Mexican. He's Spanish
I'm
Italian.
sorry for my racist language.
No,
but
because
did
he
you
would just respond.
Did you just call him Spic Fuentes?
Yeah, I've called him Spic Fuentes all day, every day, everywhere, all the time. Every time I also call all the Hitler people Shitler, and they don't like that. Like all the Shitler fans are looking at Spic Fuentes.
If he's Italian, Spanish, and ancestry, he would just argue that Spaniards and Italians are white. The only way it would be a self-contradiction is if he thinks that they're not white, or if he's part Indio or part black.
I got into trouble in some Telegram groups because I like to recoin words. I've coined out the gropers. So I'm like, I tell all the gropers, hang on, so gropers, right? You got Spic Fuentes and your leader, and then they get really upset with me, like, you're not my Nick, not Nick Fuentes. I'm like, but I thought you'd like racialized language. I thought racial abuse is what you guys did, right? Aren't you gropers? Come on, gropers.
It's like the grapers.
Not gropers, gropers. Gropers led by Spic Fuentes. What's wrong with that?
Have you never seen the whitest kids you know?
Bruh, I missed that show. That show was so
So do I. So do
Holy
I. It was
shit.
before my time.
Whitest Kids
The
You Know is
greatest.
so funny, dude. Oh, dude, I actually didn't mind the movie Miss March. This is a little bit of a this is a digression. That's the word I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for. Digression, by the way. That's the word. Earlier, I was trying to make that point. I was trying to use the word digression, and I knew it started with the letter D, but I couldn't remember. But yeah, it's a digression. But also, Miss March, not a terrible movie, surprisingly funny.
I'm going to change my name to Spic Fuentes in the stream. El Groper. Okay, there you go. But again, you can see how many people would actually
Alhamdulillah.
Would he actually sit down with? I mean, come on, would Nick do that? I don't think Nick would have the balls to do that. I don't think he'd sit there because I'm sure somewhere in there, one of his grannies or something is a total kind of beanie, right? She'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing? You're calling me Fuentes."
The thing is that also so many Jews converted to Christianity that Europeans, yeah, I mean, but everywhere really, German Jews, Polish Jews, so lots of people have Jewish ancestry.
Hey, it'd be nice to have Spic's holding any of the seed.
It's part of the European mixture, and we got Phoenicians and Carthaginians and.
But we don't like it. Always shows that Mike Enoch's wife is Jewish. Eventually, it all comes out. Either one of them's gay, or they're heterosexual. It's always the same, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, come on.
Well, it's funny, like when
gay people are losing. He didn't lose his Twitter, but I make a Twitter and I lose it in 10 minutes. I literally make a burner with a fake phone number, a fake email, a fake profile picture. They know they ban me in 10 minutes. I use a VPN. So you're wrong either way. Now, as far as Rumble goes, this is always the argument. I remember in July 2021, I put out a tweet on 4th of July, and I said, happy Independence Day to the gay country that banned me from all social media. And some faggot in the replies goes, well, you're still tweeting. And this is like the same argument. So wait a second, Nick.
Oh, the irony, Nick. We all saw you looking at the tranny porn on your screen. We all saw you going coo with the little femboys. I mean, real men know when other men are dodgy, mate. I'll tell you one thing.
I mean, he's taking the degeneracy to the next level. I mean, porn is one thing, but this kind of porn, I mean, that's like weird.
He's taking the straight to
Even hearing the song, that's like weird.
It is.
Right up the
I
ass.
mean, I'm not for porn, but we know that a lot of men watch porn. But to watch this kind of porn is not normal. Not
It's
many
just
men.
weird, lads. It's just weird.
I mean, if I saw that, I would have the dysfunction in that area for a few days. I think from the trauma.
Masad, what I'm hearing is he's taking the Sodom up his Gomorrah.
Yeah, but you know what was worse than the porn is just the way he lovingly kept looking at that catboy tranny kid. I looked at that like, bro, that's just so embarrassing. And any other man can look at you and go, why are you looking at the other dude like that, bro? And you have that loving look in his eye. But you just, and then you go, wait, oh, the faggots. We got to kill faggots in America. You're like, bro.
Look, some of the most based anti-faggots are faggots.
700 milligrams of sodium pentothal, and my friend's
that is
scam.
such a that is a weird one. That's always really struck me as strange. Is that some of the most overt anti-gays end up being gay is a weird projection thing that still to this day I still can't fully wrap my brain around.
No, it's actually quite common. You'd be surprised, like during even in medieval times, a lot of the Christian priests that would be the most really homophobic people would send all these letters to
One of the greatest medieval anti-Semites was Jewish.
You're like, it's like the weirdest thing.
Well, it's even like the same. It's even. The
I also
same,
just realized
it's even the same like with these leftists who say, "Oh, all white people are evil" and all that stuff. Look at their boyfriends or girlfriends. They're all fucking white.
No. But I'm mixed race and I'm against race mixing. So is Ralph, I think.
Look in popular Israeli culture. Oh, Ralph,
I see you read the Governor.
In popular Israeli culture, there would be no success for a figure that blamed some other nation for all our problems, and would go on like this, on and on and on. This is very, very strange.
No, it's not. No, it's not strange. It's basically it's a coping mechanism where.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I guess I've just found it strange every time I've observed it. It's been a weird thing. I guess I've never really had the projection issue, but I have always found it a strange thing to observe when people
really
do
makes
project.
you think.
Yeah,
it really makes you think.
I just always and then I was trying to write it down because I was trying to remind myself, but I just realized independence has a fuckload of E's. There's a lot of letter E's in this word. And I was trying to write it down, and I was like, how the fuck do I spell this word?
Are you suggesting it's a conspiracy? It's a
Yes.
conspiracy to insert E's.
Yes.
It's by the E manufacturers.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, there's a lot of E's and a lot of N's. There's actually 4 E's and 3 N's in one word. Independence.
Yeah.
Like, what? Sorry, I'm just being autistic here. This is my autism.
I also only today realized that cosmos and cosmetics come from the same word.
I think because
Yeah.
Catholic, I was waiting for the appropriate clip, guys, for Nick Fuentes. Just because it's Catholic, Nick, this is for you, right? Nick, especially listen to the lyrics at the end.
Oh boy.
It's the clip where
It's the spinning white. It's the spinning white circle.
It means
of doom.
order. It means order. So cosmetics is like to put your face in order or something.
Is this
Yeah,
the
that's-
Zukowski talking about cat girls?
Oh, this is from the young Pope.
Well, you guys mute up, of course, but you guys keep chatting. Like,
You're roboting, Ralph. You're roboting.
I know it's.
Oh, I see. It's Windows, isn't it? It's because you're not using a Mac.
It's because you're not using Linux. Use Linux.
True. Linux would also work.
Nah, it's because you're not using Yearbit. That's a meta reference right there. That's meta. That's because you're not using.
No, it's because they're actually drilling the street up as well.
Yeah.
Why are you gay?
This is for you.
Why are you gay?
Are you homosexual, Your Eminence?
Street up, guys.
You are gay.
And he just takes the glasses off. Oh, look at it. He takes the glasses off.
Yes, Holy Father.
Cause you know that you're gay, you wanna suck cock. But you know that you're not, you are so far in the
Oh, the Catholic Church.
Now that you're gay, you want to suck cock. Sorry, I'm moving on swiftly. Sorry, not spicy tree. I don't want to get you. It's late in the evening. Get aroused.
I heard.
But yeah,
I
I
heard
mean-
also. I heard that people are now going after fashion fate. What happens is when something like this happens, the relevant community, they got mailing lists and they all get all these emails and Facebook and WhatsApp and all that, and they don't know anything about anything. They just get told, oh, there was this big bad for Jews, anti-Semite, go and complain. And they all go and complain. They don't really know, because they kind of trust whoever is mailing them this. Some get interested and dig deeper, and then they decide themselves. But what Fresh and Fit should do, I try to pass that message on, is get someone who completely disagrees with Fuentes and actually knows the topic to talk. And then they say, look, we're just interested in politics and want to understand all the sides and all the arguments, and it'd be hard to argue against that. So I hope that's
Fresh
what they
and
do.
Fit are discount roll Tomasi. With
No. Even
It doesn't matter.
even better.
I mean,
Even better. Just get somebody who's calm.
Yeah.
And just
someone
watch
who's
the absurdity.
knowledgeable.
Just let them be. Yeah. Just let. Well, even so. Somebody
No, I don't
that is
mean to-
knowledgeable, but it's just relaxed, right?
Well,
Somebody
I
that is
don't-
just.
yeah,
I
because
don't
as
mean
soon
to
as they start
debate.
getting.
No, I don't mean to
I
debate. I don't mean to debate. I mean
first-
to just come and talk about what he said. Because if they say debate Nick Fuentes, nobody serious is
That's-
going to come.
I that's what I'm trying to say though, is like somebody that just shows an air of confidence, calm, cool, collected confidence, can absolutely just dismantle it point by point. It doesn't have to be an emotional response, right?
Yeah, it needs to be someone who knows the topic.
It's not that happening is, if you look through the 2019 to 2020, what's been happening in the alt-right has been, alt-right goes through these collapse cycles, right? It's finished the last two, the second alt-right collapse, the third, depending on how you measure it. And that is going to be like, oh, now we have Telegram and stuff. We want to pressure the Republican Party to the right. We want to pressure the Conservative Party to the right. We're going to make them, in quotes, not cock by being racist, get the blacks, get the browns, want to rape women, gas the Jews. And if you look at what the net effect of that is, from the meta-political is only meaningful when it translates down to the political. And you look at the rise of the general conservative right, and then you look at a schism between these people, the Fuentes, all of them, and the actual conservative right, because as soon as you take that politically to the people, it doesn't work. Look at Meloni in Italy. Look at the Swedish Democrats. As soon as they get reality, you can't in reality. The Finnish foreign minister, she came out 2 days ago apologizing for her racism from 15 years ago. From 15 years ago, she was being all racist and super based. 15 years later, in power, you're going nowhere.
Oh, did you see that leftist?
All the Finnish people could be, we don't want a foreign minister who wants to use the N-word.
Right.
It doesn't matter how you might be on migration and fiscally conservative and economically and culturally conservative. You're not going to want to go and gas the Jews. Nick Fuentes is in that place going, hey, come on, guys, if you're all based and talk against the Jews, we can start a revolution. We can get all the people. No, you won't. What will happen is you right? Then you meet reality, right?
He forgets the Jews control the world. I mean,
Yeah, he can't.
which he literally explains that we control the world, and he thinks he's going to take over. I mean, how silly is that?
Smells like a Fed.
You see that even it's fascinating watching even in Europe that the Germans got big right-wing successes, and you see as soon as they touch power, it's fascinating how the rhetoric changes. When I go with the AfD people into parliament and you see the changes, suddenly what's said in private is completely changed because the people are going to support you and never going to accept such language. Ordinary Germans might think, I don't want too many black or brown people, but they're never going to be abusive to a black person in public. They're just tacky. Conservatives are not going to do that. And the Finnish foreign minister is quite a thing. She is literally groveling for something she said 15 years ago. So move the clock 20 years in the forward. Nick has now found his husband. He's going to be a new David Hughes, right? And you think he's going to not have to answer for these things? all those gas oven cookie jokes. If he's going to be successful, he's going to be on his knees, right?
Well, if Nick needs
he's
to
going to be
introduce him,
toasted.
if Nick
Yeah,
needs
he's
someone
not
to
gonna,
introduce him to homosexual online fascists, I did come across in my youth some of those, and I have heard that they're single.
Did you see that? Did you see that thing with the Finnish far leftist? Who they found a picture of him where he's standing naked with 4 other men, and they're all doing the Nazi salute.
Yeah.
So you know, the degeneracy, this business, the Jews invented all this, and Hitler burned the books, which is another claim that Fuentes makes. That thing existed in Germany anyway, with or without the Jews. The Jews just, the intellectual Jews supported whatever German culture was doing. So whether it was the music, the opera, the theater, everything, the finance, the science, they were involved in, you know, they just were secularists who wanted to take part in everything.
But you know, it's another point most out there as well, this deeper is, if you consider yourself, forget the words right wing, whatever, consider yourself conservative, that means you must have 3 very important moral traits: hierarchy, authority, right? You must have some in-group preference, you, your family, your tribe, and purity and sanctity. The alt-right have moved from base to debased. I listen to their language in Telegram channels and go, you're not a conservative. I would not want to listen to this language coming out of mouth because it violates my purity, sanctity. You are rude, you're uncouth, you are just basically a degenerate person. You think you're based, you might be based, you might think you're right wing, but you sure as fuck ain't conservative.
Yeah, they become a hyper-racialized progressive. That's exactly what they become. They become all of the degeneracy of progressivism, but then they add hyper-racialized language to it, and then they masquerade as somebody that's presenting to conserve something when they are absolutely anathema to everything they claim to preserve.
They violate authority. They have no respect for hierarchy. They have no respect for their elders.
Anathema.
They would never stand up in the bus. They would never, like, I always open doors for people, even at my age, younger or older. They don't show any of the values of someone who is conservative. But they're like, look, I'm so based, catch the Jews. I'm so based, let's hang. No,
they just want to be, and it's really what it is they want to be edgy, and they want to be cool because they think being edgy is cool.
Because
that's what it is. It's just a bunch of kids that want to be cool, and they can't be cool.
They haven't been beaten. They haven't been slapped. They haven't been cuffed in the air.
Well, yeah, Apex, you brought up, like, Richard Spencer. Like, Richard Spencer, he admitted that he went through a Greco-Roman phase, and he had, like, this affair.
The Greeks were not gay. I will
reopen this issue. Oh my God! No one cares.
No more spurt. No spurt. No, let's turn down the.
Enough. When we do a Greek stream, we'll let you know.
Okay, I think Jamie and Tiger will be all up for that one, bro.
I think we're not. We try not to go back before 1900. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Greeks are gay thing came out of one book in the 70s.
Oh my God.
Literally one book.
No, it's not one book. Stop it.
But now that you're gay.
Nobody invented gay. It existed. It's part of life.
No. It existed.
It's
but
part
the whole
of
idea
life.
Of the Greek culture was
Oh
gay.
my God!
Yeah, but did they invent?
It wasn't gay, but they had gays.
Sorry, I almost said the word. I almost invoked. I almost said the word.
Yeah, here's another interesting thing.
What's the word?
I run these experiments against like the Nazi.
You want me to say it?
I don't know what it is. I don't
Noahide?
Noahide.
But you know something, it's an experiment.
Apparently, it's really bad. I still don't understand what's so bad about Noahide. I mean, Christians are
We're
Noahide.
invoking Vincent. That's what's so bad.
No,
it's a reference.
Vincent and Adam Green. I mean, what they think that there's some group of Noahides out to get them, which I never heard of. It's so.
No, this is a clear.
Yes, the Abrahamic gang out to get the Satanists.
Without being full Noahide, just to put it back. You know, with the conservative moral thing, it's part of the experiments around the Telegram groups where they go in there, think, yeah, we're just having a chat or something, and you're trying to make friends. And not. I'm just doing my graph experiments. I've noticed when I stress test these degenerates on their morals, an interesting thing happens. The graph bifurcates. What happens is a bunch of them go double down. They become more debased and deranged. Then what happens, I notice some of them become quiet in a moment of reflection. When they think, hang on, actually, if it wasn't for this toxic chamber, that's not the person I am. And you can suddenly see the conservatives can be peeled away, right? What I consider conservative from the actual degens, right? The degens just want more and more of the same, right? Anyway,
Look, I just want
children of the devil. Children of the devil absolutely seek to be closer to him.
So is Adam Green like an atheist, or is he
No, I think he's clinically insane.
Yeah.
He really
I
is.
think the technical term is batshit, but okay.
Broken, truly broken.
See, the biggest problem for Israel is actually not these right-wing radicals, at least not at the moment, but it's the left, the general liberal left. That is the problem for Israel. So what I should be doing really with my time is arguing with them instead of right-wingers. But I'm on the right, so it's like, you know, that's my where I feel at home. You know, most of your arguments make sense. You know, the family values and, you know, conservative values and so on. Yeah.
And
so
It's an echo chamber. Echo chambers are powerful social tools. They really
well,
are.
I mean, they will throw me out if they heard what I think. You know, I'm not a fan of the gay. You know, I'm not a fan of the gay. Right.
Okay, so you guys tell me what you think. Right? I picked this.
I'm not a friend of feminists either. You know.
What do you guys think of Adam Green? You think Adam Green is clinically
This is what
insane?
Christians believe.
Listen.
They'll say, not a real Christian. This is what your average Christian believes. Oh, I'm nothing without the blood of the Lamb. I'm nothing. I'm evil. I'm damned. I'm fallen. Just give me the blood, Lord.
Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now.
He goes, I'm not a Zionist. I'm not a Zionist shill. How can I serve you, God of Israel, Yahweh, and Yeshua HaMashiach, the King of the Jews? I am your servant.
That man's never read the Bible.
Jones is going to have a heart attack.
This is another
I know,
illustration
seriously,
of
on the
my
Holy
rule. This is another illustration of my rule. He lives in America, which was built on Christian values. Everybody around him is mostly Christian. He hates his own nation. The fact that he's anti-Israel is just a reflection of that.
The most I just look at him, for example, and zoom out and look at the guy on the left, both of them. Forget the guy on the right. We know he's not. But the guy on the left, tell me if he doesn't look like someone who needs to be sectioned. Listen.
The Spirit.
Thank God I'm not like Brian Stelter, God. Thank you for not making me like him. Why did you make something that horrible? You got Satan, baby. You got God.
Just
I mean, Jones is a performer. You know?
Whenever somebody does this Satan God thing,
he's a professional entertainer
on the Jewish reservation.
I'm saying the drug of the Holy Spirit. In fact,
the Jewish ghost. The Jewish ghost. Yeah, real serious
Guys?
truth tellers here with this the Jewish ghost.
It's so good right now.
You know,
I don't even know if I can cover it.
Hearing anti-Semites talk about Jews is like an ego boost.
He is absolutely fucking insane, Adam. He's
Whoa, Ralph, it's an ego boost. I'll take it.
No, he's nuts. He's absolutely nuts. He literally now, he's got even IC3, you're going to have to respect him by this. This is a conspiracy theory at another level. He thinks all of Western civilization, all of it, including everything, has been a master plot by the Jews, including to invent their own religion and the other religions, so eventually they can destroy each other. So I think, you know, like, what kind of level of insanity must you be just to be able to think that? That's.
I just want to say, if I was an enemy of America and of the West, but America especially, I would look, how can I cause troubles and weaken the country, cause polarization, and you know. Okay, so there's black people who have some issues with the white people. Let's work on that. Oh, turns out that there's some anti-Semitic groups as well. Let's finance them. Oh, there's people who want to stop oil. Let's give them money, and so on. And that's how you agitate a country.
Learn to take a compliment. The Jews have controlled all of human history up until now, especially the Europeans, the most competent racial group in the history of the world. Take the fucking compliment.
There's one sentence that kills out Nick's argument. If Israel controlled America, then Trump would be still president, because there was never been more pro-Israel president in history. 100%. So if Israel did have a say,
but Apex is worse than that.
And believe me, I believe that the Mossad did everything they could to help Trump.
Well, they didn't do enough.
But Apex, here's something with Adam Green.
I mean,
not only does he think that the Jews are so powerful that they did this, He actually thinks the Jews actually been plotting this and they planned it 2,000 years ago. They're that good.
They are attacking the Bible. When they say they're attacking the Jews, they're attacking really the Bible, the book.
No, but it's not really attacking the Bible, I see. He's deeper than that. He literally thinks the U.S. Armed Forces, one of the most sophisticated organization in the world, doesn't have a planning horizon of 20 years of accuracy. 2,000 years? Are you smoking crack, you fucking
Well, you see, the Jewish IQ is astronomical.
I mean, for 2,000 years we've been waiting for someone
it's
like
like-
Trump to be the leader of the world, and then we kick him out after 4 years?
Yeah.
Come on.
Claire is right. You know,
The Jews
Claire
realised
Cole's
that
right
in order-
in secular Quranism, in that
the
she's saying
Jews
that
realized in order to conquer the world, they needed the Romans to not only destroy their temple, but completely wipe them out so they become this diaspora.
I mean,
Well, you see,
Yeah.
that was part of the master plan all along.
Yeah.
I mean, they even fundamentally failed to understand Christ when he told them he would be risen in 3 days. You know what? It's just the whole thing is just goofy. The whole thing is
the
just
word. It's the word. Just like Claire Core says, secular Quranism. She says that the Jews have the greatest concept of God, the best concept of God. So it's that concept, that idea, and whoever buys into that idea, which is basically comes from those holy scriptures. Nobody's come up with a better book. That's last.
I see free. You should have been on the day where Claire came to Speaker's Corner with a new book. You know, literally secular Quranism.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. She literally came.
Oh, you know what's really funny?
How did you
Jamie?
do?
William pinged me with the review of the book where he found like 30, 40 typos, spelling mistakes, errors, everything else. He sent me he actually published a paper reviewing the book. But I see to your comment, isn't it ironic, if not just funny, that if Claire says those that believe in God and the faith the most will have the most power, and then she chooses not to? That seems like, to me, that seems like, hang on a minute. Either your proposition's true and you believe in God, or it's not true and that sounds a bit, you know.
What just a comment, someone said he couldn't believe what I said, 311D. He said, why not play both sides? Of course, every country, whether it's the UK or France, will cooperate with the Americans, whichever the president is, because you have to respect their choice. I mean, you know, what are you going to do? Work with the opposition? What are you, planning a revolution? Again,
you do at some... With the current way global trade works, you do have to afford some respect to the U.S. Navy, regardless of whether or not you respect the man, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not you respect the man, you have to respect the position. This is something I learned in the military. You are saluting every officer, not because you respect the officer themselves, but because you have to respect the rank.
Yes.
Yes, the rank, the officer, the position.
Yeah,
Raymond,
and it's the same thing with
controlling-
you. It doesn't matter if you disagree with it. It doesn't matter if Biden is horrendously corrupt, and it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to matter whether or not it makes sense that somehow Biden gets the most votes in American history. That's all irrelevant to the whole point. Now you have to respect the office regardless of your actual position on it, which means you have to respect the capacity of the office, which is
Israel.
Raymond, but as a world control, but Raymond, as a world controlling super white, why can't I just take him out and do what I want and coup him? I don't understand.
Guys, with the BRICS summit coming up this August, they're gonna propose this new currency backed by gold.
I remember warning about it.
Still got to
10
pick a
years
fight with the
ago.
Navy. Still got to pick a fight with the Navy if they're going to do it.
Right, but
They're not. They're not. They're not.
Yeah.
There's never not going to be.
You
There's
can't
not
see
going
me,
to
but
be a
I'm pointing
fight.
up at Raymond right now. I'm pointing up at Raymond.
There's not going to be a fight. I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Well, if there is, they lose.
When America,
that's kind of the point.
Yeah, but when America weaponizes the dollar against Russia, then they told the world that they're not trustworthy. And,
we're learning the consequences. Trust me, man. We're learning the consequences
This
when
was
Americans.
coming anyway.
It's the consequences of ultimately the sins of the father right now. We're dealing with the sins of, the boomer generation right now, the sins of our fathers. We're dealing with it right now. Rent is skyrocketing in the U.S. I think it's close to 50% of American monthly income is going to rent, just rent alone. And rent, by the way, in the U.S. data statistics and like labor and data statistics, rent is actually considered an attributor to U.S. GDP. So we actually factor rent into GDP, which doesn't make any sense. That's a whole different conversation for a different time. So that we're dealing with the consequences of, rising food prices, rising gas prices, rising rent prices. All the while, the dollar is getting devalued, right? By increased printing, like infinitesimally complexly large amounts of dollars being printed out into thin air.
So what you're saying is that if the youth were based, pillow companies would be making a fortune right now.
And it was only a matter of time before we're going to deal with the consequences of devising an economic system that's going to behave like that. And so it's high time something like BRICS showed up and started going, we're going to actually have a real currency.
But this is the
there used to be a gold standard.
The thing is that the elites are mostly boomers, and they either think they're invincible, or they know they're going to die, and therefore just going to keep, pushing.
Negative sum game.
No,
negative
it's not
sum
true.
game.
Do you have kids, Kingston? Because once you have kids, you're invested in the future.
No, they don't care. They don't have kids. They just want power. And
there's a lot.
And the people that are meant to inherit the world after they die, they don't trust them. Like Trudeau. Trudeau's completely incompetent. So Biden, Hillary, George Soros, whatever, Bill Gates.
All I'm hearing you say a pillow.
They're just going to keep pushing with this plan, even though it's completely disintegrating.
So, is anyone interested in a pillow venture with me? I'm talking investing in pillow companies.
How about we have a pillow fight?
Right, I'm sorry to do this, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to bail right now for some things. So I'm going to have to. Yeah, sorry about
great
that.
stream. Catch you again.
Yeah, it was a good stream.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, we'll have to get in touch. We'll have to get in touch.
Maybe we have a stream. I'll be back in a week or so. I'll be probably roughly that. But what was I going to say? Nick for president, right? President of El Salvador. Yeah.
You could be the governor of Puerto Rico, maybe.
Hey, la isla bonita. Sorry, guys. Thanks everyone else. Peace out. Sorry, chat.
Bye.
Ralph,
Thank you, Ralph.